3 rounds remain, which means 3 times the drama here in Stavanger. Hikaru and Magnus traded their final blows yesterday. Now it's up to the rest of the field to try to slow them down. And can anyone slow down new Norway Chess women's leader, Anna Muzichuk? She's playing somebody who gave her fits in Toronto, and that is Vaishali. Either way, we all win at the end of the day here in Norway. It's round 8, and the action starts right now.
Norway, land of breathtaking natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and home to the greatest chess player ever, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has played host to one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world, and this year is no exception. Magnus has claimed the top prize in 4 of the last 5 years, failing last year after a disappointing showing that saw him go winless in the classical portion of a tournament for the first time in 16 years. He had to watch as Hikaru Nakamura defeated Fabiano Caruana in an epic battle on the last day to take the title. Both Hikaru and Fabi return this year to take on Magnus and the rest of this elite field. Joining them will be the reigning world champion Ding Liren and young phenoms Alireza Firouzja and Pragnanandhaa Rameshbabu, who will look to continue the form that led to their recent candidates' births. This year will also be notable as Norway Chess will be the first ever classical super tournament to have the same prize fund for the open and women's sections. The 2 tournaments will play out side by side, and Norway Chess Women looks to be just as intriguing as the open section. Current women's world champion Zhu Wenjun will face off against the formidable field of Kuneru Humpi, Lei Ting-jae, Anna Muzichuk, Vaishali Rameshbabu, and the legendary Pia Kramling. Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? This is Norway Chess.
Round 8 of Norway Chess, and Norway Chess Women is going to get underway. Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? It's a great question. Mis amigos, we are in it to win it today. We've only got 3 more rounds, and then we will have new champions of both Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, the 2024 editions. We see the fans already downstairs. They're eager, they're waiting for their heroes to enter the arena and do battle on the 64 squares. How's that for adding a little bit of hyperbole? Hyperbole, we're going to talk about that word maybe later on in the day. But right now, we're going to welcome you into the studio as we get the day started. Just like we always do, alongside me, International Master Anna Rudolph, Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Danny Rich with you. We are going to have the call for what is sure to be yet another free-for-all. Are you excited for round 8, Anna?
Could not be more excited for the round itself and also for the World Guinness Record that might be broken today.
It might happen.
World Guinness Record, Guinness World Record.
Yeah.
I'm so excited that I don't even know the word order, how to say it.
It's epic. David, did you check in with your boys when you came in down there?
I did. 55 hours down. 5-6 hours to go now. It's exciting. They're still standing. That's the most important thing. Yeah, we'll be keeping everyone up to date at home.
What's crazy about how this is going to go down today, and we are going to, of course, get back to talking about all the chess on the board, because that's what matters. But there you go. They're getting a massage. So time to check in and get jealous, I guess, because that looks like fun. I would love that man's hands on me later if he's looking for extra work, because I could use a massage during this commentary session. But okay, what's crazy about what's going to go down is they're going to be the new world record holders in the middle of the show, because first they have to break the old record, which is around 56 hours, which is very soon actually, and then they're going to keep going to set their goal of over 60 hours, aiming for 61, which should come at the end of today, at the end of round 8. So much ahead. Of course, we're going to be entertained by these amazing chess players in the process, and how are they going to entertain us? In this amazing Norway Chess format, let's remind you of all that is in store before we get started.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colours. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1 second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. For the first time in a classical super tournament, the prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
We will crown this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions. The double round robin tournament is one you really love, especially when we get to flip colors and see the rematches, have all the storylines that go with it. Remember, it's 2 hours base time control with 10 seconds added per move once we get down to those end games, starting with move 40. And Armageddon, you know what it means. It means no matter what, everybody leaves satisfied because we get victories one way or another. 3 points in classical, though. We're going to talk a lot about that today because really a lot of players are up against it and needing those classical victories more than ever if they're going to keep their chances alive. But just getting to Armageddon is super important if you can, because even if you lose, you get a point. We come in and we get to the point here where we get to start looking ahead and talk about things. And, well, I want to jump in actually taking another look at the cross table, something we added yesterday. Once you get to the back half of a double round robin, a cross table becomes super important because in chess that allows you to look back and do that cross comparison thing, talk about what happened when the players faced each other earlier. And on that note, when you look at the cross table in the open division, Anna, there's only 1-0 for Magnus Carlsen. And speaking of why we have a cross table and who he's playing next, let's talk a little bit about where that 0 came from because he's playing him again today.
That is very important. A very crucial point you mentioned, Danny. The only loss that Magnus Carlsen has ever suffered in this event in classical chess was against Pragnanandhaa. Pragnanandhaa, 18-year-old star, took down Magnus. Pragg had the white pieces, and today they're playing with colors reversed. So I am really curious how that game will go and whether Magnus will take revenge for that loss.
Yeah, and nobody's out of it yet, other than perhaps Liren. There's still a chance for 5 players to win this tournament, which simply means that stakes are high. Also, a rest day tomorrow. The last time this happened before the previous rest day, we saw so many decisive results in classical. I'm optimistic for more of the same.
Only one person has not lost in classical, and that is Hikaru Nakamura. His only loss is coming in Armageddon, 2 of them, to Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. Alireza Firouzja and Pragnanandhaa needing Ws. Do they need classical Ws to maintain pace with the 2 leaders? Talked about it right at the open. It's up to the rest of the field now to slow down Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen because they've faced off all that they're going to face off in this event. So everyone else, if they want to keep up with those 2 guys and don't let them just squeeze their way to a 1-2 victory, they got to get some dubs. So, all right, speaking of dubs, let's move over to the women's division, talk about the cross tables there, because Anna Muzichuk got maybe the biggest dub she's had in a long time over Zhu Wenjun in Armageddon yesterday. It was Zhu Wenjun's first loss in the entire event. She had won every single match, whether it was in Armageddon or classical, but no more. So Anna Muzichuk, our new leader, Anna.
She's our new leader, and she's going to be facing Vaishali today, which I think is a tough one. Everything could depend on that game when it comes to who will be the leader after today's round. Anna is the current leader, but Vaishali has beaten Anna in their Armageddon earlier in this event and also in the candidates. So there's quite something to prove there from Anna's perspective.
And David, nobody really out of this one. Even Pia Cromling could rattle off some classical victories and get back in it.
Yeah, stakes are incredibly high. Some huge games, of course. We'll be following Anna Muzichuk against Vaishali a lot. But Zhu Wenjun today will be facing Pia Cromling on paper, a game where she will be able to have some chances. And yeah, the race is on. It's the final stretch now.
The race is on. It's the final stretch now. We only have 3 more rounds to go. As I said at the start, 3 times the drama. I said that for some drama. I don't know if it's possible to get 3 times the drama than we've already had. I mean, yesterday's Armageddon game with Magnus Carlsen losing on time had everybody just absolutely on the edge of their seats. How crazy was that? So, all right. Well, we've got a lot ahead here, and we're gonna just keep previewing it. So, talking about players who might be in must-win situations, does Alireza Firouzja come in today thinking he has to get a win in Classical over Hikaru Nakamura?
He might well do. It's his mindset anyway. It feels like Alireza is one of the most ambitious players out there. Today in the Open section, we do have numbers 1 and 2 facing numbers 3 and 4, so there could be a total shake-up of the standings.
Very true, and because of the 3-point win in classical chess, all of the players that are not currently in the first spot will want to try to push more in classical chess. That's the only way you can leapfrog someone that much.
Yeah. All right. Well, we do have Joby now with us. Sorry for that. We got a lot going on here. That's live television for you, but she is here. She's in it to bring us a breakdown of what we can expect. What are the stakes coming in for each respective matchup? Joby, take it away.
Thank you, guys. It's round 8, 3 games remaining, 9 points up for grabs, and for some players, it's now or never. For Magnus, he remains at the top, but the lead has narrowed. Today, he plays Pragnanandhaa, and we all remember that it was the teen that provided the sensation of the year. Now Magnus has the white pieces, whereas Pragg, we know, is on shaky ground as black. I suspect that the standings may influence how much risk these two are prepared to take. Meanwhile, Ding has white against Fabi. Now, in their previous game, Fabi came to the board armed with some devious opening preparation, but now the situation is different because Fabi is in a must-win situation. And it's exactly the same for Alireza as he plays Hikaru. Now, in their encounter, it had to be decided by Armageddon. But Alireza is playing to bridge a 4.5-point gap, and I suspect that this will decide the pace of moving on to Norway Chess women. Vaishali may have suffered her 2nd defeat in a row, but she has a chance to right the ship as she plays tournament leader Anna Muzichuk, someone she's defeated in Armageddon. For Anna, she's getting better and better, but the end of the tournament is in sight, and I suspect that nerves and endurance might come into play. For Women's World Champion Ju Wen-jun, she might have suffered her first Armageddon loss yesterday, but she has white against the tail-ender Pia Kramlin. It remains to be seen whether now is the right time to take that risk and go for those 3 points. And talking about 3 points, that's exactly what Lei Ting-jae and Humpy Canary are dreaming of as they try to work their magic up the standings. That's going to be a real battle of wits. It's the round before the rest day, and boy, is it getting exciting. Back to you guys in the studio.
It is the round before our final rest day, and it is getting exciting. A lot of great points there. You know, I forgot to highlight how big it might be for Ju Wen-jun getting white against Pia Kramling. Obviously, Pia's had a great tournament, so I'm not in any way picking on her, but I think if you're Ju Wen-jun, having suffered your first loss yesterday and now trailing Anna Muzichuk, I think she comes into this game here, Anna, really looking to try to get a win in Classical.
She definitely will want to try it, but for Ju Wen-jun, even though she has won almost every single match here, except for the one against Anna, she won most of them in Armageddon. So only one classical win for Ju Wen-jun, and to get her 2nd one today, she'll need to work really hard. I think Pia is coming motivated to hold her ground and prove that she can be at the very top even after 40 years in the women's ranking.
We hope so. I think she would love to take it to Armageddon regardless of what happens against the reigning world champion as the world #1 from so long ago. Going to be a fun battle there. But all right, there we see behind our pairings, we saw Ding Liren sitting down before Fabiano Caruana, and there is the matchup we've been talking about, Ju Wen-jun, the world champion versus Pia Kramling, the world #1 from 1984. And a battle, not exactly a battle of the generations in the way that it was when Pia faced Vaishali, but still, it really is, pretty awesome and exciting to see it happening here in Norway. The first ever classical event with equal prizes for men and women, elite classical event, and it's currently the exception to the rule. We all hope it becomes the norm, and the trendsetters that are the Norway Chess organizers are doing it for these ladies right here. And Anna Muzichuk joined us in studio. She had so many great things to say about that. Now she takes on Vaishali, the person who got 1.5 out of 2 against her in Toronto. So I wonder how Anna feels about that. David, your thoughts here on Fabiano. Is he trying to find his form against a guy who's struggling in Liren and keep his hopes alive, or how ambitious can he really be with the black pieces?
Yeah, it's tough to know exactly how this game is going to pan out. I think a lot depends on the opening. If Fabiano can keep tension, keep an imbalanced position, then he will fancy his chances. He took down Liren in the first half of this tournament. Fabi knows if he wants to have any say at the top of the standings, he will need to win pretty much all of his classical games now. And there we see the handshakes. Ding, I'm going to say, played really, really well yesterday. It wasn't about form, it was just pure luck. And yeah, that's not going to be an easy game for Fabiano.
I agree. He seems to have played better, but again, outside of the big blunders that we saw in the big moments, right? So regardless, it's still been a painful experience for Liren. Will he be aggressive with the white pieces? We'll see. All right, there in your lower left corner, we've got the matchup that everyone has been talking about ever since Pragnanandhaa got his first classical victory all the way back in round 3 against Magnus Carlsen. Now he has the black pieces, and Magnus may be out for a little bit of revenge today, Anna.
I think so. I think the world #1 wants to prove always against the prodigies that he is here to rule the world and rule them all. But now that he already lost to Pragg in this event, I think the motivation is multiplied.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's always fascinating, these revenge storylines. It's like, how much risk does Magnus take to try and kind of restore his own pride? We see the handshakes there. Magnus, he's at the top of the tables, but so many players now breathing down his neck. That is going to be a fascinating game to watch. He was quite pragmatic in his encounters against Pragg at the World Cup when he was already ahead there, but we'll wait and see. Yeah, I have a good feeling about today somehow. Just before the rest day, it always feels like the players give everything because they know they get that chance to recover tomorrow. So I'm hoping for more drama on the board.
It's funny because we talked about the games before the last rest day and saying that no one wanted to enter the rest day with a loss, and so maybe we would get some Armageddon, because then if you lose in Armageddon, at least you get some points on the board. But what ended up happening was we had 5 decisive results in classical, and only 1 game went to Armageddon, so a lot of players went to the rest day not with the best feelings. You don't want that for anybody, but you also are happy for the victorious one. So anyway, we'll see if we get a repeating of that, how wild that would be to get so many decisive results in classical.
I think that would be amazing. And yeah, we predicted the exact opposite before the previous day off. So let's see if we can be proven wrong again. I really liked, by the way, earlier had a camera when Magnus was sitting back. The Norway Chess logo was right above him, so it looked like he was wearing a crown. The crown has moved since, but the world #1 is here to stay on that world #1 spot, which actually was in a bit of a question a few days ago. He's holding on to that spot, but the ranking could have been shaken up if he had lost the other day.
Yeah, that's right. And it all kind of came to a fore after Pragg beat Magnus last time. The gap had narrowed. We were talking about how the gap could have been closed down to 4 points on the rating list. Magnus has extended that back to, almost 30 points. So, yeah, fascinating storylines. Also fascinating openings, Danny. Some surprises early on in this round.
Yeah, I agree. We've got the Verisov there in the lower left corner from Vaishali. I don't know if that's one of the ones you had your eye on right there, but that's a fun one. A very aggressive weapon, potentially, when you put the knight in front of the queen's pawn. Not the traditional or positionally wise thing to do, according to classical theories of chess, but it's a very aggressive one. So we'll keep an eye on Vaishali going for a win to get herself back in it and slow down the tournament leader. But yeah, plenty of other ones too. Leighton J's game versus Humpy Canero, also a unique one. Was that an Evans Gambit with Firouzja and Nakamura? No, it was an Italian with C3 and B4. For a second, I thought I saw a declined Evans Gambit with B4 and the bishop went back to E7. That was not the case.
It was not the case.
Okay, that would have been fun.
It looks like a twist on it. We see an open Spanish between Magnus Carlsen and Pragnanandhaa. Magnus hasn't had a great track record against the open Spanish, so interesting choice there. 1d6 from Caruana. It looks like that might soon transpose to a King's Indian. It feels like provocation on several of the boards. Yeah, Fabi asking Ding to come at him. Likewise, Nakamura asking Firouzja to play some really ambitious stuff.
And Firouzja is obliging. He's expanding the queen side, playing queen to b3 early. Look at this, bishop f5. Okay, now Fabi really is mixing it up. This is not your everyday line to bring the bishop out to f5 rather than go to a traditional King's Indian. So, and look at that, Ding Liren is ready. He plays queen to b3. Fun stuff happening there between the world champion and the former world number 2, now world number 3, Fabiano Caruana, you know?
Yeah, I'm loving it. And I'm loving that even though this must have come as a surprise to Ding Liren, he's confidently responding with quick and good moves. That's great to see because he must have been surprised in this opening. You don't expect Fabiano to go for it.
Agreed. By the way, speaking of surprises, and we talked about it when Magnus was in studio, but we never really got to unpack. Were we surprised by how much Magnus acknowledged that he cared about the world number 1? I guess not really. And he said, as long as I'm doing this, I want to be number 1. And he gave an interview to me last year and said something similar, which is basically made a comment that he would be honest with himself if he ever entered a tournament where he didn't think he was the favorite. And then he said, today is not that day. It was an epic line. And I think Magnus wants to feel that way whenever he walks in. So I guess, David, I never had a chance to ask you. I mean, you know him so well. That loss to Pragg obviously stung. He did ultimately get the padding back. But are you surprised by his drive to hold on to that number 1 spot after all these years?
I mean, I'm always surprised by it. I'm always impressed by it. I think it goes in phases, Danny. I think Magnus nowadays, enjoyment of chess is just as important for him as that number 1 ranking. But ultimately, we're all quite... I mean, chess players are proud, and we're all quite protective of what we've achieved in the game. And Magnus, that's what keeps him going. That's something that I think maybe helped him long-term in this tournament, that wake-up call against Pragg in the first half. And it definitely seems to have perked him up, got him back in the zone. Also, I'll just mention, I was getting a bit of deja vu on one of the boards. Firouzja against Nakamura, interesting storyline. This is the exact position they had in the candidates tournament in Toronto just a couple of months ago. So
no way. We're going to need to check who would deviate from their game from just months ago. That is a great observation, David.
It was Firouzja, just by castling kingside on the last move, has switched things up slightly.
Okay. Can they still transpose? Did he castle a bit later in that game?
He castled a lot later, down on move 17 in that game, castling on move 9 for white here instead.
Could you show that game real quick, just for a few moves to compare?
Let's do that. Let's jump in. Queen A2. The player's clearly done their preparation. Lightning striking twice is rare at this top level. We'll do a quick backtrack actually for everyone at home. This was the Italian game, a bit of a funky version, I'm going to say. Pawn to D3. H6 is a very trendy move, often hinting that black wants to expand very quickly on the king side. This has come into sharp focus at the top level in recent years. Pawn to C3. Bishop C5. This is what we talked about, provocation. Hikaru maybe wanting to ask Firouzja to come at him. Nakamura was the one to win that game in the candidates. White obliges, plays b4, gaining time against the black bishop, which retreats. So white has basically won a move for free, pawn to b4. White backs that up by hitting the f7 pawn, forcing black to castle. And if we fast forward in this position, Firouzja played knight d2 in Toronto. And in that, some really fascinating early play. Nakamura copied his strategy in this game. He played the move knight to b8. Looks really odd for viewers at home wondering why black has mouse-slipped or undeveloped his piece here. It's simply because the knight was in the way. He needs to push a pawn to c6 in order to get the d5 break to strike in the center, while white is still uncastled. The white bishop a bit trapped. So instead, Firouzja, actually in that game, I'll just mention, he played the move d4 and later swung his bishop back via f1 to fianchetto it. It was a really weird, wonderful game that Nakamura came out on top in. But castles looks more traditional here. And after queen to a2, at least the white bishop has a retreat square. I wonder who's done their homework better. That's the big question.
Very big question here. So you're saying queen to a2 in order to have the b3 square for the bishop, was there anything immediate about the bishop, or is just that that was going to be a useful move anyway, and you're not showing your hand, you're not showing how you're going to place the rest of your pieces yet?
Yeah, I think it's the latter there, Anna, just really flexible. And Hikaru now strikes out with a5, asking a question on the queen side. Ultimately, Danny here, it's really, really tense, but that shapes up nicely.
It shapes up nicely for a fight, which is what we want, is what the fans came to see, right? We want these guys to give us fire on board, and they often do. Firouzja and Hikaru, often it's fire on computer screen because they play so many games online. But really great breakdown there, David. I just want to say this is a line that to me is representative of where we've come in modern chess with computer prep, because if you just look at Black's pieces, the queen side completely undeveloped, and Black voluntarily put the knight back on b8 to undevelop it, right? And classical chess wisdom would be that White's space and White's extra moves, if you will, have to amount to something. But the reality is, without a lot of concrete targets or weaknesses, there's plenty of time to maneuver your way back in. And often, as they say, you already said, Hikaru said it once, he says, come get me, right? When you say kind of, come get me, big guy, right? You put yourself in a spot to then have things to poke at and to attack. And that's exactly what a counter strike like A5 is all about. And so, anyway, it's just fun to see that the understanding we have about the game versus just space, just control over the center, just development are important factors, but they are actually only as important in some cases and when it comes to what you can attack. Right? And this is a fun one because you just see it. No one would have done this 50 years ago. They would have been like, what in the, like, they would have been ran out of the tournament hall. Right? And now it's like, yeah, I'm voluntarily underdeveloping so that I have something to attack when you overexpand your queenside pawn. So, by the way, Hikaru gets up. Is he about to overexpand on his thought process for us in the confessional booth for the first time today? Our fourth commentator on site downstairs, Mr. Nakamura, might be giving us content in just a few moments. But let's back this thing up, take a look from 30,000 feet, the bird's eye view of, well, actually, no, let's do a, okay, I want to actually throw to the storyline we've already talked about. Let's talk about how many times Hikaru has been to the confessional booth, because it's the content we're all craving and laughing and enjoying. But we did a tally and actually put the numbers to it. What do the stats say? Hikaru is basically beating the entire field when it comes to total visits to the confessional booth, Anna.
And he's beating the field with a huge margin. I think the rest of the players, almost if you add up every other person's confessional visit,
it's 21 to 22. They stand together and hold against Thanos when it comes to the world dominator of the confessional booth. So it takes all of them, all the Avengers uniting, David.
Yeah, nice reference there, Danny. I'm obsessed with with Marvel, but yeah, this is incredible. Hikaru, really, really aware of the fans. We talked about it in the past, just talking through his own thought process. It can be healthy. It can help him come to these logical conclusions, keeps him in a nice chilled out mindset, and it's really helped his results. We're hoping for some of the other players to start increasing their number of appearances.
We hope so, and I think it was a great point when Hikaru mentioned that, yeah, him and Magnus, of course, they are like more, obviously they are more used to the media attention and they understand the importance of a feature like a confessional booth, but that Pragg is going, that is a great sign that the next generation, the future generation of chess, he actually already is the generation, he's the present of chess as well, but that they will be here the next 5, 10, 15 years, so that they are going, that is a great sign for what's to come. But also, sorry that I got distracted earlier, I heard an applause, and does that mean that our Guinness World Record, the old record, is beaten? That they crossed the line, the time that they needed? I
think so. I don't know if we can throw down to that and check in, or if we should head back to the bird's eye view and go around the horn. We have really only looked at the game between Firouzja and Nakamura, but we will get an update for you either way. For now, let's go back to the bird's eye view. No, we got it. Okay, no, they've broken the record. Yes, 56 hours has been broken. So it still says the current record is 60 hours, and I believe that's because there's a record that is not officially on record yet from Tunde, who did this at Times Square, but I don't actually know the status of that or where that sits. So no, maybe that applause was for something totally different. Maybe it was applauding that guy's form as he goes to work on Udin's back, and they're just applauding the technique there, really digging in on that stress and tension. Wow. Okay, let's back up.
Deep tissue massage.
Deep tissue massage. Let's go to the bird's eye view and see where we're at. David, what other game you got your eye on right now?
I mean, there's so much happening across all the boards. Yesterday was a bit of a slow start, but the players really bringing their A game today. We see on camera Magnus Carlsen against Pragg there. That's still a very theoretical open Spanish. We'll update people there. I think as soon as there are some new moves and some direct tension, some big threats. The game between Ding Liren against Fabiano Caruana, talking about undeveloping pieces. Black's lost 2 tempi with his bishop. White's gained all the space in the world. This is maybe the most provocative opening I've seen in a long time at the top level. I recommend we go there. But also some interesting openings in the women's in Norway women's chess. So let's start with Ding Liren Caruana, I feel.
I think that's a great choice, and it's a very bold opening choice by Fabiano, who clearly wants to take a chance. He's going risky and bold because he wants to get that 3-point classical win, even if he has the black pieces against the reigning world champion. Ding Liren's form has been, unfortunately, the sign that the rest of the field needed, that there's a target on his back and everyone wants to try to beat him with either color. I
agree, but in this case, if Fabiano is playing one of those must-win openings that usually reserved for online blitz chess, David, I mean, just being honest, this is a terrible opening for Black. Like, this is a horrible position. And, like, if Ding Liren can just find the energy, now would be the time. We applauded the idea that he might go for a win yesterday as Black. Against Pragnanandhaa in Classical, he had an advantage, and we felt he had all the cards, but offered a draw the moment they reached move 30. Which for those who don't understand the reference, move 30 is when you are legally allowed to offer a draw in the format. There are no draw offers possible until you've played at least 30 moves. So that was disappointing yesterday, to say the least, because we thought Ding Liren might have had it in him to launch a kingside attack as Black. But in this game, if Ding Liren doesn't use that space and stay aggressive and put pressure on Fabi, oh man, then it's like, will he ever, David?
Yeah, great question, Danny. I mean, you mentioned how dodgy this opening is. I don't think I'd even play it at Blitz. It just looks so hard for Black to come up with active ideas. Also, if we backtrack and just show what's happened over the last half dozen moves, a lot of cause for confidence for Ding Liren as Black castles here. We last left it after bishop to f5. We talked about how this isn't a typical move in the King's Indian. It is aimed against White, developing a big pawn center, pushing forward in the middle of the board. E4 now kept under watch here, but queen to b3. Clearly, Ding has done his prep. Fabi has played this before, I should mention, including in the US Championship. So he's played it in some big games, but this is supposed to be the way to handle it for White, according to the computer. I've studied this myself. And pawn to b6, h3, a really sneaky, quiet move here. And after Black develops the bishop, g4 aggression. I mean, this is a good sign for Ding, I'm going to say. If he wasn't in a fighting mood, he wouldn't have played g4. He kicks this bishop back all the way home to its starting square. We talked about Nakamura's pieces. Mirror image here. Fabiano undeveloping. And now e4. Black plays the move h5, which blocks the kingside short term, but another retreat necessary. And yeah, this is what we're left with. I'm expecting Ding to just calmly play a move like bishop e2, maybe drop his queen back at some point. This is going to transpose to something that might resemble a King's Indian after Black plays the move e5 or maybe c5, but either way, I'm not too optimistic. White will happily block the center and say, okay, I control the center, the queen side, king side, everything. Anna, this is controversial, this opening choice.
Very controversial, and I'm loving it for Ding Liren. I think he needs this. He needs that he has what could be a potentially really good start to a great game. I think he needs that confidence boost because he has it in him. He had a 100-game invincible streak. He beat Mikhail's style record by going undefeated for 100 games in 2018. Then he won the Singful Cup, beating Magnus in the tiebreaks in 2019. He clearly has it in him. He just needs to somehow find himself through all the struggles that he has been going through. Maybe this is the game he needs. Maybe this is it.
Maybe this is it. We could be watching. Maybe this is it. Who knows? We're all waiting, and waiting for the Tiger and Ding Liren to come back. And this is going to be one where he has an advantage for some time. I guess we should probably give a little bit of credit to the fact that Fabiano Caruana, obviously a very strong player, chose this opening kind of on purpose to maybe create this type of dynamic where Ding Liren goes for some aggressive stuff and then maybe isn't in his best form and ultimately can't handle the complications that ensue. And Black will strike, as you said, David, with c5 or e5. And the whole idea in these big centers is to, at some point, over-control a particular color complex like the dark squares to try to lock it up. And you won't be as easily punished in a closed center position as you slowly unwind the damage you did of underdeveloping all of your pieces over there on the queen side. You need some time to get back in it. So it's not over or anything, but yeah, we think this is a really great chance for Ding Liren and can't wait to see what happens. Let's back up, see what's happening on the other boards. We're just getting started. If you're tuning in for the first time, it's round 8 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. All 6 games are still going. We don't have a quick draw today. No quick Armageddons in sight. Magnus Carlsen taking the white pieces against Pragnanandhaa Rameshbabu, the only person to beat Magnus in Classical in this event. And that's a big one from a storyline perspective, as Magnus is also the tournament leader. Maybe we should go there now. Just talk about this Open Spanish that you said Magnus doesn't have a great record in, David. I want to unpack that a little bit. Let's head over there and see Carlsen versus Pragg.
Yeah, ultimately, I say he doesn't have a great record. I mean, his score in all openings is pretty decent, Magnus, but he hasn't often obtained an opening advantage. He's tried to avoid mainline theory. I've noticed in the Open Spanish, he's actually, I remember in a post-game press conference once, said he really doesn't enjoy the fact that it's so forcing, that the tension dissipates so quickly. But of course, the top players, they have studied in detail. Let's just explain very briefly what the opening was here, the Open Spanish. We see the Spanish opening with White's bishop coming in, putting some pressure on the Black Knight. And after a few turns here, instead of, for example, the Archangel, which would involve in the next few moves putting the Black Bishop on c5, instead of the classical Spanish, which is putting the Black Bishop on e7, we see immediate capture in the center, leading to very open positions, hence the name. We see d4, White trying to open lines up to gain compensation for the temporarily sacrificed pawn. Black kicks the White Bishop back. And now Black happily returns the pawn to block the center and regains some development. And queen to e2, not the most popular move, but still a well-known one. The idea is to put pressure along the d-file. Pragg castles, and there's actually a variety of moves here for White. We see on the side of our screens, not an eval bar, but the percentage win rate for either side here. White has won 35% of these positions, Black 17%, so actually a very high-scoring line for White statistically, but c3, a bit of a rare choice compared to c4. And here we see for the first time a en passant. Actually, maybe the first time this tournament. I can't remember one.
Passant. Wait, is this the first en passant we've had in live action? I mean, I'm sure it's happened in some games, but maybe we didn't cover it.
Must have done.
Yeah, I don't remember any en passant.
Where's Elias Sports Bureau when you need it, tracking every odd stat possible? Is this the first en passant?
We talked about en passant when June played f5, but we thought it wasn't the right move because if she had played f6, then you're
and en passant was not played there.
Exchange. Yes,
you're right.
It's not forced, the en passant. Somehow, I thought it was. That's what I heard on the internet.
There should be like a jingle when it happens, or everyone should just get a free croissant. Like croissants should just drop from the sky when en passant happens for the first time. But okay, en croissant it is. Sorry, David, continue.
En croissant, in honor of the upcoming Paris Olympics, he takes f6 here. Black recaptures. And, okay, White puts pressure in the center. There is actually a pin along the e-file, so Black's knight has to be really careful where it treads. It drops back, defending its bishop. Magnus keeps his bishop intact. And, I mean, my opening theory has run out a long, long time ago. But here, it seems both players relatively well prepared. They've both spent just over 10 minutes on the clock. I'm a bit nervous initially for White due to the fact the queen is stared down by the Black rook, but no tactics in sight here. It looks like White will happily put a bishop on e3 in the near future, maybe put his knight on g3. I'm slightly biased towards White's position because White has a safer king. Black has only 2 pawns as shelter. Watch out for some tactics along this diagonal in the near future. But Black's piece is very active for now, centralization.
Very active, and I keep staring at bishop g4 because I don't like much the e5 tension for white. I know you can play knight to e3 or bishop to e3, but it's slightly uncomfortable, I think, the pins.
And how would you follow up, Hannah, if I did, for example, block with the bishop and I see the bar slide?
Knight to e5, targeting the f3 knight.
Ooh. Yeah, that might force white to come back to d2 with the knight to avoid double pawns, potentially, unless you're not worried about the double pawns. Half of these positions, that's the battle, or at least where the prep goes deeper than what we're doing up here as commentators. They're aware that they can allow an exchange there and maybe tuck the king to h1 and ultimately use the g file for white when you start thinking about an attack against the black king. So, okay, yeah, this is interesting, and I will say that there's aggressive intentions, I guess, if you want to say, from Pragg here. I want to talk about the storyline of Pragg beating Magnus and the fact that he was one of the youngest players to ever do it. We actually brought some stats here for everyone. We were prepared today to talk about this storyline, as you can see. And this is indeed a list of the youngest players to defeat Magnus Carlsen after he became the world number one. One of the funniest ones is right there at the top because they were both really young, and Anish Giri. Shout out to a young Anish getting it done there. But kind of a who's list of some of the most talented chess players in the world. These are the names that you should get to know for the coming decade, along with Pragg, of course, Vincent Keimer, Norbek Abdusaturov, Andrei Esipenko. These players are all going to be great, but that 15 years is the biggest separation of any of them, Anna.
Huge time gap, 2 different generations. And from what we see, 16 years, 18 years, 17 is not the right number.
Apparently, if you're 17, don't play Magnus Carlsen, David. That's what the stats here say. If you're 17, you're not in a good spot against Magnus.
Exactly. If you're 16, you might have decent chances. If you're 18, go for it. Play Magnus, crush him. But yeah, 17 years old, it's not the way. And yeah, watch out for these names. Maybe future world champions among them.
Yep. All right. Well, we got a lot of chess ahead today in the future of this show. There are 6 games still going. We're going to head over to the bird's eye view and let you take a look because we are going to take our first break of the day. We've bounced around, set the table on a few of them, but of course there are many others that we need to dive into. So stick with us. Round 8 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women has only just begun.
I'm here with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, number 3 in the world in Classical at 2,789, number 2 in the world in Rapid at a rating I should have memorized before we started filming, number 9 in the world in... Did I say number 2 in Rapid?
That's the wrong word.
Yep, yeah, damn it. All right. I'm here with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, rated number 3 in the world in Classical Chess at 2,789, number 2 in the world in Blitz, and number 9 in the world in Rapid. And he is playing in his 3rd candidates here in Toronto. Hikaru,
Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you too. Wow, I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with the 3rd candidates. We're here in Toronto.
I think I'll be pretty succinct about it. It'll either be a very good event or probably a very bad event.
Going into the 2022 candidates, I don't want to say you didn't expect to be playing for first place in the final game, or you just kind of didn't have any expectations, period.
Well, I think in that candidates, my only goal was to not make a fool out of myself. Okay. I think if I go back to sort of the start of the whole process, playing the Grand Prix, the FIDE Grand Prix events in Berlin, it was mostly the same thing. I just wanted to be competitive, and that was all I was hoping for.
How has it changed your life? Obviously, as a creator now, but also just for chess, the love for the game?
First of all these people during the pandemic have been watching my stream, these top players. I'm not saying they're watching every day, but they had at least seen it. And I know some people like Wesley, hey Wesley, I think watch it very frequently. When they watch streamers, or you watch people streaming chess, your view of the person becomes very different when you actually have to compete against them. For example, if I go back to when I played Magnus in this famous match, I think it was 2009 or 2010, I forget when it was, in Moscow, the famous Blitz match, Magnus was able to see that my opening theory was not great. We played a bunch of games, played a bunch of different openings, and I think one of the biggest things that he realized is that my opening theory, my general knowledge was not great at that time, and he was able to use that against me a lot in some future games over the following years, and I lost a lot to him. Neither of us really knew each other, and so it sort of made sense to play. Now, obviously, I've said this too, I would never do that. If I were given the choice, I never would have done that, looking back, but it is what it is.
What is the future of chess in your opinion?
Well, nobody's going to like my answer on this, but I think nothing's going to change. I think, truth be told, I think FIDE is very, very resistant to change. I don't think they want to get away from the long history they have with classical chess and the classical world champions and the whole format. I don't think anyone's going to be as dominant as Magnus has been, or perhaps will be, and if they're not changing it for him, I don't think they're changing it for anybody.
Obviously, you love chess, and you're... I mean, I hope, right? Like, you love chess. We can start there. Do you love chess?
We developed a knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we play b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Fabiano Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster, and here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel. This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against the Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
Round 8, 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues. International Master Danny Wrench here alongside the crew. International Master Anna Rudolph, and Grandmaster David Howell on the end. We're bringing it to you, the analysis, the takes, the storylines, and right now we're going to bring it to the fans with some numbers. Let's talk about what the pre-event predictions were for Norway Chess, because I think that gets into the conversation about where they stand now. I don't really know that I agree with these pre-event predictions. I'm especially surprised that Hikaru Nakamura, who was the defending champion, was given lower chances, according to chess numbers, than both Magnus and Fabiano. Are you surprised about that, David?
Yes. Interesting, I mean, some of these numbers, Magnus had a 40-something% chance before the tournament. The fact it's risen to 66%, understandable due to the fact he's in the lead so near the end, but still so much at stake. I mean, Pragg, for example, today with a win could really throw a spanner in the works here. Hikaru is breathing down Magnus's neck. I'm shocked. I mean, a lot here is based on ratings, but either way, Hikaru, the format seems to suit him. He's got a chance. Surely higher than that.
And are you surprised by any of the takes there? I mean...
Yeah, I am. I didn't realize that the probabilities were this heavily favoring the current leader and world number one, Magnus Carlsen. Obviously, he's a super strong player.
I'm not surprised that Magnus is the favorite, I guess.
But like in comparison to the others is all I mean. I think he has been the favorite, but I didn't realize how heavily the numbers take Magnus as the clear favorite. I thought it's closer. I thought the second, third, fourth behind him is closer. That's all I meant.
Interesting. Obviously, there's algorithms and systems that they put into those. The chess numbers crew works hard to do a lot of things, including predicting Anish Giri's chances, or lack thereof, of becoming world chess champion. Sorry, that's a shout out to a fun Twitter conversation. But all right, let's move the conversation over to Norway Chess women and talk about the pre-event probabilities there, as well as where they sit. I'm not as surprised in this one. Zhu and June is well, she's the world champion and been pretty dominant. But it is interesting to see that she is still favored despite Anna Muzychuk actually being in the lead, Anna.
Yes, I think that is a huge surprise for these probabilities. I would have thought that if you're leading, even if it's at half a point, but you are leading, Anna Muzychuk is the leader, so she should be the one who has a higher chance to win the tournament, right? Like, I don't know numbers, but I would think she is the one that's a favorite to win. And Vaishali, we can see how it spiked when she started winning in classical chess after round 4, round 5, round 6, but then the spike down since she lost her last 2 games.
Yep. I guess it could jump up again, David, if she gets a win today. Obviously, she'd be doing it just in the nick of time.
Yeah, it feels like 7.8% for Vaishali is on the low side, especially because she has her fate in her own hands. Today's game will likely change everything. A win here, and those odds will shoot up. Shout out to Pia Kramling, 0.1%. She's not out of it.
She's not out of it. She's not out of it. And again, Vaishali playing Anna Muzychuk, right? We should highlight that. So talk about a victory that would both turn her chances around. You said it, David. She controls her own fate. Speaking of her fate, let's get over to that game, if we can. I know, David, at the break you said you've got a great anecdote to share about the Magnus Carlsen versus Pragnanandhaa Ramesh Babu matchup, but I'm going to let you save that, tease the fans, keep them on the edge of their seat, because I do want to talk about Vaishali's game, her Verisov that she chose against Anna Muzychuk, because it's a fascinating position, and one where she's trying to get a victory here in Classical. So let's dive into Vaishali versus Muzychuk again. As we said, Anna is leading the tournament. She is the clear leader in Norway Chess Women, but Vaishali has scored well against Anna of late. 1.5 out of 2 in Toronto. She beat Muzychuk in Armageddon already in this event. What do we got here, David?
Yeah, simply a very tense position, but it does feel like White might have a little bit of pressure. There's a few reasons for it. We saw this early knight c3 from White. It transposed later to the Jabava London, and the reason I slightly prefer White's chances is twofold. One, a very strong bishop on e5. It's actually surprisingly hard to trade this bishop off in favorable ways. For example, you cannot take it with your knight right now. White would simply recapture with a pawn with a nasty fork. White would actually win a piece within one move. The second reason I'm optimistic for Vaishali here is that the black knight on c6 is often misplaced in the way of its pawns here. It doesn't really have anywhere active to jump to. Normally you want a pawn on this square that the knight sits on in order to solidify your center. So it just feels a little bit awkward. No big threats, no weaknesses in Black's camp, but I would prefer Vaishali's position for sure.
I also prefer it from White's perspective. I started looking at options for Anna to try to defend the Anna side of the position, but I'm struggling a little bit. Obviously nothing big going on. This is just slightly better for White, slightly more comfortable. But if you don't play it precisely here for the next few moves, the advantage would start increasing for White because of the factors you mentioned, David. I was trying to see, can we maneuver this knight from c6 over to the king side, but I feel like, I don't know how big of a deal it is, but once you play knight e7, that invites bishop takes f6 to slightly damage the structure in front of the black king. Maybe it's not something that is too bad if you manage to then use the g file from Black's perspective, but that's something that Black needs to take into consideration. Like, you cannot just jump to g6 with the knight. You are inviting the doubling of the pawns. You mentioned that she cannot take on e5 because of the fork, and if she were to take on e5 with the bishop, then after d takes e5, the knight has to go. White pushes d4 and gets even more space, so that pawn structure will be really strong for White. I don't know what would be the best way here to deal with the tension. As solid as everything is, she needs to do something to improve her setup. What do you think, Danny?
I agree with everything you guys said, and it's true. Black has to do something to improve the setup, and you highlighted it well. Again, in a queen's pawn game, the knights belong behind the c-pawns, not in front of them, and this is a good example as to why, because you lack a clear plan. And that's often based on just a chess principle that holds true over time, which is typically you want to attack in the direction of your pawn structure. Black has f7, e6, d5. And another way I say it with beginners is whatever your lead pawn is, whatever the furthest advanced pawn is in the center, usually you should be trying to go toward that flank, depending on whether it's a lead king pawn, a lead queen pawn, a lead Sicilian pawn, a c5 pawn. The pieces flow in the direction where there are open lines. And so if Black could just play c5 here, just do that on the board, just like pick up the pawn and put it on c5, and like that's a way that you could do it. And you start getting space on that side, and then your queen would develop and the rook would come over. But you can't do that. And so that's the point Anna was making. It makes you want to play knight e7 at the risk of doubling your pawns, which maybe is okay, right? I like White's position here. I also love the double D pawns there. The fact that they completely control the center of the board. This is a good example of where doubled pawns can be super helpful. When they're not isolated and on an open file and easy targets, they can really be a structural best friend. And White can use the C file here. White has the flexibility to eventually play for e4. So, David, I don't know if you think I'm overdoing it here, but to me, I feel like White's edge from a practical perspective is a little easier here than the computer gives it. I feel like it's a good start to the game for Vaishali.
Yep, 100% agree. Of course, computers will find a way for Black to unravel, defend, maybe trade off some pieces, but for a human, you're under pressure. You are the ones facing the questions. You are the one with no obvious moves if you're Anna Muzychuk right now. So I think opening success for Vaishali, and potentially opening up the tournament if she can get that valuable classical win. But either way, just a great opening choice, I feel, Anna. And we've said that about Vaishali several times this tournament. It's a bit like Nakamura in the Open. It feels like she's always getting the game on her terms. She's always landing the first surprise. And yes, it's been a tough couple of days, but Vaishali, maybe third time's the charm. Maybe she'll bounce back.
It could be the case, and I fully agree with you that we have been so impressed with Vaishali's opening preparation. Almost every single round, she is the one that out-prepares her opponents. Regardless of the color, she predicts very well what is going to happen over the board, and she comes extremely well prepared, as it shows today as well. Even though the time is very balanced. Usually when she would be the one surprising, she often plays very fast as well. So maybe it was partially her preparation. Obviously, she chose to play knight c3 on move 2, but it might have been the case that Anna already deviated from what she expected. Yeah,
and it's also, even with preparation, some things you prepared with the purpose of just making sure you get a game that is not about preparation, right? You're trying to get a fight. You're trying to get something where both players are thinking for themselves as early as possible. So it could be mission accomplished on that. Okay, I got a Verosov, and now how often does Vaishali play the Verosov? I actually don't know her repertoire well enough to answer. My point is, anytime you're in a structure, the patterns that are going to occur out of out of the opening are new. You want to make sure you don't step on any landmines, get yourself in trouble. So I think the clock management might just be based on those factors there. All right. Do we want to back up and take a look?
Yeah, I agree.
Other games?
This position, I think it's key that Anna Muzychuk does think for a long time. She's been in the tank for nearly 10 minutes, and I expect that to continue because it is a critical moment, and either she'll suffer for a while or she'll come up with a plan.
And she has just come up with a plan.
Hey, Black's Knight
Right on
lands.
cue.
Yeah, on G4, that bottom left board that we see on our screens. She's trying to release the pressure with some exchanges. Very logical move. And we'll come back to that one a bit later.
I like it. I like that she's going for something concrete to release the tension in the center.
All right, I think we teased the fans long enough. They want to know what David's anecdote is about Magnus Carlsen's game versus Pragnanandhaa. David at the break said, Danny, well, he actually said it in a really sexy accent, but he basically told me that he had something special for us in the Magnus game versus Pragg. So what do you got?
You've built it up now, Danny.
I have. You better deliver now.
It's going to be an anticlimax. So in front of me, I have what the viewers see at home, but I'm looking at chess.com/events, and out of the corner of my eye, I noticed this opening. It says the categorization. It says Roy Lopez opening, Morphy defense, open, and guess which variation of the Roy Lopez of the open Spanish this is? Any guesses, the two of you?
I have no idea.
There's a name to it, obviously, that matters. And
no way! I've just seen it and I cannot believe my eyes.
I have no idea.
Oh my gosh!
Go on, Anna. I'll let you deliver.
It's the Howell attack!
It's the Howell attack.
The Howell attack. And the worst thing is it's not named after me, of course. It's named
David!
after...
Don't tell them. It's of course named
of
after
course, you are the only Howell to have ever played
Who else
chess,
would
man.
Be Howell?
I mean, there's also an English grandmaster called Howell, James Howell, who retired around the same time I started coming through. Everyone thought he was my dad, but no relation. Never even met him. But this was named after an American master from the 19th century.
Okay, when
Clarence
did we enter
Howell.
the Howell attack? Let's go to that position and analyze just so we can officially acknowledge that from here on out, as far as most fans will be concerned, this is named after David Howell. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Howell master who has the naming rights to this.
Yeah, Magnus definitely didn't do that on purpose, the Howell attack. But it's this position, the open Spanish. We mentioned that it starts with knight takes e4. This is a few moves down the line. Here, white has several main moves. Knight d2 is the main line. There's also c3, bishop e3, rook e1, you name it. Queen e2. Clarence Howell, I thank you. This is the Howell attack. And the idea is to put the rook on d1 as Magnus did. And if he wins now, it's clearly all down to the opening choice. But,
it's clearly all down to the opening choice and dedicating it to one of his close friends, David Howell. This is a sign. Maybe he thinks it's your birthday or something.
Yeah, it's definitely not
your
my
birthday?
It's definitely not my birthday. It was Jon
Man, he
Ludvig
got it
Hammer's
wrong.
birthday recently.
It was
Yeah,
just a couple
he got
days
it
ago.
wrong.
By the way, this is going to be a fun position. The f5 move from Pragg really makes it unique in this Spanish middle game. You get these types of developments and structures a lot with the two knights on c5 and c6, and the pawn on d5 maybe being a target. Black is extended with a6 and b5. A lot of the dynamics of white's pieces are also very similar to the main lines. But the open king side, right, the f-pawn being gone and the two bishops stacked over there, this is not a Spanish you see every day. And the fact that Pragg went for it so, I guess, confidently played this f5 move. I don't know if he was still in prep at the time, but just makes me excited that I think we're going to get some action here.
Yeah, I'm excited too. I've had some experience in this exact pawn structure from the black side. I went through a phase of playing the open Spanish, and it often did lead to the positions like this where en passant happened. And yeah, long term, even if the minor pieces disappear, black, the fact that you have a little less shelter around your king, if it's just kind of queens and rooks on the board, you could suffer there. Always you have to watch out for Greek gift type sacrifices with bishop takes h7. If you've got hanging pieces, the white queen will be able to move out the way. Knights pouring towards the king side. All of white's pieces kind of gravitating in that direction. So I think I'd rather be white right now. But Anna, it feels like Pragg, despite him choosing the opening, low on the clock. A common storyline at this point in the last few rounds.
He did not expect a Howell attack. I cannot believe it. What kind of preparation doesn't expect that Magnus wants to tribute you in his opening variation?
By the way, Magnus is playing fast here. So whether Magnus came premeditated with the Howell attack in mind or not. Jokes aside, he's playing quickly here.
Yeah, he's prepared. He had this on his mind, whether for the name or because he thinks it's a good choice against an 18-year-old star who beat him earlier in the tournament, and he's very motivated to take revenge. It could be either. It could be either the reason for his decision, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Agreed.
He's kept tension in the position. That's what Magnus loves to do. So the Open Spanish, I mentioned his kind of track record, Magnus. It's often because there's quick exchanges, quick forcing lines, fireworks, and equality. But this one, all pieces on the board, just 2 pawn trades, and shaping up nicely. This one will come to life a bit later.
Let's back up. The other games are shaping up. They're moving along. We haven't talked about Ding Liren's game versus Fabiano Caruana in a little bit. For those of you who may just be tuning in, a really great opportunity, we think, for Ding Liren over there, with a huge space advantage and a bit of a dubious decision from Fabiano to play the opening he did on purpose. Bobby knew what he was doing, trying to get something awkward and weird, and one that he might try to play for a win as black, which sometimes this aggressive of an intention to play for a win as black has to come with some big risks. But has been joked about by us and so many people in the different chat rooms. This looks like a position black plays in a titled Tuesday. It is Tuesday. Maybe it's a nod to the online chess arena. And what we mean by that is a little bit easier to get away with these types of weird weapons when your opponent doesn't have a ton of time to think. Something Hikaru might play and then somehow win anyway, and you go, how the bleep does he do that, right? But just looks ugly for Fabiano in that game.
It really, really does. He's forgotten about piece development. He's forgotten about the principle of space. Black really, really cramped, struggling for air here. I mean, just how on earth are you going to develop these pieces to satisfactory squares in the near future? I will say I'm slightly surprised by Ding's last move. Voluntarily, he pushed his pawn forward to d5, unprovoked, allowing black to maybe trade off this pawn, the head of the pawn chain, but ultimately still looks like a struggle for black. You mentioned Title Tuesday, Danny. One of our world record attempters downstairs, Odin, he mentioned he'll try to play the late Title Tuesday after the marathon attempt.
No way, because 61 hours of chess is not enough.
Those guys are out of their mind. I mean, honestly, like, that is just crazy. Like, you go downstairs and it's just, it's uncomfortable to look at them. You're like, oh my God, you've been there for 60 hours almost.
You haven't slept for 2 days straight.
You haven't slept for 2 days straight. It's okay. We'll talk more about it later. Right now we have so much Norway Chess to cover, and that's why the fans are watching this stream and not the other one. You can go to twitch.tv/chess or maybe open it up and do some second monitor viewing, as we call it today. Keep that one pinned in the background in case something wild happens. But some funny stories coming out of their experience in this that we've already been told, and I'm sure there'll be many more. All right. Fabiano taking a think about Ding's voluntary d5. I like it because, again, even if it's a bit of a surprise or unnecessary in terms of what to do with the space, David, I like that he's being aggressive. So let's let Ding Liren look at him. He's got the Ding pose here, and he's dialing in maybe for an aggressive fight. I want to go back to Firouzja Hikaru. We touched on that first, or maybe we jumped down to the game between Zhu Wenjun and Pia Kramling. Remember, Zhu Wenjun is also in a great spot, of course, still in Norway Chess Women. She's in second place behind Anna Muzichuk, but now with white pieces against the lowest rated player in the field. And she's played G4 in front of the king. G4 for the score. Let's go to there. I like it. Zhu Wenjun versus Pia Kramling.
Yeah, I like it too. This one's shaping up to be a real fight right now. Black's actually gone for a setup that's well known from the Queen's Indian, from a bit of a chess queen, Pia Kramling. She's fianchetted her bishop. She's put her other bishop on d6. It's pretty much impossible to break Black's queenside structure, central structure here even. This is well known to be rock solid for Black. But the one downside is you're only really playing on one flank. And Anna, what do you make of this? Is this aggression? Is this... is this Zhu Wenjun lashing out in the tournament situation? Almost a must-win game if she wants first prize.
Yeah, I think it clearly shows her intentions in this game, and it's a good move. It seems to be a great idea, as you mentioned, for Black. Everything is going on the queen side. Black will try to push c5, develop the b8 knight. There's still plenty of things to do there on the opposite side of the flank. So Ju Wenjun says, okay, you do your thing there. I'm going to do my thing on the other side of the board. And after g4, she is already posing questions, one of them being, do you let me push g5, and is g5 a threat? Is it something that Black needs to prevent so that the knight is not chased away and then the h7 square is vulnerable? Does she need to worry about this, Pia? What do you think?
Yeah, she might well need to worry about it. Also, Pia, we've seen throughout this tournament, if you give her a technical position, she's more often than not more than capable, more than holds her own. But when the pace of the game changes, sometimes not taking the most active decisions. I'm not sure how Black should be active here to try to punish White for opening up the kingside. I remember when I was growing up, I saw a lot of Kasparov games, and often when he played d4, which wasn't every time, he would go for this type of flexible setup. A pawn on f3 does, after all, dominate the Black knight on f6 for now, covering its kind of forward leap squares, and g4 often followed by knight g3, and then, like you said, Anna, g5, f4, everything pushing on the king side. It is a relatively well-known plan, so yeah, I think conventional wisdom would suggest that Black's best move is c5. You mentioned it, Anna. A flank attack met by a central strike, but ultimately that's just the very beginning of what's about to happen.
I love these types of games where someone is opening up their own king side for an attack, and I love the theme you've highlighted, often opening the center, right? That is the most principled thing to do. If someone moves a pawn in front of their king, make them regret it. Make them wish pawns could go backward in 10 moves, right? And often the best way to do that is to just blow open the whole board. So, but Ju Wenjun knows what she's doing. She's in for a fight, and this definitely shows that the storyline we said coming in is true. She knows that this might be one of her best chances to get a classical win, not because Pia Kramling isn't amazing, but Ju Wenjun is the highest rated player in the event, the women's world champion. She has the white pieces. This is an opportunity she needs to take. And even at the risk of the computer saying, oh, I kind of like Black a little better when you open your own king, Ju Wenjun doesn't care. She's in it to win it. By the way, speaking of in it, Vaishali went inside the confessional booth for the first time in the event. And she's not in it any longer. She went in the confessional. She's now back at the board. But I know we were on the other game there in Norway Chess Women. We're going to swing back to talking about Vaishali's battle versus the leader, Anna Muzychuk, because she just went and gave her first confession ever. Let's check it out.
Hello everyone. This is my first visit to confession room. My brother keeps telling me to join the confession every day, but yeah, so I finally decided to come here today. So I played this Jobava London. Last two games were a bit difficult, so I just decided to go all out today. A bit of an emotional decision, but yeah, it's just about equal. So in other games, Pragg is playing Magnus today. Yeah, they always had exciting games, so it's nice to see them battle today. Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Shout out to Big Brother.
Yeah,
no, younger brother.
Big brother.
Sorry, no, sorry. I apologize for that. Sometimes when you say brother, you think big brother. But no, Vaishali is the older of the two siblings. But shout out to Pragg for giving Vaishali the push, Anna.
I think that's great. You love to see that. Hikaru already praised Pragg for going to the confessional and all the reasons he mentioned. And now that Pragg is spreading the word that the confessional is the place to be. It's important for the event, for the fans, for the show. They're doing it. You love to see it. Great influence, great family.
You're right all along, Danny. It's the Avengers assembling and taking on Thanos, trying to catch up with Hikaru collectively.
I think Hikaru is going to win at the end of the day. I will make a prediction, and we could get odds on this, maybe a poll for chat. I think Hikaru will have more confessional visits than the entire field before the tournament is said and done. Although, if Vaishali is entering the arena, then maybe I'm wrong, along with hopefully a lot of others. But David and I were talking a lot about this before the event started today, talking about different formats in chess and you know, so many of the online audience came in usually from faster time control events, not just Blitz or like the Speed Chess Championship or like Pog Champs, but also rapid events, right? So classical events is a different pace. But we were saying that honestly, when classical chess is combined with these elements, the Armageddon that Norway Chess builds in at the end, so you always leave satisfied. And also the element of the confession. We talked about heart rate monitors, getting those back, but I really feel like this type of content is just amazing when you can really get inside the players' heads and they get more comfortable with it for all the reasons Hikaru said when he was with us yesterday. It's awesome. So just wanted to say that I think that from that perspective, sometimes there's debates and people think, oh, like, you know, online chess doesn't like classical chess and all those things. Like, none of that is really true. We're all just trying to cover the game and maybe present it in ways that are more accessible to audiences that aren't familiar with it. And sometimes a 6-hour single game is hard for people to understand and get into. But I would argue that if the confessional element becomes a part of it and you can get inside the players' heads, there are other sports that are doing this too. Baseball's miking up players, right? And you see Formula One drivers, right, miking up. And so, anyway, it's just awesome and great. And let's back up to the bird's eye view and take a look at the other games as Vaishali attacks Anna Muzychuk's queen and asks her what she's going to do with that.
Yeah, shout out to Pia the Pioneer as well. Pia Kramling a couple of days ago went in, the first woman to step into the confessional booth. The next day she came back. She actually won her first match, Pia. But then Anna Muzychuk stepped in. She won her match yesterday. Maybe Vaishali will win her match after coming to the confessional booth. Starting a trend here, Anna. Really positive stuff
Very
to see.
positive, and it seems to have a positive impact on their results. So suddenly everyone will be going in the hopes of, oh, this is the lucky charm we need. But also, of course, great content, and we so appreciate that the players take the time to give that insight to us, the fans, the viewers. It's just an incredible feature, and I would love to see every tournament have a confessional.
Couldn't agree more. Maybe it is a lucky charm. Maybe it's why Hikaru won Norway Chess last year. He's the defending champion, and he's visited more than anyone else and has played really better than anyone else, not named Magnus Carlsen, I guess, and he might still win the event again. So let's actually go back to Hikaru's game. I wanted to get there. Firouzja versus Nakamura. You see in the upper right, the green board. It started out as a repeat, David, as you said, of their battle from the candidates not too long ago in Toronto, just a couple months ago, with some different move orders, a different approach from Firouzja, but still a lot of fight left ahead in this one, and Hikaru's not there right now. Maybe he's in the confessional booth.
Could very well be there right now.
He saw Vaishali enter. He was like, no, you don't do this. I'm Thanos. I want my fair share. But there's actually been a huge development in this game, at least in the last couple of moves. Hikaru not just visiting the confessional, maybe, but has also thrown a pawn away. He's sacrificed a pawn, gambited it against Alireza. And let's just recap the last few moves, because there's only been 3 turns since we were last here, but 3 huge moves in the great scale of this game. So a5, putting pressure on the white queen side. The black rook wants to potentially eye up the white queen. Firouzja said, okay, I'm shutting down the queen side. I think a very logical, maybe the most natural decision here. Black's bishop jumped out to g4, developing this piece, putting some pressure on the white knight. Also, we sometimes say knights before bishops, but the black knight wants to use the b7 square. The black bishop would have been entombed behind that piece, so might as well develop it first. But now, a bit of a sneaky threat from Firouzja. He moves this knight out of the attack. If black is now careless and plays a move like knight to d7, then whoops, the reason behind white's knight jump is revealed. Knight to g6, a really common motif here. There's a pin along the diagonal, so the black pawn on f7 pinned, cannot take this knight. You're attacking a rook. If the rook moves, you lose that f7 pawn due to the battery along the diagonal. So there was a threat in the position and drastic measures taken from Hikaru Nakamura. He plays the move d5 just to block the diagonal. It is a pawn sacrifice. Now he says, okay, bishop d6, I'm locking that line forever. The white bishop looking a bit silly now on c4. But what do we make of this? A pawn is a pawn. Is it worth it?
A pawn is a pawn. I love free stuff, so I would definitely want to be playing this game from White's perspective. At the same time, the computer gives that pawn push, the pawn sacrifice of Hikaru, as one of the best moves in that position. So maybe he did have to do something about this knight g6 in a drastic way, with this drastic measure of giving up material. And it's complex. It's doubled pawns, and that pawn of white on d5 is blocking the diagonal. So pros and cons. but I do love the extra material. I think Firouzja, speaking of lucky charms, is repeating his Armani sweater from yesterday, and he beat Caruana in an Armageddon yesterday, so he's going for the lucky charm too. What do you think, Danny?
I think you're right. I think white is to be preferred, although I will say I do think it's awkward. I can't wait to hear what Hikaru has to say about this position, because you got to figure out what to do about that knight on the edge. Is there some sort of prep that he brought to the table, even if not this exact position? So can't wait to hear it. By the way, Hikaru did go to the confessional booth, and I think he's there right now. We're going to have that for our subscribers at the break. So it is that time to throw us your prime. If you're thinking about it, you don't want to miss a moment of the action here from Norway. Subscribe to make sure you get any and all content always at the break, along with a list of a ton of awesome things for our subscribers on Twitch and YouTube and everywhere. And by the way, again, that ad-free on chess.com is a big thing people don't know.
I did not
Didn't
know
shout
it.
it out yesterday.
Yeah,
if you connect your account.
And it's so useful to have that feature. I had no idea that's why I don't have ads.
Well, you have a titled Diamond account, so you actually.
That's also, so I have double protection.
You have double
against
protection,
that.
but in general, you're right. If you subscribe and then connect your chess.com account, it's actually really easy. Then you don't have ads on chess.com, and you support our shows and all of our events, and we really appreciate it. So.
And you get the Anna and David emotes. You
get the Anna and David emotes right there. Yep.
Right.
Well, yeah, and right now, I think a lot of people are not wanting to miss Hikaru's confessional. I can't wait to hear what he has to say about not just this opening, playing Firouzja, the prep, and anything else. Maybe he sees other people visiting the booth, and he does want to make sure he maintains his lead on the scoreboard. All right. Well, he's still gone. Firouzja still thinking.
Yeah. And I just want to point out before we move away from this game that this pawn structure, this pawn sacrifice, is really similar to a variation of the Ponziani opening. If I'm allowed off on a small tangent here.
Mm-hmm. Go for it, please.
If we just rewind back to move 1 to show what the Ponziani is, just to talk about this pawn structure, where I think Hikaru might have borrowed this idea from after knight f3, knight c6, after the move c3. This is the Ponziani. White kind of plans to build a big pawn center. Black often strikes first in the middle of the board, and after the move queen to a4, putting some pressure along the diagonal. One of Black's more ambitious moves here, I remember studying this years and years ago, it was the move bishop to d7, blocking the diagonal. It is a pawn sacrifice, but after pawn takes pawn on d4, the black knight jumps out the way, hitting the white queen. The white queen retreats. Now you trade a set of knights. The black bishop plants itself on d6, and you might often see variations such as this one, where I'm getting flashbacks to the game position. Again, there's doubled pawns on the d-file. There's a bishop stuck on the c4 square. The kind of board is cut in half in a way. So black plays on the king side. Often bishop comes out to g4 like it does in this position that we see in front of us in the live board. And white plays on the queen side, black plays on the king side. But yeah, I'm just getting those Ponziani vibes.
I love it. And when do we get Ponziani vibes? Like almost never.
Really?
So we got to get them when we can. You know, you got to get, just like you got to get your vitamin D when the sun's out. You know, you got to get your Ponziani vibes in. And no, and it's good because if you see the Ponziani there on the left in the live board, now we're caught up, but it shows a similar evaluation. The computer likes white. White is up a pawn for good reason. But the vibe, as David said, is that there is compensation, there is counterplay. And one thing that's not that obvious now is that at some point, the knight on f6 can move, and you may push f5 and get some sort of space attack going on the king side. That's another advantage you have only because you did sacrifice that d5 pawn and close down the bishop and queen over there on the long diagonal. So yeah, watch out for that. If Hikaru's feeling good about his compensation, we'll find out when he does give us his confessional thoughts at the break. So, all right. Do we want to head to another one? By the way, interesting stats the chess.com team pulled together just to kind of make sure that we know. We talk about this matchup between these two guys. They've played each other so much. I don't know who Hikaru has played the most online amongst top players, but it might be Alireza Firouzja. And it's a pretty good score for Hikaru over Firouzja.
Wow.
Those numbers.
Look at those numbers at the bottom of your screens, everyone. That's a lot of games.
Yeah. Total games.
Against each other. I don't think I have 1,000 games on my account, and Hikaru won over 1,000 times against Alireza.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Times.
It's a lot of games against each other. And
1,659 games online against each other.
All right.
Must be a record.
I think we have some catching up to do, every one of us who...
And a pretty good score for Hikaru, actually.
Yeah.
Although, again, a lot of those games also came as Firouzja was
young and
rising as an up-and-comer. I think that they are close, more evenly matched now, although Hikaru probably still has a little bit of an edge. But yeah, fascinating to see. And I know Hikaru has played a lot of games against, Adanya Naroditsky or so many of the other household online names. But as far as players competing against him in classical chess in Norway, I think this is the most games he has against anybody, and it's probably not even close.
Yeah, we saw his classical score against Firouzja also looking favorable for Hikaru with 3 classical wins. Firouzja yet to beat Hikaru at this time format, these long games. And often it's just that way. Everyone has a nemesis and everyone has their kryptonite that they struggle to play against. We actually saw it in the candidates where there was a time scramble. Hikaru outfoxed, tricked Firouzja. It feels like both players really want to go at each other in this game.
Yeah, they do, and I love that. I love that how it's always the tendency when Firouzja faces Caruana. I love how it's also the same story when it's Firouzja against Nakamura. I think the style, of course, of the players matters a lot, but when it's both players wanting to go for that attacking, aggressive style, it always brings exciting positions.
It does, and Firouzja does tend to bring that out in people. Fabiano said that when he was here in studio. Well, their game yesterday was absolutely entertaining and crazy. If you missed Fabiano's battle with the white pieces versus Alireza Firouzja from yesterday, it went to Armageddon, but we called it ending in classical. We were wrong because it was so crazy. We were sure there was going to be a decisive result, a piece sacrifice, crazy attack, a couple of missed wins actually probably for Firouzja, so maybe it should have ended in classical. But all right. He does bring it out in people, Firouzja. That's why people love him. That's why at one point they were saying Firouzja is the future. Is he still the future? We don't know. There's so many other big names, so many other young players that are right there with him, like the guy playing Magnus Carlsen, who is the future world champion. You have another countryman of Pragg taking on Liren at the end of the year. Or will it continue to be Liren? These are the questions. So, all right. Where do we want to go? That's the next question.
There have been some developments in the Carlsen-Pragnanandhaa game. All the knights have left the board. Some quick transitions there. But we also haven't seen Liren against Humpy for a while, and some big threats on that board. Pins galore. So,
yeah, I like it. Let's do it. Let's go to Purple Power.
Let's do it.
Liren versus Humpy Canero. At that point, we will have officially looked at every game in progress here in round 8. It's Norway Chess. Where have you been? We are here. David, take it away.
Yeah, this is a really tense middle game position. Black's last move, queen to c5, lines up a nasty pin along the diagonal. The white king feeling the heat right now. The knight on d4 pinned. It's about to get hit also by a rook on d8. And here, Anna, Liren with a lot to ponder, a lot to figure out, and she spent 20 minutes already on this one move. What are you expecting once she finally makes a decision?
I'm expecting something crazy here because it's such a sharp position for all the reasons that you pointed out already, David, and it is a critical moment. She's spending her time wisely because she needs to get this right and she needs to calculate very precisely. So very good time management, very good moment to pause and think through everything that's out there. But it's also not going to be an easy task because all these factors about the pins, the d-file, also the queen pinning the knight, how do you make sure that you are not losing material? Black at the same time is inviting you to capture on f6 and allows that you damage the pawn structure in front of the black king. So that's definitely a move that white is considering, whether you want to take on f6 or keep this bishop on the board in case you need to drop back to e3 to deal with the threats on d4.
Yeah, it's interesting because the tactics will be crazy either way. The risk of parting ways with your dark squared bishop in this position is very real for white, right? The dark squares are weak forever. You've moved the f-pawn forward against Ben Feingold's wishes, and it cannot go back. So no matter what, you have a big decision to make here. Bishop e3 or bishop takes f6 and then trying to unpin the knight so that you can meet rook d8 with knight b3. I don't know. Maybe that's the only way you could get away with such an idea. Can we analyze it really quickly? Because I think the tactics are are spicy.
Let's jump in. So you're advocating king to h1, Danny, to get out the pin?
King h1, or I wonder if you could take f6. That's what I was suggesting based on what Anna said.
Yeah.
If bishop
try
takes
taking.
f6, g takes f6, and then king h1, and then if rook d8, knight b3. Again, no computer, no hands. Hands up, I promise, but I think white can... Oh, is there even knight e6?
Maybe knight d5? Is that?
Oh, you don't even have to worry about it. Yeah, knight d5 hits f6, even stronger. I guess my main worry after I parted ways with the dark square bishop was whether I could save my knight, because the knight is pinned to the queen, so I was looking at moves like knight to b3. But yeah, knight d5 seems great.
Knight d5, yeah. For a second, I was a bit worried about c6, hitting this knight.
But yeah,
now it gets sharp.
Now what? I mean, God, there's moves like rook c1 to consider. There's moves like knight b3 to consider.
This is where you play knight b3. I think
This is where you
the
play knight
computer
b3.
likes your idea, but one move later. So you already
okay.
have the threat of knight f6, but you
Yeah.
jump away first with the knight to hit on the queen on c5. And the black queen doesn't really have many squares to go to if you want to keep the pin on the d file.
Yeah, only one safe square, actually. You have to go back to f8, I believe. The only other safe square is d6, but now you lose your bishop due to a pin along the d file. So queen f8. There is no mate, but queen f8.
Only move to protect the rook, because otherwise knight f6 was going to
And I wonder,
up
can
the
you play
rook.
knight f6? Like knight f6, if king g7, can you play knight h5 check and just say, bring the king out into the fray, and is it really going to go after the knight? The computer agrees with me, even though I don't have any lines, that this is too dangerous for black, whether it's queen c1 check and then f4. And it's just, okay, so if we want to go back to the present, I think we've proven that bishop takes f6 is a good enough move. And not something that necessarily loses the knight on d4, nor do you fall apart on the dark squares if you're white. So, Leitin J thinking for good reason. Anna, you called it. Bishop takes f6 has got to be on her mind.
She definitely is calculating it. She can also try to play king h1 without taking on f6. Whether it will lead to the same, I guess it cannot exactly lead to the same, but she might want to keep the tension and say, oh, I can take next move as well on f6 if you don't do anything about it.
Yeah, big moment in this game. Again, for everyone at home, this is classical chess. This is kind of top players really knowing when to spend their time. They sense that there are captures. That variation we showed, it was 6-7 moves long, but it was all very forcing, quite linear. It's like, I go here, you react. I go here, you react. And it was all very forcing. So I think a really good moment for Leitin J to pause. I'm sure she'll make a great decision either way. It's just a stylistic thing. Tactical solution, or something a bit more positional with a bishop coming back to e3. 25 minutes in the tank, one of the longer thinks of the round so far. And we'll check back when she's made her decision.
Yep, Leitin J is going to take her time making this move, and that means it's time for us to take another break. You've got a good view of where all the games stand, everybody. Remember, you can go to chess.com/events, choose your own adventure. Make sure you don't miss a single move or a single moment of the action. But we still have plenty of action here in round 8. The games are just getting started. We're just getting heated up here in Stavanger. It's actually warmer inside than it is outside right now, a rainy day in Stavanger. But the chess on the board is still hot. When we return, more from Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women 2024 edition.
Welcome back, everyone, for today's video. Just kidding. Psych. Figured I'd start out with a fun intro to get you guys all laughing. So yeah. Anyway, back to the real world. Okay. So far my game's pretty standard. This is all stuff that I prepared a while back. I didn't actually look at this before the game today, but it's something that I looked at quite recently. So I expect Alireza to play knight d2, and then I'll go c6, and still pretty normal, nothing too crazy, no surprises yet. Although I would say, if anything, probably I'm the one who surprised Alireza thus far. He seems to be using a little bit more time. I suspect he still knows what he's doing. but it's going to develop. So my game is pretty boring, pretty normal. The other games are actually where the action is. So today Fabiano is deciding to go all in. He's deciding to play some dubious chess, where he's playing something that's not very, very good. It's not solid. He's trying really hard to win, and he's basically throwing all caution to win with the black pieces because he's playing against Ding Liren. So that game is going to have a lot of fireworks. We're going to see if Ding can sort of summon within sort of the urge to play fighting chess, see if he can find a way to keep together. I mean, Fabiano clearly is banking on that, especially based off yesterday where it felt like Ding was much better at the end of the game against Pragg, and then Ding just made the draw because I think he's kind of done with the tournament on some level. So Fabi's really banking on it. So that game is going to have fireworks, I expect, and it should be a thriller for everybody who's watching. Magnus's game is in open Spanish. Pretty normal so far. I mean, obviously both players are very well prepared, so we'll see what happens. But as I said before the game, you know, one thing that great champions in any sport have, and this isn't even really necessarily chess, is that they have a way of getting it done in the critical moments. And I think back to Magnus, whether it's, you know, the World Championship against Fabiano, where he was one loss away from being from no longer being number one in the world, or his game against Fabiano here, which he won, that beautiful game which sparked the rally. I mean, he just has this way, and even the game against Karyakin after that loss, I think in game number 9 or whatever it was, he bounced back right away. He just has a way of finding, or he finds a way to get it done, is what I mean to say. So it's going to be really exciting. I feel like this is one of these Magnus situations. We'll see if he can summon that magic and bring it home. So that game should be pretty exciting. Obviously, there's you know, Magnus wants some revenge today for what happened in the first game where he lost with a black piece to Pragg. So that should be exciting. Fabi's game should be exciting. My game could be exciting. It could also not be exciting. Really depends which approach Alireza chooses to take in the next couple of moves. So we'll see what happens. But you guys at home, at least you're going to have one really exciting game between Fabi and Ding for sure, even if the other two games aren't. So it's going to be a good day for everybody. I'll see you later.
Hi, everybody. I have to take the chance to come here when my opponent is thinking. So today there was first e4 and then it was d4. But of course, d4 was the move. But d4 was the move my opponent played. So we have an Indian. I think it's a very exciting position. And I just hope it will keep on being exciting for a long time. So is she going to push the pawns on the king side or not? But it means it will be very much playing very actively, but also open up in front of our own king. So it looks like such an exciting game we have today. So I'm just, let's see what she will play, but she's just thinking here a lot. And with the way she played this bishop d2, which has become quite popular. It's a little bit waiting move, a little bit you take on c3, I will take back with the bishop. So, and see a little bit how black wants to play. And black has different plans, so I choose this with the bishop to b7, d5, controlling e4, and keeping my bishop, my black bishop still alive. Okay, so hope for a long, fighting and exciting game.
Phones down, class. It's time to get to work. Let's focus.
Are you talking
everyone.
to yourself?
I'm talking to myself, talking to all the kids in school. In fact, or if you're in school, just, well, don't let your teacher see that you're watching chess right now if you're in school on the West Coast. Hopefully many of you are at summer break. Welcome in after our break, Danny Wrench alongside Anna Rudolph and David Howell. We've got round 8 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. And we've got a lot of interesting games. Again, before our last rest day, we had a bleep ton of decisive results. 5 to be exact. Only 1 game went to Armageddon. And as we jump into the bird's eye view and take a look from 30,000 feet at the beautiful colors before you, I think we got a lot of interesting positions here, crew, and maybe some more decisive results ahead.
Yeah, some fascinating positions, Anna. Stuff going on all over the boards.
I know, and we had the confessionals at the break, Hikaru's thoughts, Pia's thoughts. Pia is just such a wholesome human being. Every time she speaks, it's like she's just so precious. I love the confessionals, and that this is her 3rd time already in the confessional. Hikaru, by the way, was talking about this variation that he played against Firouzja, but he expected knight to d2, not knight h4.
Yeah, so some surprises. Hikaru not getting quite his preparation. He mentioned the game was a bit boring. It's come to life. That's for sure. And in the meantime, Liren making some questionable decisions, perhaps, against Fabiano Caruana. Here we see Alireza Firouzja against Hikaru, and
also questionable. As you were talking about questionable, and there's a question mark on the board. Maybe we should show what's going on.
Yeah, by the way, that was a confession from Hikaru earlier in the round. I agree with you, David. There's no way he'd be saying this position is boring. Maybe he's going to say this position is giving him more fight now than he thought he was going to get after your breakdown of the Ponziani transition. But go ahead, take it away. Let's talk about why knight g2 might be wrong. And by the way, shout out to the poll we did with chat. I think it was on YouTube. Over 5,000 people voted and said Hikaru will have more confessional visits than the entire field combined. So we'll keep that stat going. We will keep tracking it since you like it. All right, let's analyze what's in store.
Yeah, let's just do a breakdown of the last 3 moves, because today, if anything, is don't try it at home chess. We left it here after bishop to d6. White played the very kind of committal here, move f3, attacking this bishop, and I think at this point in the show we can guess where this bishop dropped back to, all the way back home to c8. So not only has Hikaru earlier in the game played knight c6 back to b8, he's also now played bishop to g4 back to c8, just like Fabiano playing bishop f5 back to c8. Yeah, this is very rarely a good idea, but the top players know when to break the rules. And okay, the idea here is that the white knight is trapped, so g5, huge threat now to catch this knight on the edge of the board. White therefore had to play the move g3 to give this knight an escape square. The black bishop yo-yos back into the position, back to h3, this time hitting the white rook. And the question mark move, I'm not sure what was better. I'm assuming if it's not knight g2 that was played in the game, then perhaps more accurate would have been to sidestep with the white rook. Maybe the knight on h4 is actually semi-active right now, and white should wait to retreat it until black has committed to playing g5. But instead, knight g2 willingly, and this is the position we're left with. Again, pawn deficit for Hikaru Nakamura. Feels like he's the one who has to justify things.
He certainly is the one. I'm still staring at that question mark. I don't exactly agree with it being a mistake. Certainly, it feels like, as you pointed out, David, it was not necessary to bring the knight back, but it's also not a blunder. There's nothing concrete here for black. You can give a check on c5, the white king will go to h1, but I don't think there's any forcing line, anything concrete. It's more so that rook e1 was a better move than knight g2. But the move itself doesn't really hang anything, doesn't lose anything. It might have dropped the advantage of Firouzja somewhat.
I think it's a great breakdown, that it's not a huge mistake. We see the question mark, as you said. It just was not necessary. Rook e1 was maybe better for white. Knight g2 was not necessary yet, but ultimately Firouzja is still up a pawn. Speaking of unnecessary, Hikaru went back to the confessional booth. But we're actually going to jump to it right away. No breaks this time, so don't worry, everybody. We're going to jump into it because Hikaru's last thoughts are actually a lot more recent and relevant to the current position. So we will let our 4th commentator take it away downstairs. Hikaru?
All right, guys. 2nd time I'm back here. Probably going to be the last time because this game is going to get very sharp. I'm not really sure whether I mixed up a move order or whether Alireza played a move that I'm unfamiliar with. I seem to think that knight h4 wasn't a move, but either I was supposed to play c6 and then bishop g4, or I confused the move order when I played bishop g4 right away. Not really sure. After he played knight h4, I had a couple of decisions, whether to play this d5, bishop e6, and just sack a pawn in the center of the board, or whether to go for something maybe where I was slightly worse with like a bishop h5, knight f5, bishop g6 type situation. But ultimately, I just decided to go for d5, bishop d6, because this way it's going to get sharp. I didn't really see why. I mean, I feel like I'm down a pawn, but I didn't really see why my move should be difficult. It feels like I'm the one who's going to get some kind of kingside attack. Probably if he plays it correctly, he's just simply better, but it feels like it's fun to play, and I'd rather go for this than take something where I could be a little bit worse, but with like no chance to win. I'd rather go for something sharp. So I would say right now I'm probably going to win or I'm going to lose. I don't really think this game's going to be a draw. Of course, I say that right now, but you never know what can happen. But this is a game that I think is headed towards that direction. It's also kind of reminiscent of a game I played in the candidates in 2022 against Timur Rajbov, where I had this position where I was maybe a little bit worse, and I decided to try and attack on the king side. Didn't work out, but I went for it, and I feel like I'm doing the same thing here today. Objectively, I suspect what I did isn't right, but it doesn't seem easy to play for white or black, so we'll see what happens. Also, the reason I think this is going to be the last time I'm here is because of how sharp the position is. I think I'm going to be sitting at the board a lot. I think there's a good chance it's going to get into a time scramble towards the end. So I think I'm just going to have to focus a lot today and not be up and about a lot. So it's going to be interesting, but that's going to be it for now. You probably won't be seeing much of me today just because I think I really have to sit down and use my time very, very wisely today. So I'll see you guys later.
That's bittersweet news, right? A great confessional from Hikaru, as usual, right? You know, big surprise. But bittersweet news that Hikaru thinks he has a lot of work to do today. Says, hey, I may not be back for a while, fans. But okay, wishing him the best of luck. He will be dialed in, locked in, knows that this is going to be a fight, and maybe one that gets him mutual time pressure, David. That's what he's predicting.
Yeah, it's shaping up that way. We've seen some huge battles between these two, including at the candidates, where it was a mutual time scramble. In that case, it was Firouzja that cracked, but...
Sorry, David, I got to interrupt. Hikaru's back in the booth right now.
Okay.
After all of that, Hikaru takes another visit, and I want to get back to everything you want to say about this position as well as Anna. But I just had to say that because he's addicted. Hikaru, we might need to sit him down and say, I bet you're wondering why we've all called you here today. We're talking about your addiction to the confessional booth. All right, go ahead.
No, I was just going to agree with our fourth commentator. It is wild, this type of position. It's hard to imagine it fizzling out. I love Firouzja's last move, bishop e3. It does cover the b6 square, so that knight b6 may be a little less appealing now. Knight b6 would have potentially traded off this bishop or even won this pawn. Bishop e3, white's 2 moves away from getting a great position. If white gets the knight to e4, Anna, I think Firouzja's going to take this game. I think he'll have an advantage. But yeah, the man on the spot, Hikaru. Yeah, what do you think he's making of his chances? Do you think the fact it is going to be so wild is going to suit him?
I think it will suit both of them, and that's the craziest thing about this game. Also, I don't even know why we are analyzing this. Hikaru will tell us in a few minutes what's going on. It's crazy how he promised he was not going to be back because it's so sharp. He's going to need to lock in, dial into the position and think a lot. And then he went back like a few minutes later. So we love that. We love to see that. Keep going, Hikaru. We need those confessionals. And in terms of your actual chess question, David, I think this game is so promising. It's going to be fascinating to see the battle where it's already a material disadvantage for Hikaru, but he's got some compensation because of the activity of his pieces. You're pointing out very well that there's some natural moves coming up for white, such as this b1 undeveloped knight heading toward the e4 square. And what can Black do about it is one of the main questions, because once the knight arrives on e4, then I think it's hard to claim you have enough compensation.
Well, I wonder if Black will try to prevent that by moving the knight from f6 and get the pawn to f5 sooner rather than later. Because I agree, you could say that the knight will not be permanent on e4, even if it arrives, because Black can always play f5 later. But then if the knight comes to f2, right, if we draw the journey all the way out, knight goes to d2 to e4 to f2, it's a perfectly placed pony to kick back the light square bishop and then help defend the white king. So Hikaru reaching for something. I wouldn't be surprised if Black tries to prevent that plan by getting the pawn storm going early here, whether it's knight h7, knight h5 is even possible, yeah, and f5. So
I like it. I think that's the right idea, to try to push f5, and for that you need to move your knight away, and then the knight can jump back after f5.
Hikaru about to move. Maybe we should jump back to the bird's eye view, because I wanna actually throw it over to a different game, because a different man visited the confession booth, and that was Magnus Carlsen. It happened just a little bit ago. We were jumping back and forth with Hikaru here and all the other action, but let's get caught up with how Magnus Carlsen was feeling about his game. It's a little less recent than the last thoughts we had from Hikaru, but still relevant. Apparently Magnus isn't actually too happy with his Howell variation of the Open Spanish. Magnus Carlsen, give us your thoughts.
I'm a bit worried that I might have mixed up my preparation here, also because he's thinking and is generally well prepared. I know the position after, if he goes bishop f7 now and then bishop e3, but as I made the move knight f1, I wasn't so sure, and now I'm even less sure about bishop g4 now. Knight e3 and then d4. I have lots of options like b4, but then I think d3 is quite good. Sacrifices the pawn and gets the bishop pair. b4 is horribly weakening. So I think I might move the queen away, like queen f1. If he takes an f3, gf3. I'm not so sure. Like, it doesn't look horrible for white, but it also doesn't look convincing. So we'll see though. I think in that case, if he gives up the pawn with d3, I take the pawn, and even though my extra pawn is a doubled one, I think my king is relatively safe, so I should be fine. But yeah, I'm not too thrilled. And of course, just as I was saying that, Pragg made the move bishop f7, so I just gave away some, some opening knowledge without any reason. So I thought as soon as I'd done that, I might give away a bit more. Knight a5 is a critical move now, allowing b4 with a fork, then knight e6. ba5, knight f4, and so on, with some pretty wild complications, which I remember like 5% of.
Wow. Well, a lot to unpack there. Magnus Carlsen worried he mixed up his opening prep, especially because Pragg thinking. That's funny how sometimes when your opponent goes into the first think, we wonder if they've forgotten prep. That can often mean that their opponent has actually misstepped, and now it's time for them to think and try to strike. Fabiano Caruana talked a lot about that in his commentary with us during the 2021 World Chess Championship, that sometimes you panic, not when your opponent is blitzing moves, but the moment they start thinking, it's like, uh-oh, I didn't play the best engine move anymore, and maybe Magnus had one of those moments of being worried that Pragg had him figured out. And that was hilarious. He comes back and gives more knowledge of the fact that he already gave away a bunch of knowledge in terms of what he thinks about the line, David.
Yeah, incredible stuff. The top players go so much deeper than the rest of us. Nice and refreshing, I've got to say, that they're willing to share these days, the top players there. I mean, their deep preparation, all of that info that's been amassed over hundreds of hours of study with computers. Maybe we can jump in as well and show some of the lines that Magnus was talking about, because crazy stuff could have happened. This position that we see in front of us is the live board. It's a bit more sterile. It feels like it's with just bishops on the board. It's kind of incremental gains here. Magnus with a little bit of pressure on the queen side. Little safer king, so therefore small advantage. But Magnus, just as he kind of came back into the confessional, talked about a crazy line. Let's jump back. Actually move 16. So Magnus here just reeled off casually a 20-move variation in the opening, but he mentioned this move knight a5 here, a piece sacrifice, as being the critical move for Pragg. Pragg didn't spot this. He actually instantly put his knight on e4, but this would have allowed b4, a fork. It looks like black has made an elementary blunder, but after the move knight e6, dropped casually again by Magnus. Knight f4, white here would have an only move to stay in the game. This would have been a nasty hit on the white queen, the knight untouchable. You cannot sidestep to d2, because whoops, bishop takes c3, walks into a fork. The white queen's actually trapped here. No matter where she steps, she'll get captured. This would have ended the game on the spot. So I guess white would have therefore had to drop the queen back to e1. Bishop takes c3 anyway. The bishop untouchable due to the knight e4 fork, and pure chaos, Anna. This is literally 20 moves in, and Magnus said he remembered 5% of it. It's 5% more than most of us, at least.
And 5% more than Pragg, since Pragg did not play knight a5. This would have been crazy. And also the other line Magnus talked about would have been crazy, because he was concerned about bishop g4. He said he might have mixed things up, because here bishop g4, knight e3, black has d4, and he wasn't sure what's going on in this position. He was calculating b4, where black can push his d pawn to sacrifice that pawn in order to gain the pair of bishops. Bishop takes d3, knight takes, rook takes, and even though white is up one pawn, bishop takes f3 will damage the pawn structure. Both queens are hanging, and now black can just move the queen away, and it's looking really good for black. This pawn down, but so much compensation and the weakened white structure.
Well, and the key point at the end of this line is that, yes, white is up a pawn, but not just the weakened structure for the king on the king side, but you can't really defend the pawns on the queen side, right? Because there's threats of knight takes b4. The c3 pawn is also super weak. If you ever move the rook, the bishop just takes it. So yeah, just adding insult to injury, agreeing that this would have been a really tough position for white, and of course the computer agrees. So awesome to see the prep there from Magnus. Go ahead.
Yeah, Magnus said he would have entered this line, most likely. And we see the computer evaluation in this branch that could have happened. Black here has a huge advantage, plus, what does it say, 1.5 here. So
the question is then, what would he have done earlier? Just back up a few moves, because entering this line doesn't mean he goes all the way to here. Does he not play b4 if he actually got to that position? After bishop g4, knight e3, d4, or bishop e3.
Knight e3, d4.
Is there another move here besides b4? That's kind of what I was
thinking.
He
does have alternatives, and I guess this is what could have happened. In case of bishop g4, if this was on the board after with d4, he definitely would have invested more time in the position and come up with, oh, is b4 actually okay, the line he described, or do I have to play something else? And I think he probably would have come up with something else, because b4 looks terrible in hindsight.
Yeah. My main point, though, is that when in doubt, go for Magnus. Attack him. That's what gave Pragg success earlier in the tournament in the first half. And this one would have been extremely aggressive. Bishop g4, a lot to calculate, of course, but that's the only way to really ever take down Magnus Carlsen. If we catch up with the live position, then we see here, it's all about the bishops right now. It's all about pawn structures. I can never see Magnus losing this. Magnus might put some pressure on, especially along the A file a bit later. Maybe there'll be some tactics against the black king, but ultimately it feels like Pragg is playing for only equality, and that's fine, but it could have been so much more, could have been better. So small missed opportunity potentially from Pragg, but hard to say. Hard to say the game would have necessarily followed those lines.
Yeah, we will never know, and we will never know why Pragg didn't like bishop g4. He also might have seen something there that wasn't to his liking, and he chose bishop f7 as a safer option.
Maybe the way to know is that if they don't visit the confession booth, afterwards they have to do a 10-minute recap video like Hikaru Nakamura does in the confession booth and just ramble through all their lines in their head. They don't have to go through the whole content creator gambit. Just give us all the lines in your head, and an editor will add a board to it later. You know, maybe that's the strategy. Because I actually would love to know what was in Pragg's head on bishop g4, and you're right, because he didn't visit the confession booth at the time, we probably will never know what he saw, what he didn't see, or whether he calculated some line and just missed something, right? But you're right, David. When in doubt, go at Magnus Carlsen. It's what Pragg did in game game 3, the first game that they played, where he won as white. And when you see Magnus break down lines like that, you see he's human. He's the best human chess player. He's damn good, has a lot of bread, but he's also just there to play chess. And he's like, I'm entering a line that I don't really know about, and more people should be willing to be aggressive against him.
Yeah, it's very strategic, very positional now. We're likely going to have an endgame at some point, and we know that favors Magnus. Clock situation also favoring him right now. Yeah, I won't dive too deeply here, but I can foresee a future where, for example, Magnus pushes a pawn forward, maybe trades off the dark squared bishops. If queens ever disappear from the board as well, then watch out, black will be left with a bad bishop stuck behind his pawns on light squares, white with a good one, maybe a pawn to b4, and the white king might rush. I know this is very advanced, but I can see positional squeezes.
No, you're right. This is, you talk about the way to beat Magnus is to go at him in attacking positions, make him defend. It's one of the things that he, you know, again, Magnus has done things better than everyone, but he doesn't like those positions. Nobody does, but he also makes more mistakes when he's having to defend, particularly when you attack the king. But he loves this type of position. This is how Magnus grinds out victories. And if we can get a positional grind on the, there you go. Pragg recognizes the bad bishop, and he's going to try to get it off before it's too late. But all right, I actually want to back up and swing things over to Fabiano Caruana's game before it's too late, because we've had several moves there between Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana, and apparently we have a confessional visit from Fabiano Caruana. I'm not sure if we have that right now, but yeah, he did enter the booth, and yeah, we do have it ready. So we're gonna let Ding Liren think about this position. There he, another en passant 2. Croissants fall from the sky. It's en passant time. It's en passant day. But all right, let's get Fabiano Caruana's thoughts from the confessional booth.
Yeah, I was very surprised by Ding's b3 move. I thought my position was very dangerous. I mean, I played like a super risky line. I thought he would castle long, and yeah, it was a dangerous position. Maybe not so bad, but yeah, it's he has a huge development lead. But then he played b3. It basically just takes away his long castling possibility, because he opens the queen side and gives me the c5 square for my knight. And now it's, I don't know, it looks good for black, because I can play e5 at some moment, and then he's like left with a lot of weaknesses. So he needs something concrete, but I don't know what it is, because he can't put his king on the queen side, or maybe he can, but it's very strange to do so. And okay, I was thinking bishop e2, maybe I play e5 already, taking with the bishop, and knight d7 if I get everything, maybe even taking with the pawn, but then I don't know, e5 comes. Or after bishop e2 I can just take on d5, he'll probably take with the c pawn, and then continue with some developing moves like knight bd7 maybe, because he doesn't want to castle kingside either, because then h3 is very weak and he starts to get, like, his king has nowhere to go anymore. This is my feeling. So yeah, I can't believe this b3 move. It was very, it was a big relief, because I wasn't sure if I was playing it correctly. I mean, like very, like my play seemed kind of logical, trying to get b5 and open the queen side. But yeah, it was, of course, I'm taking basically all the time in the world. I don't develop a single piece, and I'm only counting on some like long-term structural possibilities, because his kingside structure is maybe overextended, maybe it's not, but long-term it could be. But then b3 was a huge relief, because it's almost a free tempo for me. So now I quite like my position, and well, we'll see. It's still very complex, but at least I feel like I'm no longer worse for sure, and maybe have some chances to be better in the future.
Wow. Fabiano Caruana, super pumped that Ding Liren chose to play b3, and because we were not on this game when that moment happened, David, I think we need to back this thing up, throw it in reverse, get to the analysis board, and see exactly what he's talking about. But said he was totally surprised and felt super relieved when Ding Liren played b3, which was a slow approach. So let's back up and see exactly what Fabiano was talking about there.
Yeah, let's jump to the position we last had this this game up. We saw the move c6. Here, Ding understandably tried to trade off black's dark squared bishop, the pride and joy of black's position, the most active minor piece. Here, Fabiano tried to muddy the waters by playing b5. He has to seek activity somehow. And this is the key moment. b3, Fabiano critical of this decision by white. He actually said he feared castling queenside, which maybe a more informed Ding would have been more inclined to do. White here with a safe haven. I say safe, safe-ish maybe for the white king. Meanwhile, the black king could have been a target. Maybe eventually white will try and break out in the center. Fabiano referenced the lead in development that white has right now. White's piece is looking really active. This does look a bit scary for black, but pawn to b3. There we go. Fabiano's suspicions confirmed by our engine. Question mark given to that move. Very slow for white. That's the big thing. And also Fabiano mentioned that the black knight gets a beautiful outpost on c5. We follow the line down the road, and this is the current position, pawn to e5. I mean, it's like London buses. You wait all day for one, and then two would come along at once. En passant here, again, second time today. Correctly chosen by Ding. And Fabiano pauses. He mentioned in a different line, he could take with a bishop, very healthy. He could take with a pawn if he's trying to be extra ambitious with the semi-open f-file. Ultimately, Anna, do you agree with Fabiano that he should be breathing a sigh of relief?
I think so. I think that all that he described, obviously, like, how will I not agree with rule number 3? But to highlight his point, it was not necessary to play b3, and it does lose a move. In such a sharp game, every single move matters even more than in a locked, closed position. I think it's crucial that, as we all know, when it's your turn, that's 1 unit of time, your move. But certain type of positions can be played slower, more maneuvering. Doesn't really matter if your king is in the middle of the board for a bit longer. Then there's other type of positions like this, when the floodgates are opening up. And you would love to have your king castled, but it hasn't happened. And now that there aren't many queenside pawns, white shouldn't castle queenside. And the kingside pawns are so advanced that you also really... Do you want to castle kingside, or will you never castle? Where does this king go? How will it be safe? Danny?
I don't think it will be safe. Even if it does castle kingside, you can't move those pawns backward. And the f4 square is also calling the knight's name. We talked about c5 being a brilliant post, but if you could put the knight on f4, it might be even better, right? I think you're right, though. Fabiano clearly considering whether he takes with the f-pawn. So it's possible that Fabi doesn't take with the knight, takes with the pawn, and opens the rook on f8. So, yeah, questionable stuff there. Kind of a slower approach, but maybe Ding played the slower approach thinking his space advantage was going to be more secure. Okay, you know, obviously the bishop, the other piece that could capture back. There were a lot of options there. And this move actually threatens bishop c4. So to go back to the question you asked, Anna, and throw it back to you guys around the horn, if the king isn't going to be safe, you might have to go for it anyway, because if bishop to c4 comes on the board, white's king has bigger problems where it stands in the center. So...
and Ding agrees and immediately
castles, yeah.
Good decision. Better late than never. This is move 20. I recommend everyone at home try to castle a bit before this. Yeah, most openings, you really cannot linger too long with your king in the middle of the board. I'm expecting Fabiano to pretty much blitz out the move knight to c6. He mentioned his development lacking. Suddenly, black is totally fine in that department. Yeah, it's all about the g5 pawn. If we could pick it up and put it back on g3, I think white actually has the advantage, because there white can zero in, focus on black's weakness, the d6 pawn. But here, very hard to imagine that being such a big factor. Even if the d6 pawn drops off the board, black's pieces likely compensate for that. So I can see why it's level. White has maybe slightly better structure if everything disappears, but dynamically, black's going to have great chances. So yeah, a real struggle ahead in this middle game. But Ding, at least in this game, a hop on the clock like he was yesterday. Yeah, I think b3 showing some hesitation, but his position not too bad fundamentally.
Yeah, absolutely. This is still anyone's game, but I am expecting it to be decided in classical chess. I don't think they are heading for an Armageddon.
Yeah, I feel like I never know these days. We predicted that, we predicted that yesterday on a few games, and one of them was one that Fabiano Caruana had the white pieces with a piece sack and a bunch of pawns and still got to Armageddon. That's what happens when you play really great chess players. It's hard to win. As David Howell once taught me, a wise man once said, chess is hard.
Chess is
hard.
I thought long and hard about that statement. But,
yeah. And no, but I agree, Anna, just to say, I think this is super double-edged. And if you're Fabiano Caruana, you're definitely feeling better than you were at the start after your kind of dubious opening choice. All right. Okay, we've had some developments all over the place. Magnus and
Pragg. They did trade off light squared bishops, so maybe a sigh of relief for the younger player there. Vaishali against Muzichuk. The queens are off the board. Looks much more level now. If anything, I might take Muzichuk's position, actually. But
I'd like to go to Zhu and Jun's game with Pia Cromling because we've got... Whoa, do we have spilled water? We have spilled water in the studio. Everybody panic. We need napkins. I'm not going to get up, not because I'm lazy, everybody, but because there's a bunch of weird microphones going on. I can't help here.
Oh, no, it's on the laptop.
Spilled water on the studio in the computer. You guys are crawling under the cameras. These computers are super expensive and dialed in. Everyone were freaking out. Nice. That was very quick, by the way. Way to get in there and under the camera. Now it doesn't matter.
Do we have more? We need more.
My gosh.
We need
everyone.
more.
Live audience enjoying it. Look at this. These guys are sliding fast. If you could see what was going on.
Crawling under the cameras to get us more napkins.
I knew it was going to happen. I'm sorry, guys.
David, I'm not going to give you the lecture I would give my kids.
Who is this clumsy, David? So thank you for joining in on the clumsiness. More napkins.
All right.
More napkins.
And thanks to our producers for allowing this to stay on camera.
It's a great time to make my moves in Landover. Got some Catan games going.
Thank you.
I'm going to make sure I get my keep the Landover rolling on here.
Oh, there's more here.
All right, nope. I'm not going to do it right now. That is not respectful. Unless you want to see my position. I'm like dominating 8, 6, 10 squares. So good. All right. Well, this is round 8 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Thanks for being with us, everybody. That was a real-time crisis with a very expensive computer that has all the analysis tech set up and wires in it, and water could have fried the keyboards. And he spilt it all over the computer, by the way. That was honestly, David, you could not have done a worse thing at that time.
I mean,
and all right.
I'm bright red right now. I'm so glad I got makeup.
So much water still on the keyboard.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank
you, everyone. Lifesavers.
Well, if you didn't want to go to Zhu and Jun's game, you could have said so. That was unnecessary, but we did it. We've survived. David Howell blushing on camera. You can't tell because shout out to the makeup crew making him look pretty every day. There he goes. We're getting him off camera. You're all right, David. Now we're going to let you get back to driving. You have the mouse, sir, and no water in front of you. Go ahead and take us to Zhu and Jun versus Pia Cromling and a kingside that is getting aggressive for the world champion.
Yeah, the only position that's more of a mess than my desk right now is that game. So let's jump straight over there. Zhu and Jun against Pia Cromling. Wow, there's, a lot going on this board. A lot of developments since we were last here. Maybe a quick catch-up. First of all, I'm glad the laptop's still working. That could have been a disaster. But, okay, let's jump in. G4, if we backtrack just a few moves, was a sign of aggression from Zhu and Jun. G5 on the cards, kicking away the Black Knight. Pia Cromling wanted none of that. She played pawn to H6. White now took advantage of the time by sliding her queen across. And finally, Black struck in the center. Pia, a very classically trained player. She knows to strike back in the middle of the board when something's going on the flanks. Queen H4, a bit mysterious, I've got to say, from Zhu and Jun. And she admits her mistake. I think she wanted to break through with pawns, but she should be leading with pawns rather than pieces. The white queen not quite getting anywhere, so she even dropped back, losing a full tempo. And after a bit of maneuvering, the Black Knight came forward to E6 and King to H1. Live position. White's plan is clear. Rook G1, G5. G for go here. She wants to go for the Black King. Anna, save me. What's happening?
This is extremely sharp, and we're going to see a flank attack. King side for white, and I think queen side for black. B5, B4. Try to chase that knight away. And Pia mentioned this in her confessional. That was before Zhu and Jun went for G4, but Pia was expecting it. She clearly was very aware of these plans, and she was inviting this fighting chess. She was excited about it. I think she will play B5. I think she's not afraid, but I would be. I would be terrified that my king is about to be attacked.
I love what you said, though. She was excited in her confessional and welcomed the fight. And we talked, of course, about Zhu and Jun wanting to get a win in Classical for all the right reasons. She's second, chasing on a Muzichuk. She is the world champion, facing the lowest rated player in the field. But what we didn't maybe talk about enough yet is how that can often help the lowest rated player in the field get winning chances, right? Because sometimes you need the game to come to you in order to get the chances on the board. And so if you look at it, I love the way you broke it down, David, Anna as well. This is a position that's full of tension. B5 might be played, but even if G5 comes, that doesn't mean black is checkmated, right? If G5 happens and the lines start opening up, you are also opening up your own king with every single move you make if you're Zhu and Jun, right? And that's what makes this game so exciting, is this is one of those ones that it's out of the frying pan into the fire for both sides with every single move they make. And that's why the computer also kind of likes black just a little bit, because objectively, white has created this mess, and it's hard to take it back. And you may not be able to. So,
yeah, it's checkmate or get checkmated pretty much here for Zhu and Jun. It's not the style we've seen her get success with either in this tournament. So, really fascinating. I think Pia Kramling fans, a lot to be optimistic about. This
and Anna Kramling on her stream, I'm sure that she's getting very excited about the chances of her mom in this very complex and double-edged position. I like it for Pia. I think she's enjoying her game, and great situation to be in, where you are the underdog and your opponent is the one that might push a bit too much.
Yeah, it looks that way. I'm still reeling from the embarrassment there.
Anna, you brought some water over here with you. There's a whole bunch of water here. We're just going to...
Okay, David, is there a second disaster?
Was that glass full when you
still have
spilled it?
glasses
It was
on you?
a full glass.
It's a microphone now.
Now
I've
glass
got
of
my mic.
water,
Oh,
dude.
God.
My God. All right, well, you know what
suggestions.
you made, David? You know what you made when you did that?
What did I make?
You committed a howler.
Oh, guys.
And what is a howler?
A word of the day.
A very stupid or glaring mistake. You can look it up. Maybe those adjectives are a little much, very stupid, but it is a mistake for sure. And you committed one. Use the word of the day on social media for some chance to win some diamond memberships. I should probably give out some of those because we did a bunch of words of the day. So social team, I know you're always watching, waiting, judging, looking for the next clip to turn into a viral meme. You're out there. We love you at chess.com social team. Make sure that we give away those diamond memberships. I want to hold true to that. So we'll find some people. But yeah, David, what do you have to say about your howler?
I mean, I think they should replace the word blunder in chess vocab with howler.
I agree. A howler right there.
Yeah, I'm just embarrassed, guys. Let's get back to the chess.
It's okay, David. People were suggesting in the chat that we get you a sippy cup. It's all right.
Yeah, we'll get you a sippy cup. They've said that to me before, so don't feel bad, man. All right, this has been fun, and all is okay. That's what matters. Let's back up, take a look at the other games. This is going to be a spicy one. Yeah, Zhu and Jun could be winning Norway Chess women with a win here, or she could be losing it in this round. I mean, this is what's exciting about this game, is she has created a mess, and Pia Kramling is going to get her chances at the queen of chess, the world champion, getting herself in a fight.
Yeah, talking of a fight and talking of a mess, like here in the studio, Firouzja against Nakamura. I mean, that one is really coming to life. It feels like Hikaru. I mean, I don't know what it is about the confessional, but working his magic. Firouzja potentially in trouble?
I love it. Let's go there.
Catch up on what happened in the last few moves.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I thought you were going to say, I don't know what it is about the confessional. I don't know what it is about Firouzja. Hikaru has a great record against Firouzja. Again, Alireza Firouzja has never beaten Hikaru in classical chess. Mm-hmm. And online, it's also a rivalry that is a little bit one-sided. Again, Firouzja was younger, so not trying to make a mountain out of a molehill here. But I think Hikaru likes playing Alireza.
Yeah.
Can we bring those stats back, just in case we could edit at the bottom of the board how many times they faced each other in online chess?
Yeah, we'll bring it up here and remind you of their online chess history. But in the meantime, David, let's bring up the analysis board and back up over the last few moves and get an idea of where Black's starting to get an advantage here.
Let's do just that. It was a few moves ago. We left it. Hikaru, we saw it on the camera, did indeed play the move knight to h5. He's clearing the path. This is a two-purpose move, dual purpose. Firstly, you're clearing the way for the f-pawn, not just for an attack. This pawn could be a battering ram, blowing open everything in its way, going for the white king. But also, it's a positional idea. The idea being that white's knight would love to use e4 as a launching pad. Centralization, first of all, maybe trading off the dark squared bishop, maybe dropping back to protect its king. If the light squared bishop ever leaves the board, then black's attack is done, it's toast, and white simply has the extra pawn for free. So a huge fight here for the e4 square. Firouzja even committed by playing g4 to this concept. Pawn g4 given a question mark by the computer here, hitting the black knight, forcing it into the white camp. This knight was duly traded off. The blue arrow makes its first real appearance of the day. You have to take this knight. Simply, there is a pin along this diagonal. And now, the whole reason Firouzja weakened himself so much on the king side is because he wants the e4 square as a semi-outpost for the white knight. But now Hikaru says, okay, I'm going to keep fighting. Now it's the g-pawn holding the f5 square. I'm going to blow that one open as well. A second pawn sacrifice, pawn to h5. And huge decision for Alireza. Do you take this pawn, allow potentially the black queen to jump into the action with some nasty pins along the g-file? Or do you just get on with things? Do you say, okay, I'm going to let you take, do your worst. I'm going to at least establish one strong piece in the center. This one is sharp. It's hard to know the evaluation, let alone what the player should be doing next.
This is getting so scary. From white's perspective, I feel like we were very fond of Firouzja's opening choice. The knight h4 idea seemed to have gotten into this extra pawn. That, yeah, there is compensation for the pawn, but the last few moves of Firouzja turned that slight advantage into an almost like a slight disadvantage. He can be up even 2 pawns, as you highlighted, David, but it's only temporary, and black's pieces are so active. Queen g5 threatens mate on g2. Luckily for white, this a2 queen is a really good defender. Once you jump away with the d2 knight, you will be guarding your knight on g2. But this is getting very scary with the h file and the g file opening up, and Hikaru's piece is all targeting the king side.
Couldn't agree more. You really know that black has compensation when you're down 2 pawns, but the computer prefers you, right? And so whether it's queen g5 first, which again, that invites knight e4, and to Anna's point, the queen is unleashed, delivering key defense just in time to checkmate on g2, or whether it's knight f6. I wonder, I know this is crazy, I wonder if you can get away with a move like f5, right? As ugly as that is, it holds the e4 square, and then it doesn't get the queen and the knight in the way of each other. So I have no idea what the computer thinks about that. I shudder to ask and let you play it, David, in the eval bar to reveal. But my idea is I control e4 so that, because if I play knight f6 first, the knight is in the way of the queen, and so I'm losing some of the most powerful threats, even if I win the h5 pawn. But if I play queen g5, there's knight e4. So I wonder if f5 is a move that would be very risky, but guess what? The queen on a2 and the bishop on c4, like you said, Anna, they are not in the game, and they're not going to get to the light squares. So, yeah, I'm liking the chances here. By the way, I think that, I know we mentioned g4 was the mistake by Alireza, knight f4 happened. The best plan was to play knight d2 like we left it and try to get to e4 before black played f5. I think black could have played f5. We were talking about that when we left, but that was the more logical plan there for Alireza, and yeah, black's... Look at Hikaru, by the way. He's kind of like eyebrows up and...
What face is that, Danny?
I mean, I saw the eyebrows up and then the frown. That could have been number 7, which is rare. It's also the most powerful magical number. And, you know, when it happens, Hikaru's physicians do... Expelliarmus. No, they do the all right, well, we'll see here. I bet he's already gone to the confessional again, if I had to guess.
Very likely. And I just want to put on the board as well Danny's move, because I have a feeling that's what Hikaru intended. It feels like the whole fight over the last half dozen turns has been about f5, pawn to f5. Does the bar drop? Not really.
No.
Nice.
By the way, Hikaru did go to the confessional booth again, despite his prediction he wouldn't go very much, and that's going to go at the break. So this is another call to action to make sure you're subscribed and don't miss any action. We are going to be going to a break in just a couple minutes. But yeah, Hikaru did go to the confessional booth again. Interesting to see what he has to say. I'd love to see f5 here.
Yeah, I would love to see it too. I think it's by far the most ambitious move right now. f5 just controlling squares. At the moment, I mean, the white knight on g2, immobilized, pinned. The white knight on d2, no good squares, no circuit for it, unless it wants to go the long way round. I'm not sure whether you have time to try to jump forward to e6 via b3 and d4. The white bishop, a big block of wood, the white queen. Now that it's harder to clear the second rank, feels a bit silly. I think Hikaru is going to go for this, and this is the type of position, yes, it might be within the realms of equality, Anna, but it could really shoot off the eval bar in either direction.
It really could, and as Danny mentioned, if the evaluation bar favors black, regardless of being 2 pawns down, that means you not only have enough compensation, this is more than enough. Once you start picking up the pawns, the h5 pawn will fall. That is a very temporary pawn up. And the d5 pawn, which is the other extra pawn, is blocking the c4 bishop. So it's actually helping you to make white's pieces less active. I think this game will be a decisive win in classical, and I'm predicting Hikaru.
What a big win.
Very brave prediction, isn't it?
It's a very brave prediction.
very
big
bold.
Win. That would be for Hikaru. Remember that when you're weighing the players' odds, and we had the chess by numbers stats earlier on in the show, and those were interesting. We weren't sure how we totally felt about them, but if you're weighing the odds based on the matchups left, Magnus Carlsen has already played Ding Liren. Hikaru Nakamura still gets Ding Liren, and it's not to pick on Ding Liren, but the reality is he is in the cellar of the standings, because everyone knows he is struggling mightily right now, does not have his form on any level. And so if Hikaru is getting a win with black against Alireza Firouzja and a very decent chance to win against Ding Liren, just given what we've seen, this might be a repeat champion here in Norway, because he is the defending one, in case you missed that memo. Hikaru Nakamura won the 2023 edition last year. So, all right, well, I think on that note, we are gonna throw to a break. We are gonna have a Hikaru Nakamura confessional visit at the break here. What is going to happen here between these two guys who played a lot of chess games against each other, both online and getting more classical games? Hikaru Nakamura has still never lost in classical to Alireza Firouzja, and I'm not sure today is that day. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, round 8 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues.
All right, everyone, we're back. I feel like my game has stabilized a little bit. I actually was much more concerned about knight d2 rather than what Alireza did with this f3, g3. I mean, I'm not sure what's going on here, because it's very hard to judge. On the one hand, I think I could get some serious counterplay in the next couple of moves. I can get some knight b6, knight f d7, f5, f4 type stuff. If white's not really fast in the center, something with c4 or d4, I think I could just be better, even though I'm down a pawn. So I'm actually kind of happy with what has transpired relative to what I think could have happened. This f3, g3, for some reason, it just feels kind of wrong to me. It doesn't seem like the right approach. I thought knight d2 was just simply better for white, probably with perfect play. But again, the show goes on. And I think that in general, and one of the reasons I'm back here is because I feel that my moves now are going to become a lot easier. In general, I'm tunneling on a couple of plans. So one of them is knight b6 and bishop c5. The other one is to move the knight from f6 and then go f5, knight g5, f4, like knight h7, f5, knight g5, f4, something along these lines. And if white's not really quick, because of the queenside placement, the bishop on c4 being cut off, no diagonals available, this could get very scary very quickly for Alireza. So I'm actually feeling much more positive about the position now than I was 20 minutes ago. And the good thing for me is that from a time standpoint, I don't think I'm really ever going to be in danger of getting into time pressure here, because all my moves should be a lot easier. Either I play knight h7 or I go knight b6. I don't really have a lot of leeway to come up with ideas, and it's more on Alireza to find the best moves here. So I'm actually feeling quite optimistic now relative to how I felt about 20 minutes ago. So we'll see what happens. I mean, there's a good chance I'm completely wrong and a computer would laugh in my face here. But objectively, I think from the human standpoint, this looks quite scary. And I think there are good chances that I'm going to get serious counterplay here. So we'll see what happens. But I'll probably be back because as I said, I think it's now in a situation where my moves become very easy. I calculate 1-2 ideas. They work or they don't. But the great thing is I don't really have to calculate a lot of stuff now, whereas Alireza has to look at all kinds of moves. He has to look at rook e1, bishop a3, bishop e3, knight d2. He has to look at 4 or 5 moves. I'm only looking at 1 or 2 when it's my turn. So I think there's a good chance that I can also try to do the classic Nepo and try to press him really hard on the clock. But again, we'll see what happens. But I'm feeling much more optimistic now than I was about 20 minutes ago. So let's see how it goes.
Welcome back to Round 8, 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues. It's actually still wet outside. It's been raining and incredibly windery. I was combining windy and blistery into one word there. That happened. But it is dry in studio. Just wanted everyone to know, Anna Rudolph and David Howell, Danny Wrench, everyone is safe. David has napkins by his side. We've removed water from his table, so everything is okay. But it's crazy outside right now, by the way. We haven't had a storm like this since we've been here.
How did we get the remote, by the way? Is that new?
We got a remote. We got a remote.
The remote.
Right. But stormy outside. It's also stormy on some of these chessboards. Let's do it. Let's dive in. Hit the reset button. Let you see where every single one of these games is at. And okay, I think the more we look at Hikaru's position, the more we're sure he's probably going to get some pretty good chances against Firouzja. Not sure if I feel like Carlsen is getting better winning chances against Pragg with where that's transitioning, or if they're headed more toward peace in the major peace endgame. If I had to choose, I'd say Armageddon over there right now, just doing a quick around the horn here. And Liren with a little bit more of an advantage than he had against Fabiano. He's up a pawn, and the queens are off the board, so interesting stuff there.
Yeah, maybe that's the game we start with, the game that's changed most since we were last there. I agree. Carlsen against Pragg. It feels like Pragg has defended extremely well recently, but the clock may be a bit of a factor. Magnus with double the time of his young opponent. But yeah, Ding's won a pawn, and not just the fact that he's won a pawn, it's just slightly odd play from Fabi, I would say. He just gave away a pawn willingly, didn't seem to put up too much of a fight about it. And I think Ding here, a big favorite to steady the ship. I don't know whether he's going to win it. Still a lot of play ahead, but I do fancy his chances just the way this game's been going. It feels like Fabi's been taking chances. Fabi's been risking a lot, and I don't think this is the dream after being so provocative to try and kind of hold an endgame.
I agree. Let's go there. Let's go to Liren versus Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, and maybe just a quick recap, because the queens are off in this game. We last left it after Ding on move 20 belatedly had castled. Black now played the move knight b to d7. Slightly odd to my eyes. It felt like c6 was the more active square. I guess either way he's aiming towards the e5 post. Rook d1 attacks this pawn. Queen e7 and simply queen d2. Yeah, this is somewhat confusing, Anna. I don't really understand why he put his knight on d7 when, if he had put it on c6 instead, he could have defended this pawn with one of his rooks. A bit odd.
Very odd. Very odd decision that he wanted to give up the pawn or forgot that he was not going to be able to protect it. But, you know, this is like the very long time world number 2, current world number 3 in the world. You don't really question whether he sees that his d6 pawn is weak and it's going to be targeted and he's going to need to protect it. Was he then just thinking the whole time that it's okay to give it up because he's going to have compensation? But where is the compensation?
Well, it's interesting because I guess in the endgame, the 4-on-3 advantage Liren has is not the prettiest looking thing, right? I mean, the pawns are separated and awkward there if you look at the live board in the lower right. It's not a majority that's creating a pass pawn anytime soon. That's the point, right? And the knight is currently attacking the rook, and the rook has to think about the loose knight on c3, right? Are there discovered attacks? I don't know. But so, no, I'm with you, and I think the computer obviously says white should be fine here up a pawn, but the pieces are coming to life a little bit, and the knight and bishop also feel a little clumsy over there on the king's side now. The bishop on g2 is passive, the knight on f3 is kind of weird. So, anyway, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like maybe, I don't know, 30-40% chance you win this. The rest of the time, most likely it's a draw. But either way, it doesn't feel like too much risk for Ding. At the right moment, he could always give back a pawn and probably just equalize the position if things started to go wrong. I'm not sure which direction the rook is going, whether it's going to step up, sideways, back. Who knows? But either way, yeah, Fabi, in terms of winning chances in the classical, I think minimal now.
I think that's what's the strangest about this last couple of moves, because Fabi, when he went into the confessional, he said how happy he was about b3. He clearly went for a very dubious, very risky opening. He said it himself, but after b3, it felt like Liren was not playing it the most accurate way, so Fabi was back in the game, and he even thought he will start having potentially winning chances because it's like a sharp, complex position. But now that we are in an endgame where it's a 2-result position, white can play for a win, worst case, draw. This isn't what Fabi wanted with that risky, dubious opening choice. He wanted to have winning chances. He wanted to try to get 3 points in classical.
Yeah, I agree. I guess I'm not convinced it's only a 2-result position just yet. Just because I'm just curious how Ding handles coordinating his pieces. I mean, again, objectively, white should be better here, but I'm looking like if the rook stays on e3 just because you have to protect the knight, does black have knight d6, and then the knight's coming to c4, and I'm playing it very much just like a human, but it's like now like those tactics look weird, right? Hard to solve, and if you move the rook off, is there some discovery? So, I think with best play, you're right. It should be a 2-result position, and maybe a draw getting to classical is all Ding can really hope for. But yeah, and this move for sure, that move for sure would get us to a draw because then the entire queen side gets liquidated, right? And we move toward the king side. But yeah, no, a weird game. I agree. It's kind of weird to really get your hands around what was going on in this one from the opening by Fabi, the move b3 from Ding Liren, and now we're in an endgame that is odd, to say the least. So let's let these players get a little bit further along before we know where it's headed. I want to go back to the bird's eye view, by the way, seeing that game before we get it pulled up for everyone. The move f5 was played by Hikaru. Mm-hmm. I love that move. I love that move. You know I want it. And you know what else I love? Hikaru Nakamura Confessional number 4 of the round. He is the 4th commentator on this team. He single-handedly is trying to beat the masses in terms of total visits to the confessional booth. He has more than the rest of the field combined. And I think he's increasing his lead right now. So let's go see what Hikaru has to say about his current position versus Alireza Firouzja.
Okay, decided to come back after one more move, pretty much as expected. My ideas are just very, very easy here. I'm just playing very free. Chess, I think Alireza is probably going to use a good chunk of time here because one of the things that in general humans don't like, computers obviously can do this because they have no emotions and they're robots, but as a human, you don't like being attacked. It's probably the thing you like the least in chess. I know Magnus, for example, he prioritizes king safety immensely when he plays. So I'm very happy with this position, actually. Like, I don't know exactly what's going on, but anytime you're in a situation where you're attacking and you don't have a lot of plans and your opponent has to figure out how to defend, that's exactly what you want. And considering this opening, I mean, it's going to be very interesting after the game to figure out what happened, like who was right or who was wrong, because I think that Alireza was supposed to play knight bd2, but I could also just be misremembering my lines completely. But nonetheless, at this point in time, I'm feeling really, really good. I'm just going to go f5, f4, attack on the king side with the bees and the queen and the horses. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But for me, it's very simple because I just focus on one simple plan. And if it works, I win. If it doesn't, I lose. But there's really nothing I can say. Like, I can't be like, oh man, I missed some great idea or something. Of course, this could happen later. But in general, it's a situation where I go for the attack. It works or it doesn't. So it's very binary. It's not a situation where there are like 5 moves and like after the game, if you lose or something, you'd be like, oh man, I missed that move. I could have done that. It's just either it works or it doesn't. So I'm pretty pleased with what I have. I'm pretty pleased with the time situation too. Like, I've managed to even the timeout. Alireza is the one on the defensive. He's going to have to find some really, really good moves here, I think, to survive. So I feel pretty good. Now, one thing, since I'm starting to feel good, I'll talk about the other games as well, which is Magnus's game is a pretty stable endgame. This is one of the classic open Spanish endgames. I think I might have had this endgame or something very similar to it once or twice. Of course, with perfect play, like everything, it's a draw, but we'll see if Magnus can try to squeeze some water out of the stone. And then Fabiano's game against Ding, it looks to me like Fabi has a good position here. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe Ding can play en passant or en peasant, as we call it in classic internet lingos. I think he just played e5, but I don't know if it was e7, e5 or e6, e5. If white doesn't take, I think Fabi's in great shape and he'll probably go on to win. So probably Ding will have to go for en peasant, assuming that it's a legal move. And then it's probably still fairly balanced, but long way to go there. But overall, as you can tell from my general demeanor, I'm feeling a lot better about my position. I think, if anything, I think there's a good chance I'm going to get a winning opportunity here today, just because of how easy my attack is on the king side. I mean, again, I'm sure a computer will show some massive, like tricky way to just defend the position, but from a human perspective, I'm just thinking about it more and more. I think it's a big struggle for Alireza here to defend this, and one of the lines I'm thinking of, I at least have a draw, which is this knight d2, f5,
something like king h1, f4, bishop f2, fg3, hg3, bishop g2, king g2, queen g5, knight e4. I have knight f94, knight f4, king g1, knight h3, king g2, knight f4. He ever goes to h5, queen h5. So that's at the very least, I think, what I have. So I'm feeling incredibly good about this. So just have to wait and see what happens. But luckily, I don't think I'm playing stock this today. And yeah, I feel good overall. So I'll be back later.
First of all, shout out to the editing team to handle Hikaru Nakamura's lines and giving us those chessboards. I remember the days where chess players gave interviews and analyzed all the lines in their head, and all of us were like, what the... And like now we got at least we're turning around those videos very quickly. But also, I feel like our editor was literally just drawing arrows there. Like whether they were even connected to the moves Hikaru was suggesting, I lost track. At some point along the way of the knight going from f2 to h3 to f4 and back to h2, and then I go to queen h5, and I've got the queen side. Anyway, David.
Yeah.
Did you manage to follow, David?
Still trying to work it out in my head. Maybe we try and break it down on the board. What do we think?
Yeah, I think we
do it.
should. And I think our team must have played the confessional video at a 0.25 speed to be able to follow it. Hikaru's thoughts are lightning speed, and yeah, that sounded like take 6 takes.
Yeah, let's jump in and try to figure out what Hikaru was describing there. Maybe a forced draw that Alireza didn't want to see on the board, because Alireza actually in this position played the move g4. But knight to d2 was something Danny mentioned as maybe objectively the safest, the best. f5, king h1, I think was mentioned by Hikaru. f4, if the bishop drops back now, there could have been a trade. Hikaru said at the very minimum, he did mention maybe more, but here in this position, after some captures, knight f4 with a check, the king drops back, check, back, check, back. And he said if the white king ever steps across, there's queen h5, but there is g4 here, so I wonder whether a slight miscalculation at the very end of the variation by Hikaru Nakamura. But
a rare miscalculation Hikaru in the wild. You rarely catch those.
Rarely,
you know?
Rarely. I mean, in this position, I guess he could always have played a move like queen f5 and the game goes on, but either way, impressive calculation. And,
very impressive calculations, and obviously by the time they reach these positions, he will have a lot of time to think it through again. He doesn't have to know in 20 moves advance time what's going to happen there. Interesting that he did already calculate one of these lines, but overall he does think that being attacked, as humans, no one likes it. I think he thinks it, we all think it, and it's Alireza who will have to be extremely precise in his defense. The engine can defend these positions a lot easier than any human being, and that applies to all of these super grandmasters, including Magnus Carlsen on that list. Magnus doesn't like to be attacked, and that's the one game he lost where he was attacked by Pragg.
I think it's a great point, Anna, and it was a point Hikaru made. I'm glad you brought us back to it, because regardless of whether, as Hikaru said, there's some crazy defensive resources that the computer finds, the human element of defending a position when your opponent is bringing the house, it's not fun, it's difficult to do, you add time pressure to it, and some players do it better than others, but it's tough, and I'm glad Hikaru played f5 to control e4. And if you're Alireza Firouzja, you got a lot to figure out here. Black's pieces are coming. Winter is coming to the king's side right now for white.
Yeah, and just during the break, I was taking a wander downstairs to check out the Guinness World Record attempt. But on my way, I bumped into some very strong players, some titled players, grandmasters. Jovanka Huska was one of them as well. And they were quite optimistic, actually, about white's chances. They were saying, okay, pawn to d4 in this position. If we jump in one last time, queen to g5, simply met by rook f2, defending. The idea, they mentioned bishop back to f1, c4, c5, game on. Yeah, it's still complicated, we should mention. It's still
I
sharp.
like that. Okay. Yeah, it's been all excitement for Black's king side, but this is a big pawn mass over there. It's a lot of pawns. It's actually 5 versus 3, right? And if you get the bishop out of the way, push them, baby. And yeah, the pawns will run. I like that.
Yeah, so still everything to play for, but Firouzja, as mentioned, not a huge fan of being the one on the defensive. So we'll see whether he's up to that task as the clocks tick down. He's still up, despite this long think of 11 minutes at this very moment. Maybe we switch, maybe we jump to Magnus's game, because a lot has happened over on that board. What do we think, Anna?
Yeah, we should definitely catch up with what's going on because there have been further trades. We saw it last time with minor pieces on the board, and now we are in a heavy piece endgame. Magnus Carlsen trying to take a revenge against Pragnanandhaa. It's the only game Magnus lost in Classical here in Norway Chess 2024, and he's ready for a revenge. But does he have chances for a revenge is the question to Grandmaster David Howell.
Ooh, I think he has chances, but only because he's Magnus Carlsen.
Good answer.
Here, I think with best play, it should be a draw. I think black can almost pre-move d4. Yeah, don't pre-move, especially not over the board, but d4 looks like it's coming. Even if black at some point has to sacrifice a pawn and lose these three, sorry, here we go, lose these three for these two, then with queens off the board, especially if it's just 3 versus 2 on the king side, that should be a rather simple draw. So Magnus somehow has to win a pawn and keep the queens on in order to preserve winning chances. I mentioned earlier I have some experience on the black side of these positions. I once lost a really painful game against Greek Grandmaster Kotronius in a very similar position where I was unable to break forward and create any active counterplay. White's queen simply came in, took all the pawns on the queen side, and due to kind of combined tactics as well against the black king, it was really tough. But it feels like, for example, if Magnus slides across, just d4 immediately, just go for it with the passed d pawn, even at the cost of the c pawn next to it. I think Pragg's in control.
Well, if Pragg's in control, maybe it'd be nice if he visited the confessional booth. Twist ending he just did, and we have action. We're actually going to get his thoughts. Pragnanandhaa, I don't think the video we're about to play is from where he is right now, but Pragg did go to the confessional booth after pushing his sister to take her first visit, which she did. Pragg enters the arena, and here's what he has to say about his game with Magnus.
Yeah, so the position is kind of unpleasant. I think it should be holdable because I've seen such positions, similar types of positions in open Spanish, and yeah, they look unpleasant but kind of fine. So I'm hoping this is also the same case. Yeah, I think Magnus will try to pose a lot of problems, and yeah, should be ready to solve it. And in other games, I think, yeah, Hikaru game is very interesting. I think black is better there. Looks very nice for black. White's pieces are quite stuck with queen a2, bishop c4. And I think he's about to play h5, so yeah, looks nice for black. And yeah, the other game, yeah, also looks fine for black, but I think it's like 25 minutes up on time, so yeah, I don't know what's going on, but looks fine. Yeah, I think that's the position right now.
I love that Pragg goes out of his way to go around the horn. You know, give us some thoughts. But you agree with his assessment? I guess the board is kind of revealing that there isn't really a lot here for Magnus, and Pragg is okay, feeling kind of comfy.
Yeah, I think pretty much he broke it down better than us. It feels like uncomfortable, but holdable. And he feels like he's getting ever closer to the draw. Anna, what do you think? Should we just try to show one variation that would illuminate why we think this game might end peacefully?
I think we should. I think we should show if, for instance, the queen goes and attacks the c5 pawn with queen c7. I think you suggested, David, that black should just not care about the pawn, but push the d pawn. You need to create a passed pawn in order to have enough compensation and counter chances here.
Mm-hmm. And Magnus here has a choice. I mean, if he's playing ambitiously, maybe he takes this pawn on c5. Do we think black's going to continue motoring down the board? Is it d3 here? Still some work to be done. If you trade off this pawn, maybe you still make a draw anyway, just because everything's starting to disappear. But white still has one queenside pawn. The queens are still on the board. I'm assuming the move d3 in this position. And it feels like the black d pawn will do just enough to paralyze white's army. Yes, white can flick in a check. Black will just dodge. And wow, the bar even sliding down. This d pawn, really a nuisance in this type of position. Yeah, if you ever tie down your pieces, for example, to defend it, then whoops, you might live to regret this. The black queen might come in. Later on, there will be tactics with a rook to e1 check to break the blockade. I think it's just enough, just in time. Magnus clearly calculating this type of position with d4 to come very shortly.
Yeah, that was going to be my point, is Magnus is working hard at the board. He wants to make variations like that work, right? He would love to allow that and believe that he can stop the d-pawn and get some winning chances, because it's going to take a variation like that, right? You got to risk it to get the biscuit, as they say. He's got to be willing to give Pragg some of those chances if he's going to get a win, because we haven't showed it yet. We should just quickly show that if rook takes e8, queen takes e8, and the queens get traded and white wins the a6 pawn, black plays rook e2. Actually, we play rook e1 check and then rook e2 at the end of the line. And just to quickly, well, you can do it either way, but rook e2, rook e1, and rook e2 I think is the simplest.
Yeah.
And shows why this is a dead draw. And David's point that he illustrated before we showed these variations is that you have to keep the queens on the board if you're going to have winning chances. And Magnus would love to find a variation that justifies doing that, but it's going to risk the d-pawn. I think he will. I think he will find a way to choose a variation like that. And remember, the black king is also sneakily a little weaker, right? Because of the missing f-pawn, the 7th rank is exposed should you get something. So it would take Magnus-style magic, but I think he's going to try to find a variation like that he can go for rather than trade queens.
Yeah, Magnus is the master at winning these types of positions. When it looks like the opponent's just about getting to safety, he asks one final question, and yeah, he's got a great track record in this type of position, but maybe not today. Pragg looks very relaxed on the camera, Anna.
He does look very relaxed, and he has less time on the clock, but Magnus has already been thinking for over 12 minutes, so the time advantage was even bigger earlier, and who knows how many more minutes will go away from that time situation, the time advantage of Magnus, by the time he essentially commits to a move like queen c7, or goes for something more solid. Oh, he says, I'm not going to think more about this. I have everything figured out.
Will we get that d4 pawn advanced line? That would be spicy.
I think it is about to get spicy, because Pragg pretty much needs to go for d4, right? He cannot go passive here.
Yeah, how to go passive? You can't even really defend this pawn. I guess you could move it forward to c4, but then you'll never get a pass pawn. And if you then later transition to a rook endgame, maybe actually your pawn's being fixed on weak squares, might actually help Magnus, if anything. Feels like now or never. I remember seeing some games between these two at the World Cup and in Tata Steel where Pragg just calculated his way pretty much from what looked like a difficult position straight to the draw, 15, 20 moves in advance. So d4 doesn't feel like the hardest to calculate. If you work out, you get your pawn down to d3, d2, and even at the cost of the a-pawn. I think he's going to be safe. I think this next move will clarify everything.
Pragg is a player who relies a lot on deep calculation. You've talked about that. And do you think, though, in some cases that type of choice or that type of tendency can get you in a little bit of trouble in a position where you maybe objectively can't see it to the end and you want to force that approach versus looking for a kind of position that would be safe in a rook ending? And I'm asking that question because it makes you wonder if Magnus will do the massage type thing, right? Where I'm gonna play some moves that keep this alive. I know there aren't enough pieces to maybe do that in a fancy way, but what are your thoughts about facing players like that who really rely on a ruthless, concrete approach versus just being willing to sit tight a little bit?
Yeah, 100% agree. It can be their biggest strength and their biggest weakness sometimes. What I try to do against those players who rely purely on calculation is to give them a lot of choice, give them zero forcing lines, make it very much about 2-3 move kind of judgments, kind of more about maneuvering, for example. But as you also mentioned, Danny, here it just feels so straightforward and just not enough kind of pieces left to give a twist to things to kind of create any hard decisions. Yeah, Magnus, I think the reason he's had so much success against those types of players in the past is because he's able to keep tension. But that's the thing about this whole opening in general. Often pieces disappear. It's very direct, very much about calculation, and Pragg holding his own, just about.
And in that sense, it was a great opening choice by Pragg for today's game. Magnus, I believe, expected it, but expecting it is one thing and avoiding it is another. He didn't really have a way to get out of these very forced lines that, as you mentioned, David, Magnus doesn't really like. He doesn't like that the tension disappears in the center in the open Spanish. He doesn't like that there's a lot of forcing variations. He would rather have a more playable position, even if it's just to, you know, see what the Magnus-esque style of middle game would be like. Just try to outplay the opponent in a completely equal position also, where there's no forced way of getting out of the situation.
Yeah, it's interesting, the strategy. Pragg's been happy to be slightly worse pretty much the whole game, but I mean, this is kind of the old-fashioned school of chess. You're slightly worse, but ultimately you don't have any weaknesses. You hold, and with black, that's often a good result, but that just means Armageddon, and for Pragg, in terms of winning the tournament, probably doesn't help him, but good result, and he'll have won their head-to-head in terms of classical chess this tournament.
That's fair. A 1.5 out of 2 score, right? But as you said, it's not the way to get a win against Magnus, right? Although that interesting, the Howell variation we were in, if you missed our analysis earlier in this game, it was a potentially very different affair. Magnus was worried at one point that he had seriously confused his prep, and we looked at some lines where maybe black could have been more aggressive. All right, but ultimately, I do think we are in a one-sided affair now where Magnus is going to try to make something out of nothing, but if he fails, we get Armageddon, which means we never lose here in Norway. No wins, Norway, no way, Norway. We always get a win at the end of the day. I'd like to check in with the Zhu Wenjun Pia Cromling game again, if that's okay. Looking at the king side, getting more menacing. We've seen White's advantage improve a teeny bit, just using our eval bar quick 30,000-foot view assessment. But let's dive in and maybe see what's ahead there, because this feels like the calm before the storm, right? The pawn tension is building. Here come the breakthroughs. Will it be g5, f4? Okay, right as I say it, she plays it. So let's see what we have here.
This is crazy. White just fully focused on one flank, f5, g5, h5, all in there. Black fully focused on the other flank. It's all about the center, actually. If that ever explodes, black's just going to win. The white king is so bare, no pawn shelter, but ultimately the black bishop, the light squared bishop, is blocked and most likely will remain so for a long time. Yeah, where to start? I mean, who's attacking who, first of all? It feels like Zhu Wenjun is the one making all the running. I always joke about a knight on f8, there is no mate, but the black knight on f8 kind of stuck. The knight on e6 getting in its way. Anna, who would you take here?
I would be terrified here if I had to play this from black's perspective. At the same time, we have so much help here, the evaluation bar, the engines, and the engine just laughs that you want to threaten my knight with f5. Go for it. In fact, I'm going to move my knight away before you even attack it, because black could, for instance, capture on d4. C takes d4. White takes back with the pawn on d4 if you want to keep the tension. And black can jump to c5 with the knight. Wow. Sacrifice the knight, because if you take it, I don't know. This is madness, but this is what the computer wants to play. Just like move the knight there, hang it on c5.
This is awesome.
Wow.
You take the knight, and they take it there with the bishop takes c5. I don't know if this is the line Pia is calculating.
Yeah, I think you take c5 first.
But wow. I hope so. I hope this is the line. It's just crazy.
Wow, two-piece sacrifice, not just the one.
Because in the end, the d3 bishops are skewered to the white queen, and the e2 knight is vulnerable. This is why this is a computer line, but this is absolutely bananas. Like, this is so cool. And you know what's funny is, like, even though it likely won't happen on the board, and it is very computer line, it isn't completely out of the question, because players at this level understand where there's tension before it's actually on the board, and they're often evaluating not just where the pieces should be now, but where they should be when the position changes or how the structure opens up. And that bishop is spying the white king on h1. It's on the same diagonal, and when those types of things happen, that's where tactics can occur. And that's where David Howell drops an emote on the board. Brilliant right there. And it's not out of the question that an idea like that happens in the game, whether right now or not. That's my point, is that if Pia can open up the center, the bishops are waiting to get involved. They're hungry for action on the long diagonals, and what a fun variation that could be.
Wow, what a fun variation, but maybe a key variation, Anna, because if black doesn't change the tide like this, kind of change the pace of the game, she could just slowly get steamrolled. I love this knight c5 line. I think Pia might be looking at it because it is quite forcing. I'm not sure I would find it, even though in a classical game, because you have to be really, really vigilant, really aware of the moment. But yeah, if you don't, then F5's coming, kicking the knight, G5's coming, opening the G file, and
Well, plus it only just became possible because Yu and Jun played F4.
Yeah.
So this happened when we joined the game. Pia's only been thinking, as you can see, for 3.5 minutes or so. So she might be looking at it, but she may not have been as dialed into this idea until right now, which is the one thing that makes me worried for her, because the other way to frame the storyline we just described is not just that that's a brilliant idea for Black, but if she doesn't go for that, the center stays closed. And so that eval bar being 50-50 is actually deceptive, because if you don't find that idea, White is turning the kingside flank into the party, and they're bringing their own BYOP pieces, bringing their own pieces to the party right now, and it's gonna be tough for Pia over there.
yeah, I think she might need to find this. Otherwise, I really fear for her. Pia Kramling, can she switch from that kind of strategic mindset that we talk about? She's so strong in those positional battles. Can she switch to suddenly going fire on the board? She might need to. Zhu and Jun, I wonder whether that's on her radar, whether F4 is a calculated kind of gamble, or whether it's just passed her by, because like we were saying, so easy to miss this one-off opportunity. Taking the pawn, knight c5, drop it in. And chaos. Wow.
I'd love it. Thank you for pointing out that line, Anna. This would be amazing.
I'm really rooting for Pia to find it, but it's also very hard to find it.
By the way, Alireza looks like he played d4 and rook f2. That exact variation we predicted is coming on the board, and if White backs up the bishop and the pawns get going, we are truly in for a race between Firouzja and Nakamura. So what fun that would be. Let's see. Leighton J having fun over there against Humpy Canero, and I guess the reason is that White is objectively just kind of up a pawn, right? I know mathematically White is not up a pawn, but when you look at the actual structures on the board, Black has two sets of double pawns. Kind of a two-result position there for Leighton J. And over in the lower left, Vaishali is trying to make it happen on the C file, if she can. Maybe she gets something. But all right, we're going to use this moment as we've reset to reset the action and take a quick break. Remember, you can go to chess.com/events, choose your own adventure, keep it up, keep it funky, keep it fresh, keep it kind. We love that you're active in chat. Thanks for being with us. This is round 8 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and our coverage continues after the break.
Do you think there exists an alternative universe where you are better than I am at chess?
Yes.
Yeah, he's not really sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's a tough question. Like,
have you ever used slang or trendy phrases you didn't fully understand, hoping it will make you sound cooler?
I really hope so.
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah. Who hasn't, though?
Who hasn't?
Right? Yeah.
Who hasn't?
I mean, I still don't know the meaning of half the words I say when I commentate. You can do better, Magnus. Hit me with harder questions.
Were you happy to hear that Nikita Vityugov started representing England?
Truthfully, no. I was, gutted. Still a bit.
Yeah, that's true.
Just after I became #1 as well, it was such a kick in the teeth.
Would you rather be competing in events or cover them?
Oh, I would rather, these days, cover them.
He had to consider that, but he's telling the truth.
Personal growth? This is amazing. I'm proud of you.
Thanks. If you asked me this like 3 years ago, I would have said differently.
Yeah.
Definitely. Even 2 years ago. But
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, how much do I owe you for the therapy session?
I don't know.
Oh.
made you think.
Yeah. You wanted me to take the pawn, huh?
We're playing like grumpy old men right now.
Yeah. Do you wish you had learned more mainline theory as a kid?
Yes.
He's telling the truth.
I mean, I wish I learned more as a teenager, as an adult. Can't believe you're going after my openings already. Like, you're not impressed.
Do you regret choosing chess as a career?
Took me a while to decide on chess, but I'm glad I did.
That's a lie.
Oh! There's other stuff I think I could have done equally well, but...
Wow, I feel bad now.
Yeah, football management is hard to get into, so it's...
What's the most embarrassing thing that's happened to you during a chess game?
Okay,
I gotta simplify the game a bit.
Once in a big money game, Armageddon game, I was so nervous I spilt water all over the board, fizzy water, and I went on to lose pretty badly.
Yeah, he's not really sure about that.
It's a hard question. It's a hard question.
Yeah.
I've never like wet my pants during a game or anything. Like if that's more embarrassing.
Do you like your own posts on social media?
No, I don't.
That's a lie.
I swear I haven't. Maybe accidentally and then unliked it.
This is the 1 hour chess lesson you could take to make sure that you have all the starting tips, strategies, and basic understanding to really be ready. By owning the D file, White can do anything that he or she wants. If you don't understand what to do here, you might move the queen to safety on c6 and immediately lose the first lady to bishop to b5. King on the 6th, pawn on the 5th is a winning king and pawn ending where no matter what black does, we are going to be able to bring a new queen to the board. You can also skip the parts that maybe you already know how to move the pieces or the language and jump in at a level that's appropriate to you. Welcome back, fans. Round 8 of Norway Chess has been underway for a little while. Where have you been? So much is underway here in this building. We got a Guinness World Record going downstairs, and if you're with us at the end of the day, we might be celebrating history together. Should be pretty fun. Anna, David, and Danny here. That's the band. That's where we're at. Color coordinating where possible, when possible.
Always.
And we are definitely color coordinating in the bird's eye view. So let's get to the games, take a look, at what we have. I think the Ding Liren Fabiano Caruana game is calling our name, because I was wrong that Fabi might be getting something in this endgame. Perhaps Ding is actually, dare I say it, knock on wood. I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to say it. Is Ding's in a good position, and I think we should break it down.
Yeah. Is Ding back? That's the big question. Fabiano, his last move, undeveloping again, not for the first time this game. A piece goes back to its starting square, the black knight dropping back to b8. White is still a pawn up. I think that's the main factor of the position. A bit of a loose knight on c4 potentially, but he solidified everything in the center. The white knight on d5, looking pretty right now. 4 versus 3 on the king side. Active centralized pieces. Black's pieces in comparison, a bit on the passive side. I'm wondering whether you have to react, like drop your knight back to coordinate with its fellow knight, knight e3, or whether you just activate your rook and say, okay, time to go. Ding, either way, he's done everything right, up on the clock as well. Anna, without jinxing it, do we think he's going to do it? Is Ding Liren going to get his first classical win of the event?
I think this is a great chance. We were already excited about his chances at the very early stage because of Fabi going for a really risky and dubious opening. Then things changed because of b3 and playing it slow. But now the tides are back in Ding's favor. So I think, yes, I think this is very promising because it's an extra pawn, it's extra time, and hopefully it's extra confidence, because I think Ding Liren played well yesterday. He played well in other games too, but in critical moments, he couldn't deal with the pressure. He couldn't play with the nerves of steel he used to be so known for, and maybe his confidence needs just this boost that he could take down one of the strongest players in the world, the long-time world number 2, current world number 3. I also don't want to jinx this, but this is a really good chance.
Yeah, and I'm definitely, never rooting against Fabiano. I mean, but at this point, he kind of got what he deserved. If he chose the opening he did, and even if Ding Liren misplayed it, as we talked about and analyzed earlier, perhaps with b3, it was a strange decision perhaps to go to the endgame, and you called it. It really is much more of a 2-result position for White. When we left this game, I thought the knights were going the other way. Like, they were coming to c5, d6, c4, and they have gone backward, and they're not very active anymore. The white knights, on the other hand, have fully coordinated. You've got unicorns in the center, donkeys on the b file, and green is good, red is bad here. I like Ding Liren's chances a lot.
Yeah, golden opportunity. Yesterday, Ding, from a position of strength, offered a draw as soon as it was possible on move 30 when he had the black pieces. This is the first time he could offer a draw with white, so I'm really hoping he keeps this game going. I don't think there's any risk at all entailed here. I think just to be solid, just to be safe, I would drop my knight back just to avoid any awkwardness once the white rook inevitably gets hit and kicked away from the center. You don't want loose pieces. That's the only way you ever really blunder this position. But knight e3 followed by, at some point, f4, f5 looks like a really kind of juicy plan in the near future. Obviously, you want to activate the white rook in the corner in kind of the next few turns as well. But either way, no matter what move, it feels like he is in control, Ding. Fabi, yeah, provocation. That's why at the top level we say the players often stay solid in the kind of initial stages, because provoking world-class players like this, it's a recipe for disaster.
Is it a recipe for disaster to play howler moves, as according to our featured chat?
It's the word of the day.
Yeah.
To play howler moves, to commit a howler, and we've had a lot of Howell action today. We've had Howell action in the variation that Magnus Carlsen chose versus Pragg in the Open Spanish. We had a bit of a howler earlier in the studio with some spilled water. I'm not gonna say who did it.
That is pointing.
But yeah, no, okay, sorry, and maybe Fabi committing some howlers of his own. But all right, rook to b1. The fact that Ding played that fast too, it's a good sign that Ding Liren is feeling confident. And by the way, we've officially crossed move 30, and Ding Liren has not offered a draw. Let's bleepin' go. He wants a fight. He's not just looking forward to the next rest day. And I'm excited to see what's ahead. I think we should actually back up and spy some of the other games. There's some interesting stuff going on. A very provocative-looking pawn sacrifice from Firouzja against Hikaru Nakamura on the queen side with this move b6. Fascinating to try to bust up things and open up new lines for the bishop on c4 so that it's not just a blunted piece. Really interesting there. And I'm kind of liking what Magnus managed to get. I mean, I know it's dead equal, but at least the pawn isn't on d2 and queening yet, and you have managed to secure the extra pawn if you're Carlsen. So, okay. Oh, by the way, Pia Cromling played c takes d4. Are we about to see the craziest engine line that we've analyzed all day? If e takes d4 happens and knight c5 is on the board, we are going to go to there. But all right, hands off. You two are in charge. Choose a game you want to go to. I've kind of laid it out.
Anna, your choice. This is too tough. This is too difficult.
I think we need to pick up on the last moves between Carlsen and Pragnanandhaa, because we were analyzing that line with queen c7, and I want to see how much it compared to the ones that we were trying to show to our viewers, and if this is a better version than the line we were analyzing.
Yeah, Magnus has found a way to keep the game going. He's found a way to go a pawn up. Ultimately, if you look at the king side, this kind of massive pawns, the 3 versus 2 majority that white has, not the most impressive in any rook and pawn endgames. This would likely be a draw. In any pure queen endgames, most likely a draw, though we've seen Magnus squeeze water out of a stone there before in this tournament. Yeah, let's just do a very quick backtrack. We left it about 4 or 5 moves ago. We saw black push a pawn forward to d4. Magnus said, okay, first I'll trade, then I'll give a check, kicking the black king into the corner. And now after a trade of rooks, rook d1 first of all, just to slow down the advance of the black d-pawn temporarily. Queen to d7, supporting the pawn, defending it, and threatening to push forward. Magnus picks up the a-pawn while he has the opportunity before it runs away, and d3. And my big question is whether we block this pawn here and now with rook to d2, or do we just kind of say, do your worst, pawn to b4. Yeah, Magnus still needs to keep the queens on, I feel, in order to win this game.
Was queen to b5 a possibility from Pragg instead of queen to d7? Can we just back up a couple of moves while we have the analysis up? Because when I initially looked at it, I thought queen b5, there was rook takes d4, but, you know, queen takes c4, there is no rook takes d8. Or maybe there is. Maybe that's the king and pawn ending. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I answered my own question. Sorry.
We should show it, though.
Just like the confessional booth, when you start talking out loud, you solve the problem in your own head. This is the therapeutic aspect of analyzing your variations in a real-time, out-loud fashion. This is a winning king opponent ending. Go ahead and keep showing it.
Yeah, 3 versus 2. For example, the kings will race towards the center. Still some hard work to be done, but I do believe white can actually create a pass pawn, or at least a distraction. At some point, you'll push the g pawn, then the f pawn, and 3 versus 2. We could play this to the end, but I trust the eval bar here. It feels like the extra pawn does work, despite the fact that g-pawns are doubled. So interesting, yeah, Pragg not taking that risk, just keeping the position intact with queen d7, and if we catch up, this is the current state of affairs. b4 played. b4 is too late, and yeah, I still think with the queens on, Magnus has winning chances. With the queens off, draw.
That's funny. I think we feel that way. We have a little bit of Magnus bias-itis. We think that he is capable of converting these very, very small advantages. But apparently Pragg is not feeling this way. He's actually feeling very confident in his ability to hold this position. And why do I know that? Because he just visited the confession booth a few moments ago. So let's actually let's throw to Pragg and his thoughts that he just gave us.
Yeah, so there are a lot of changes after came here. Yeah, I think I got this counterplay with BA4 and C5. Otherwise, it might have been quite tricky. And I think now, I think it should be enough counterplay for a draw, because if my pawn reaches D2, I think even if I'm 2 pawns down, it should be holdable. Otherwise I think even in some cases there was some 3 versus 2 on the same side, which is also fine. So unless I miss something here, yeah, I don't see it because last time I found it in Confession, so I was thinking maybe I find it again here. Yeah, I don't see it. And another game, like in other games, I think yeah, Hikaru position looks nice, and yeah, Fab is a pawn down, but I think it should be holdable. Yeah, so far that's what has happened.
Well, all right. Pragg feeling confident that he can hold this one. We see some moves being made here. Pragg freed his back rank, so there will be no basic checkmate patterns here, no puzzle rush moments anymore. But Magnus doesn't wait to get the b-pawn going and to try to coordinate the queen and rook. But, all right, I actually don't want to wait any longer before we back up, bring it back to the bird's eye view, and quickly switch over to the game that is heating up on the board. Yeah, let's just get to there. It is Zhu Wenjun and Pia Cromling. Pia Cromling has found knight to c5, a line that once shared by Anna we thought was surely an Indian variation, but it's on the board, and let's pull it up. This is about to get absolutely crazy, and can't wait to see what's ahead here.
I am so excited and so happy that Pia found this. I'm just checking in on Anna's stream. Obviously, Anna Cromling is streaming her mom's game, and she's analyzing all these variations. This was the only way to not get worse in that position, because White was about to steamroll the king side. If we bring up our analysis board, we can show briefly the moment before this sacrifice and then analyze the double piece sacrifice. What is that? What is it that Pia had to figure out on her own, without evaluation bar, without engine? And she did it. She is such a legend.
It's amazing.
She did it. Pia Cromling, incredible. Maybe the move of the day so far, the move of the round. You mentioned backing up here, Anna, and just showing this action replay. It was a two-move combo, not just the second move, impressive, knight c5. I'm going to jump in a second, give that a double exclamation mark, but f4, she needed to be in tune here with the weakness of the white king on the diagonal. Top players, they always ask each other, or they ask themselves even, what has changed. And f4, a clear signal that white wants to attack, so black needs to strike back in the center. We always talk about this, and her central strike was a trade, first of all, but number one priority, blow open, even at the cost of a piece, this bishop on the long diagonal, knight c5, and here we go. Oh, just in time, we get a reply from Zhu Wenjun. It's actually a mistake, but I'm going to give this a double exclamation point because it's just super incredible. The gift was not accepted here. Zhu Wenjun, a bit of a afraid retreat there. If she had accepted pawn to d4 check, we actually showed one variation earlier, but I just wanted to show more because actually, it's not d4 check, sorry. It's bishop takes c5 first.
Second piece sacrifice before d4. Bishop takes.
Yeah, and in this position, earlier I mentioned king to h2. This would have simply walked into, whoops, checkmate in one. So white had to actually block this diagonal. I can see why Zhu Wenjun was so afraid, so terrified of this incoming attack, knight e4. But here, it's not a question of material. It's about which piece is more valuable, the black rook or the black bishop. Clearly, the one you want to keep on the board is the bishop. So now you take with the rook. And ultimately here, white would have only one way to stay in the game. And maybe you could flick in queen takes h4 first, but in this position, it's just pure chaos. Black is down a whole rook temporarily, but she can regain some material, maybe start taking some pawns. Very scary position for white to play. And ultimately, Zhu Wenjun didn't go for this.
This is
understandable why Zhu Wenjun didn't want to go for this. This looks terrifying. But of course, it's a lot easier for us to analyze this and let the players play it out. It's not our pieces that we are giving up. You know, one piece sacrifice, then a second one. Then you're down a full rook in a competitive classical chess game. This is not some kind of a online game against a friend of yours, maybe with the take-back option too.
Yeah, this is not that at all. And the wheels could be coming off for Zhu Wenjun because of it, because not capturing that knight allowed knight e4, which we spent so much time justifying the sacrifice. It was brilliant, and we needed to analyze it. We kind of failed to mention both earlier when we first looked at it and now that the main idea is that if you don't take the knight, it lands on e4, and this is huge, right? Now white has to start trading off their attackers. which is going to severely limit the chances of checkmate. The pawn on e4 is a monster, by the way. It is a passed pawn supported by both the rook on e8 and the bishop on b7. And if you ever move out of the way, you might even just sacrifice it because it opens up the diagonal. So crazy that this game could be deciding Zhu Wenjun's fate in 2024 Norway Chess Women, because she came in with the white pieces and was very aggressive, launched this kingside attack. But it's going to get crazy, and she could be in big trouble with that extended kingside.
Yeah, it looks like white here needs a miracle to start attacking herself. Earlier, it felt like f5, g5, it was all coming with gain of time, gain of tempo, and the white pawns would have blown open that flank. But suddenly, I totally agree, it's hanging by a thread for Zhu Wenjun. It most likely will for the rest of the game with such a precarious king position. Yeah, she would love to somehow take back her g-pawn, put it on g2, take the h-pawn back, put it on h2, then maybe she's fine. But yeah, just crazy to me that the eval bar says still level. Because
it's crazy though, but that's because a computer can continue to play things like just g5 and probably walk the king up to g2 and g4 for all that matters. And the computer says, yeah, everything objectively is just equal in chess. But this is a very, very hard position to play for white. And again, unless you get a checkmate attack of your own, you cannot justify the pawns you've extended in front of your king. So super exciting stuff right now.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Pia Kramling. Can she back it up? The time scramble, though, rearing its head. 21 minutes on the clock. They've only played 24 moves, so it might come down to who has the faster kind of speed of thought right now. Pia, I think we're all rooting for her. But Zhu Wenjun, a classy player too. And we know how good she is once the clock ticks down.
Yeah, and that could be a decisive factor, as you mentioned. This is only move 24, and Pia going down to 20 minutes, 27 minutes for Zhu Wenjun. They only start receiving increment once move 40 is completed. That is a long way to go. And even then, the increment is only 10 seconds. This is a crazy sharp position where both of them need to calculate a lot. Even Pia is not out of all the danger, because there is a rook on g1 and white wants to push g5, and then if the g file opens up, you still need to be really careful about your own king as well. So this is very double-edged, very sharp. I do think that finding the capture on d4 and knight c5, this double piece sacrifice, saved the day. If black didn't play it, it would have been so much easier, white's attack, and so maybe even impossible for black to stop it. Now that the position has opened up, the white king is also a target.
Indeed. And amazing that she found it. Amazing to see the variations that could have happened. But now Pia Kramling is in a great spot. And I want to back up because Hikaru Nakamura might be in a better spot than he was when we left him. That game is getting wild. And with the last move, rook e3, having come to the board, okay, but now, and then bishop to b4. Sorry, didn't even see that was on the board. We have to go over there. What a crazy position. According to the computer, it's close to level, apparently, but that just looks so hard to play white right now. And you see Firouzja's at the board. Hikaru is not. If I had to guess, Hikaru probably playing or saying something similar in the confessional that he thinks this position is hard to hold. And the blue arrow appears. Firouzja needs to find king h1, apparently.
Yeah, king h1, maybe one of the more natural moves, so I'm assuming that Firouzja will find that. Yeah, just this pin is so uncomfortable. You really want to shoot the white king off into the corner out of that g-file. I guess what you need to calculate is whether black is threatening the move bishop to c3, hitting the rook in the corner, kind of snatching this pawn in the center as well. I mean, this is just chaos. What's the material count even? It's white a pawn up still? That is incredible. It felt like with all of black's activity that black was actually the one just pocketing pawns, gaining material, but right now white's solid enough to keep the game going. Under 20 minutes though. Hikaru said it in the confessional, Anna. He predicted a mad time scramble already, what was it, an hour or two ago? It looks like he's going to be correct.
He's definitely going to be correct, and I think he's correct about his winning chances, because this position, even if it's only a slight advantage according to the computer, that's with perfect play and perfect defense. And these positions are so difficult to play, especially from the defensive side. Humans have emotions, have feelings. I don't think I'm breaking headline news with this statement, but it makes it so much harder to play well in a position like this when your king is under attack.
Yeah.
The only thing that's interesting is Hikaru also has some weird, unless the knight on b6 and the bishop on b4 find their way into the game via the queen side, via, you know, eliminating the knight on d2 and c4 becomes available or something, or there's a c6 shot, which, by the way, is not off the table. You should watch out for black playing c6 at some point and that bishop getting in trouble if white's queen isn't still on that long diagonal spying the king on g8. But I guess what I was trying to get to is that not all of Hikaru's pieces are on the king side yet either. So if Firouzja does find king h1 and the rook does come to g1, what's the concrete plan here? And I think that's partly why the computer is like, yeah, with best play, this is still close to level. Let's not forget that white is still up a pawn. The biggest thing I'm looking at right now that I'm worried about is Firouzja's clock. And that's not just because he's playing Hikaru Nakamura, one of the fastest players in the world, someone who really knows how to use the clock as a weapon, but because Firouzja has already lost a classical game purely really due to time pressure, and that was against Magnus Carlsen earlier in the event. So he hasn't handled himself well under time pressure. I'm not going to hold the Armageddon flagging against him, though he did also flag in Armageddon. So that's the thing you're nervous about if you're Firouzja's camp right now.
Yeah, one of many things. I was going to say Firouzja might be calculating more direct attempts. He's not one to kind of slow down, defend, unless he really needs to. I'm wondering whether c5 is a move. Trying to find a way to refute that one. Maybe we jump in, show some variations, try to predict the future. As Firouzja spends his 11 minutes. c5 here. I'm expecting the bar to drop. There we go. I'm trying to figure out why. I don't really see it. Looks like we're opening up this diagonal. We're hitting the black knight. I need help here. This looks like maybe the most natural alternative to shuffling the king into the corner.
I think what the computer really likes is the rook's ability to swing over to the queen side, rook a3. And then the white queen has to go to b1 or b2. You take on a1, and you can capture the pawn on d5. So the knight wins the pawn back, but also is jumping toward the king side.
That's key. It's funny. I did not see rook a3 until you said it, and maybe that was just engine blind. Neither did David. The moment you said rook a3, we're like, oh, and actually, now that you go back to the live position, that's a threat already, right? And that's a move you got to keep in mind. So rook a3 suddenly appears before our eyes, and and yeah, that's another problem for Firouzja.
Yeah, maybe another threat up black's sleeve. There's rook a3, there's bishop c3 in the air. I wonder whether after king h1, black will just laugh and say, okay, king h8, just chill, grandmaster move. But yeah, there's some tactics in the air. I do also wonder whether king h1 might come with some threats at some point of taking this black rook. It looks impossible because it will just be replaced by a super strong pawn, but the white rook getting to g1 with gain of tempo, that might be the key. So Firouzja right now, it is worrying. We talk about long think, wrong think, but I mean, that becomes ever more important, the clock situation. Under 16 minutes, his body language isn't too positive right now. Yeah, I think Hikaru, wherever he is, whether it's the confessional or not, super confident.
I think he's in the confessional. I would be surprised if he's not in the confessional.
This is his last chance to go to it if he is, because after this visit, I'm guessing both players get under 20 minutes pretty soon here. Although the more you look at it, the more you're surprised the computer thinks the position is close to level. Because, yeah, it's becoming harder and harder to defend. And Hikaru did kind of call his shot. He said that earlier. I believe it was confessional visit number 2 in this round. If you're just joining us, he's visited 4 times. Where have you been? But I think confessional visit number 2, maybe it was 3. I've lost track. He said that this position was going to be really hard for Firouzja to defend from a practical perspective. And he may end up being right about that. So, all right, Firouzja's thinking. It's right about that time where we back up, reset, take a look at all the games in action. Go to chess.com, follow them yourself. If you want all the boards up, you can toggle back and forth. You can also just stay wherever you are choosing to watch this show from.
Yeah, maybe just a brief update on Magnus Carlsen against Pragg. We won't dive in too much with any variations. Queens are off the board. The whole queen side has been obliterated. It's just 3 pawns versus 2 pawns on the king side. This should be a draw. Magnus has worked Magnus Magic against Firouzja before in this tournament, but this looks like an even more difficult version to win. I think Pragnanandhaa draws this 95 times out of 100 minimum.
And that could be exactly what Hikaru needs, because currently it's Magnus Carlsen who is leading, half a point ahead of Hikaru, but Hikaru with chances in winning in Classical, which is 3 points. Even if Magnus wins later the Armageddon against Pragnanandhaa, he'll be given 1.5 points. So Hikaru could actually leapfrog Magnus if he manages to win today in Classical.
Indeed, yeah. Even if Magnus wins in Armageddon, which is not a foregone conclusion, right? So yeah, no, this is... We could have another shakeup at the top of the standings, and as we already highlighted, I think of the two players, Hikaru has slightly better pairings for the rest of the event. We shouldn't be counting out Pragg. Again, Pragg is in 3rd place and has some chances. So if Pragg were to win in Armageddon, he gets himself that much closer to the tournament leader in Magnus Carlsen. But yeah, I think we can let that game be. We'll get back to it with a handshake, or if someone says a crazy blunder happened. The Magnus fanatics out there, we know there are many. You can just be mad at us if you want, but this one is headed to a draw and headed to Armageddon, so we're going to focus on the others. Do we want to go down to... Okay, Zhu and Jun's game and Pia Cromling is just going to remain crazy. It's going to be awesome. We haven't checked in on Vaishali's game in a while. It's a C-file battle there. Anna Muzichuk defending as Vaishali doubles rooks. And Lei Ting-Jie is slowly converting against Humpy Canero. I expect her to get the win there, which would be a big Classical win. We've kind of been overlooking Lei, but if she gets this W, that's 3 points as well.
Yeah. That would be huge. That would be huge for Lei Ting-Jie, and with chances of getting to the top spots. At the moment, it's Anna Muzichuk on 12 and Zhu Wenjun on 11.5, but a Classical win of 3 points.
By the way, Firouzja did just play C5. He may have just blundered Rook A3.
He did? He played C5?
Right as we were switching, and I hate when that happens because kind of jerks the show around a little bit. But he played C5, and if Hikaru finds Rook A3, Hikaru Nakamura might be getting that much closer to a win with black and 3 points in Classical.
Do we jump back?
We should. We need to.
I don't always know what to do.
I think we should.
All right, I think so too. Well, let's just quickly say in this one right here, like, Lei Ting-Jie is converting. You have 4 on 3. F4 is a great move. It looks good for her. But we're going to go back to this one. Hikaru, look at that. Relaxed as ever.
Tying his shoes before he plays Rook A3. Is that all you need to find Rook A3, that your shoelaces are intact?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know that he was doing... Oh, he's about to do it. He sees it.
That's it.
He knows it. Rook A3. It's not like it's over, but it is looking tough. He's going to take on A1 and win the D5 pawn. Anna already showed us this line. It is engine approved, and Hikaru in a great spot right now.
Yeah, he spotted it. Firouzja did react instantly, so I have a feeling Firouzja, if this is a mistake, then it must have been a miscalculation further down the line. But if you see Rook A3, this is odd. Was it maybe just panic? Maybe he thought his position was already on the edge. Maybe he thought it was terminal. Hikaru there reacting. Danny, we need a kind of reading there.
Hikaru, you're in the teens here, which is a consistent and confident bit of a scowl and a skeptical, like, are you sure you know what you're doing to your opponent? The catalog goes from Hikaru number 11 to Hikaru number 16. It ranges. But he takes A1 without really thinking about it. He's going to take on D5 next. And yeah, you know, it was easy for us to say that, oh, maybe the position is close to level. But we were saying that because we have 3 of us analyzing and we have the computer. But, like, this is exactly what we thought it was going to be, a really tough game for Firouzja, you know?
It is tough because he is a human being who has to defend an extremely difficult position. It's very easy to make a mistake because the moves that he had to find were not the most natural. Sometimes the position is solid and the moves that you need to play are a lot more like normal looking and natural and usual to what you normally would be doing with your pieces. Other times, especially when your king is under attack, some of the best defensive moves are crazy looking. They look very passive, they look very bold, they look very strange. And I think that was the case here as well, that he had to find a series of very precise and very not the most natural looking moves in the world.
Yeah, I think that's the case. Also, maybe just a misevaluation of what's about to happen. Firouzja, maybe he thought this is just a more manageable position. He's getting pieces off the board. Maybe he hated the fact that the white bishop earlier looked like a big pawn. It was a bit stuck offside, so why not trade it off for the black knight? The blue arrow appears. Hikaru, he's going to play c6. It's not even a question. Just doing some calculation first. But I can understand why Firouzja might have been tempted by this if he can get the white queen in somewhere. If he can pick up the white queen and put her kind of in the mix, in the center, e6, e5, some counterplay. Black's bishops don't coordinate with each other, but ultimately Hikaru is most likely going to be a pawn up in the near future with an ongoing attack. Yeah, this looks really, really scary. Firouzja needs to go into all-out defensive mode in order to save this game. And he might need a bit of luck along the way.
I think he will need it, and he will need to speed up as well, because he's down to 12 minutes, and this is still very far from making it to the time control, making it to move 40, when they will be getting a 10-second increment per move. I just can't believe that the material imbalance is not going the other way around. Hikaru sacrificed a pawn, then he sacrificed a second pawn, and soon he's about to be up a pawn. So basically he's been gobbling up a pawn, a second pawn, and soon a third pawn as well in the last couple of moves.
Yeah, top players. I don't know whether counting is their biggest skill, but either way, the count is in Hikaru's favor, or it's about to be. Pawn to c6, though, we're waiting for. It looks like he reached his hand out immediately after Firouzja moved.
Yeah.
And then he took a step back. I don't know what he's calculating right now. Bit of hesitation from Hikaru Nakamura.
If counting is all it takes to become a strong chess player, I wish I had been given that memo. That information would have been way more useful a few years ago.
Oh, he's going for his rook. He's not going to play the
c6?
best move.
He should play c6. It's
just
really hard to imagine why.
Praising him that he has it all under control and he knows that c6 was the best. Why did he?
What is the idea there?
Why did he not play c6?
I think it's maybe a structural thing. He wants to keep his pawn structure intact. If there's a trade of bishop for knight, then the black rook would sit pretty on an outpost. But queen to e1, the blue arrow appears, tells us the way. That is a sneaky move. Suddenly the black king on the diagonal vulnerable. The white queen will slide up from e1 with some checks. Yeah, I think c6 would have been appealing to me just because it feels like the knight on d5 is loose anyway. We all know loose pieces drop off, so just solidifying that knight on an outpost with a pawn would have been safest. But maybe it's that blue arrow bias we have. And Firouzja, what do we think of his next move? It might be critical that he finds this to stay in the game.
I think he will play queen e1, and that's a human move. That's a natural move.
Yeah, it threatens queen e6 check, right?
The only way to get the white queen in the game. She looks terrible in the corner. Nobody puts queenie in the corner like that. But Firouzja, he needs to centralize her to get back in the game.
And then the question is, how will Hikaru prevent that major threat of losing material because of queen e6 or because of bishop takes d5, rook takes d5, queen e6? Both ways are threatening to pick up material. He could just step out of the diagonal, the king. He will need to do that at some point.
Yeah, but this is actually a real problem if white finds queen e1, because if queen e1, the natural human move you'd love to play is like queen f6 to stop queen e5 and guard e6 check, but we should show there's knight takes f4 in that position.
Nice.
And we should analyze that real quick just to show it on the board for everyone. If queen e1, queen f6, knight takes f4, the knight is pinned. Okay, oh, well, I guess I'm wrong. Engine says no, there is something here for black. Is it queen d4? Oh my gosh, what is going on here? I know, wow. That looks, optically, I'm like, isn't this great for white? Now I'm attacking the bishop, I'm attacking the pinned knight, so forget you, computer, but this looks, what is the reason this isn't good for white?
Apparently, you just go back to g5 with the queen.
Okay, and
force
the knight goes to g2.
Back to g2, and then you say, okay, this was all part of my plan to blunder the pawn, so I'm gonna get my king out of the pin, king h7, and life is great.
I guess it's funny because getting rid of that pawn opens up the queen and bishop for double duty on d2 right there, right? A pin to win the knight. Anyway, okay, well, fascinating content, as they say, but my point was, I think queen e1 is a hard problem to solve because, to your point, Anna, back in the position, if you can't play queen f6 And
But now maybe you can.
Maybe you can. I'm accidentally blundering into those lines, but the white queen is coming in, and this is
an accidental howler.
An accidental howler, although there may be lines where you take d5 and queen e8 check, and then you check on g6, and you get the queens off the board and knight hangs. I bet that's it. And then queen e8. Okay, now it's actually looking good.
Ooh, maybe it's knight takes f4, actually.
Maybe right away. I thought in the end of this line, if the king takes, obviously, black is winning at the end, but of course they'll play like king h6. Oh, don't do that. Yep.
Yep, don't do that. King h6, and black probably picks up some pawns. But I was wondering, maybe in this position, instead of the queen takes g6, whether you can take with the knight on f4 now? And if black tries the same thing, queen g5, can we be... Oh, can we be tricky? Rook g2? No.
Just wild stuff. Rook g2, if you take f4, queen g6 is mate in 2.
Oh, yeah. If you take on f4, this is game over.
Then you can take, and then you win the rook on d5, not the bishop. Okay.
Yeah. And either way, craziness, craziness.
Craziness, and it also just highlights that Firouzja is trying to calculate all of this, not with a team, not with an engine, and with less than 10 minutes on the clock. So, difficult work ahead.
But it all starts with queen e1, and at least activity is maybe one of his favorite things. So I do feel he'll find that. Whether he finds the best continuations next, that's the big question. Hikaru might well just play queen f6 or move the black king off the diagonal, and still plenty of action ahead. 8 minutes now under that even, Anna, and he still has to make 10 moves to get an increment. It's like deja vu. This is Alireza Firouzja's story throughout the candidates, throughout the early rounds here. The clock, it's maybe the Achilles heel.
It certainly feels like it. Imagine if Alireza had time in the games where the clock was a major factor, like in his game against Magnus. Of course, Magnus put a lot of pressure on him, but essentially he cracked because he also didn't have the time to defend that endgame. And we could name so many other games, as you referred to, the candidates tournament as well. This game maybe is joining the list of those very many painful losses for Alireza. He's not lost. The position is not lost, but he only has 7 minutes to figure out some really complex and crazy calculations here. Queen e1 is natural. I think he will be playing it, but the follow-up is not natural.
Oh, man. Well, Alireza Firouzja under a bunch of pressure here, and the rest of the field is under a bunch of pressure. Not just if Hikaru does win this game and is leading, but to keep up with him in the race for who has the most confessional visits, because Hikaru Nakamura visit numero 5, that's number 5, and it starts right now.
All right, you guys, we're back. Yeah, so my game has gone in strange directions. I think you're never really sure what's going on in your game when every line you calculate and you use time doesn't end up getting played. So pretty much every move that Alireza has played for the last 5 moves has not been the move that I've been expecting. Starting with g takes h5, starting with g takes h5, which shook me. I did not expect that. I was sure he was going to play knight e4. So g5 or g takes h5 was his first surprising move, and then then I spent 20 minutes on this f5 move, and he didn't go knight b3, knight d4, which is what I was expecting, and pretty much the only line I calculated. And he played d4 instead, so a lot of his moves have been confusing. I thought this b6 move was insane, actually. I mean, maybe he sees something more than I do, but I think that I'm just simply better here. I would say at the very least, I don't think there's any risk of losing anymore, because now that I'm only down a pawn, unless he's going to be able to push the pawns in the center, at the absolute worst, I can trade the 2 bishops for D's knights, and once I trade the bishops for D's knights, I should be able to at least draw the game, at least. So I don't think I'm in danger anymore. Also, he's now put the bishop on b5, which I realize is actually out of play if he can't force in c5 or d6. So realistically here, I think I'm probably going to win this game. I suspect that Alireza probably thought he had c5 here, and he missed it. I can play rook a3. That's my best guess, because he probably thought I had to go rook a3 right away, and then after queen b1 takes bishop b4, I think he maybe go queen e1 and play for more. I mean, even that I'm kind of skeptical can be good for white. But still, I feel like what he's done has to be wrong. And also now the time pendulum is starting to shift in my favor, because Alireza is having to think. And most of my moves at this point, unless I'm blundering the game, almost all my moves here are going to be reactionary moves to whatever he chooses to play. So the time situation is also starting to swing in my favor here, I feel like. So I'm feeling pretty good, but it's still very, very chaotic, and we have a long way to go. So we'll see what happens.
These nights, that was hilarious. Hikaru Nakamura delivers yet again, not just with the high-level analysis, but the massively entertaining breakdown of what's going on. Shout out to the team, too, for that edit. That was so good.
Oh, that was really a double exclamation mark to the editing team.
Absolutely. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. But Firouzja finding all of these moves with limited time. We pointed out the best approach according to the engine, and required approach really was Queen E1, Queen E5, and he has found it. So the subtle slip perhaps from Hikaru not playing C6, maybe he has to play a move like that now. But either way, this one is going to deliver here down the stretch. We're going to get fireworks. Hikaru way up on the clock. Firouzja fighting for his life with some real pressure. If we're going to check on other games, maybe we should do it right now, because this one is probably going to pull our attention back. We already had it happen once, where we tried to go and see Leighton Jay's breakdown of Humpy Canero in the endgame, but then we had to come right back. Magnus Carlsen and Pragnanandhaa are getting closer to a draw. Not a lot of progress to be made there. Liren's game is getting weirder. Looks like some of the advantage has slipped. We should probably go over there and check out what happened.
Yeah, it looks like it might have slipped just on this last move as well. Fabiano Caruana down to 5 minutes, but it looks like he might be able to restore the material balance in some variations. It's tricky though. It's still really, really sharp. I mean, temporarily black is a piece up. He's just captured a knight on d5. White will capture back any second now, I'm assuming, from Ding. And how does black deal with the issue of an attack against the bishop and an attack against the knight on d4? Here we go. Big threats on the board. Okay, the blue arrow keeps appearing in all of these boards right now. Fabi living life on the edge, though. 5 minutes. He has to find this move, otherwise it might all be over. He has to save the 2 minor pieces. What do we think? Is he going to hold this one? It still looks sharp. It still looks difficult to me.
Wait, Ding just offered a draw and they agreed. It just happened right as you were turning to throw it, and Ding Liren is pointing out variations he may have calculated, and we don't have audio, but
oh my gosh,
the players have agreed to go to Armageddon.
Ding, he was risking nothing. Fabi only had 5 minutes left, and I think Fabi needed to find a series of only moves just to stay in the game. Ding actually pointed to something, I'm not sure whether we'll have time to show that. He pointed to something that was likely about to happen. But either way, why would you offer a draw there? You're the one testing the opponent.
Definitely, even if the advantage is already gone, and I think Ding Liren felt it. He felt that he let Fabi slip. You want your opponent to find those precise defensive moves, and then you can offer a draw. If Fabi has already found the next couple of moves that are crucial, you can still offer a draw.
Yeah,
you gotta test him first.
You gotta test him first, and it just doesn't make any sense. Well, of course, the players don't have the blue arrow, but I'd like to understand a little more fully. So this is the only move in the position. Obviously, the knight is hanging, the bishop is hanging, so it's not that hard to see, but let's go forward quickly. So rook takes, and the knight and bishop are under attack. So, I mean, you got to make Fabi find these moves here.
Yeah. Fabi, again, would only have 1 move to stay in the game. He'd have to give a check with his knight. The white king would step forward, most likely, testing black.
After king g2, I guess the idea is knight e1 check, and maybe Ding Liren was just going to repeat moves anyway.
Knight e1 loses, apparently, after king to g3.
Oh, king g3, the knight's trapped. Yeah, of course.
And, yeah.
I was trying to anticipate, like, what was the perpetual? Maybe they were talking about it, but that's definitely not it.
Firstly, the knight is trapped. Secondly, there's also a pin on the d-file. So actually, the same idea, but with the move order inverted, would have been the way. After king g2, bishop takes d5 first was the only way to keep the game going, the only way to stay alive. And now, after knight takes bishop, with a big threat to take the black knight, now an intermezzo, a check to save the game. The black knight saves itself, and here, now you have time to pick up the knight. This position, I can understand why Ding might feel it's a draw, but the black knight's still trapped. It feels like still some hard work needs to be done. You're risking precisely 0 with white. Yeah, odd decision, I've got to say. At least test your opponent, get here, and then offer the draw. But it felt like Ding didn't want that tension.
Yeah, I am shocked. I am shocked because as both of you highlighted, there's zero risk for white to test Fabiano, to have to find those crucial moves with 5 minutes on the clock. Even when he reaches move 40, there's only a 10-second increment, so Fabi would have had to play all those moves as a blitz game, never getting back more time on the clock. And you can always offer a draw, even after these next couple of moves or play it on. There's nothing that white should be afraid of. Is there anything that white should be afraid of here?
Not really. I mean, yeah, it's puzzling. It is officially puzzling, and it's one of many puzzling things that has happened in Norway Chess, if it comes to talking about the subject of the World Chess Champion, Ding Liren. But all right, we're going to steal a break really quick, because with that quick draw, it means we have Armageddon coming up around the corner. I think we thought Magnus Carlsen versus Pragnanandhaa might be our first Armageddon, but no, the very, very shocking end to Ding Liren versus Fabiano Caruana means that we have Armageddon around the corner, and these guys might be just right after them, Magnus and Pragg. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues when we return.
I'm Levi Rosman, and right now I'm joined by Pragg. Pragg, first of all, very nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Finally, I feel like I've covered so many of your games and read so many stories about you. I want to just start off by addressing an elephant in the room, which is, let's say, the photo of you at the airport coming back from, it was the Olympiad, or it was...
World Cup.
Yeah, World Cup. It was the photo where... as a spectator of the game, it's completely fascinating. Like, it looks like you can't move. Like, the car cannot drive forward because there are so many people, right? Like, how has it been for you after the World Cup, qualifying, the wins against Magnus, all the publicity? What's that been like for you to handle?
Yeah, it's something new. It kind of started from 2022, and then I think World Cup kind of made it bigger. Yeah, people do recognize me a lot nowadays. And I see it as it's a good thing for the game. New people coming into the game. For me personally, I'm just focusing on my chess and working hard towards that. So it doesn't put me under any pressure as of now. Maybe it will change in the future, but for now, I'm just doing what I do normally.
I guess last question on sort of the subject of. Let's call it attention, not from the public necessarily, but from, in this case, Magnus himself. Like, it's pretty rare to get on interview, or at least on footage, so much support from the world champion. Okay, he's technically not the world champion, but he's the best in the world. And there's a clip of him congratulating you at the World Cup, which a lot of people make a big story out of it, and it looks very cool. But it must be a little bit deeper than that for you. It must be just kind of a respect for your game, like respect as a competitor. And has that affected you in any way? Has it sort of like just made you go back to, you know, working as hard as possible and realizing like you really could be the next world champion?
Yeah, it feels good when the best player kind of acknowledges you. And yeah, whenever we have played, we always had exciting games. I think that's something that Magnus has himself said in some interviews. I've only had few moments to discuss some chess with him, but I've thoroughly enjoyed all of them. To get to know his thought process, and yeah, it's always fascinating to hear from him.
Pragg, you're obviously, you love chess and you're obviously very good at it, but is there something in your life that you love to do but are very bad at?
Oh, there are many. Do love to play sports, other
Which
sports.
ones?
Yeah, I do play badminton.
Okay.
Cricket, sometimes. It's not the usual one. Table tennis. And recently I tried volleyball.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I feel like that would work well because you're pretty tall.
I started playing very recently, so I mean, I'm still horrible at it, but I'm learning.
It must be a bit weird to be incredible at something, but then start something and be a complete beginner, or do you enjoy it?
I do enjoy it. I think it's much more fun when you play as a noob in some other sport than playing like a master. Yeah, because it's much more pressure there, because you feel like you are good at it and you want to show it. Yeah. But there, okay, you don't care. Even if you lose all the games, it's just you're playing it for fun.
Obviously, don't go and do that, please.
You do whatever you like.
We can't condone anything of the sort.
No, we can't live!
Welcome back. Round 8, 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues. Those of you watching the coverage at the break, you saw the camera dialed in there on the 59-hour mark and 48 minutes, 12 minutes away from Asked and Uden setting the 60-hour mark. Would be incredible to get it. Anna, David, and Danny here with you. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching this incredible event with us. It is incredible and exciting, and that's incredible and exciting. A world record is about to be broken and set. They've officially already beaten the official one. The unofficial one that happened that hasn't been officially recognized yet was 60 hours, which is why it says that. It's a little complicated, but there is a representative from Guinness on site with the intention that should this one be confirmed and should Uden and Asked have met all requirements, that man, Carl, who you will probably see later on at some point, is authorized to officially recognize that a new Guinness World Record stands. So we're going to try to catch the 60-hour mark when it happens. They're having a good time. They're all smiles. They're almost to the finish line. And we almost have another Armageddon battle to cover here in Norway.
Yeah, Armageddon incoming between Liren and Caruana, most likely as well between Carlsen and Pragnanandhaa. I must admit, I had to run back. I had to sprint back up some stairs because I went to check out that world record attempt. And yeah, such good spirits down there. They're so pumped, energized, lots of fans around them. Great to see. But in the meantime, Firouzja against Nakamura. Anna, it's changed.
We need to check back in on the last couple of moves because we thought that there were some twists and turns and some inaccuracies on both sides. What hasn't changed much is that Alireza is really, really going to that super low on time trouble. 1 minute 21 seconds, and this is move 36, so he's not even getting increment yet. And even the increment itself, after move 40, will be only 10 seconds. So huge time pressure for Alireza Firouzja, but is he out of trouble in terms of the position? David?
Not out of trouble. Hikaru is a master at grinding away these advantages. Oh.
And we have a handshake, a draw between Magnus Carlsen and Pragnanandhaa. That was a very well-defended game by the 18-year-old Indian prodigy who beat Magnus earlier in the tournament here with the white pieces, and now it's a draw in classical chess, leading to another Armageddon.
Another Armageddon it is, and Magnus, normally the master of grinding it out in those types of games, squeezing water out of a stone, but Pragg, more reasons why his future is so bright. Winning with white when they played earlier in the event, holding with black, really with ease, to be honest, in hindsight, right? And he was very confident with every confessional booth visit he had as well. So shout out to Pragg, shout out to another Armageddon game. Buckle up. This is the time of the show where we get all the action as fast as we can handle it. But I want to back up and see what happened here, because Hikaru now shaking his head, and that's not a confident head shake there. I think he knows this one slipped. And I'd love to see the breakdown, David.
Yeah, Hikaru will keep the camera on him. Watch that screen, everyone. Watch the camera. But just a quick backtrack. Hikaru has blundered, or at least missed something. He underestimated White's drawing chances just a few turns ago. Queen e5, we left it here. Exclamation point. Really active move. Hikaru was banking on the fact that after a trade, he could jump in with the black knight. He's actually winning a piece. He's winning material by force. The bishop is attacked, and the pinned knight on g2 is overwhelmed. But he'd maybe underestimated that after a queen trade, queen takes f4, forcing the queen's off the board, that yes, he's going to win the white bishop, but white now is going active, and more importantly, the black bishop trapped. There's going to be counterplay against the black king. Maybe he was banking on, for example, this move he's just played, rook takes d4, and when the bishop drops, maybe he thought he could move the knight, start pocketing pawns on the queen's side, but watch out. The white knight is coming back into the game, the white rook was going to join it, the black king now darting forward. Can he win this against 1 minute on the clock? Firouzja still with 3 moves to make before any increment. Rook e7 now played. Still fighting Firouzja. Impressive defense.
Yeah, but it definitely slipped for Hikaru, undeniably. And now it's a question of whether he can not a swindle necessarily. I mean, equal games, the better player still wins, right? But the clock is really going to have to help Hikaru to have to win this game a second time, you know.
It does feel like it. It does feel like the only crucial factor here for Alireza, and Hikaru knows that head shake is because he knows he had an advantage earlier. He had it on the board. Now his remaining advantage is the clock, but is it enough in an endgame where so many pieces have already been traded and more are about to disappear, the pawns?
Pawns are disappearing. Firouzja pausing though. He's got to be careful. 30 seconds now to make 2 moves. He's reaching for his king. He's going to defend a pawn. And there we go. He holds the f3 pawn. Very, very clever choice there from Alireza Firouzja, not allowing any nasty checks. I'm assuming Hikaru will go pawn grabbing now on the queen side. White will likely do the same. And everything will start to fizzle out. White's knight looks bad, but ultimately, if it ever gets back in the game, Firouzja will be out of danger.
But the a-pawn is scary. If rook a2 comes and you take b7, there's knight e4 with discovered check, winning c5. And with only 10 seconds getting added back, we've said this many times throughout the event, that it's not like some other traditional classical time controls where you start getting 30 seconds a move, and you can really build time back on the clock, right? A couple of fast moves and you've got a couple of minutes. That's not the case here. 10 seconds is not a lot. Hikaru looks over at the camera like he knows we're talking about him.
We are talking about you, Hikaru. Can you grind this out? That's the big question. Magnus Carlsen will have half an eye on this game, knowing that Hikaru could take the lead in the tournament with a win here. Hikaru's a pawn up, but look at this. Rook c5. Firouzja's defending so accurately. Time not an issue for him so far. Attacking the a-pawn, attacking the f-pawn. I think he's going to draw this as long as he is accurate and stops the a-pawn. The more valuable of the two for Hikaru is the passed a-pawn. He's got to keep that one intact, got to keep it alive.
He's about to push it. He was about to reach toward that pawn on the queen side, I believe. Then he paused. No, actually, he's placing his knight on c4, but the same idea. He's guarding the a-pawn, giving up the f-pawn. Very, very well chosen, this decision, because the a passed pawn is a passed pawn that white will need to worry about. Even if the evaluation is showing equality, Alireza is really low on time and has to be precise.
I totally agree with you, and I love this decision by Hikaru, and I'm not ready to say Firouzja's going to hold this just yet. Hikaru may win it all over again, because defending that a-pawn with seconds on the clock, this is so hard. And unless you quickly coordinate the knight and rook as white and make a mating net type of counterplay, David, that knight is so far away from getting back to the queen side to help. So absolutely scary stuff. If you're just joining us, we have 2 Armageddon battles right around the corner. Liren will take on Fabiano Caruana in just seconds, actually, followed not too long by Magnus Carlsen versus Pragnanandhaa. So, Norway Chess action heating up. You know the drill. It's time for Classical to merge with Armageddon, and some of the most exciting moments we get to have as commentators. So, David, what do you think is the easiest setup here for Firouzja to try to draw?
Well, I think he's lucky here, Danny. You mentioned mating nets. Knight to f4, going towards the queen side, will actually set up a mate in 1 threat with rook to h5. So Firouzja's going to buy himself a tempo. If given the opportunity, the white knight will journey on there, therefore towards the queen side. We'll see Firouzja surely blitz out that move now. Bang, knight f4. Watch out, Hikaru, mate in 1 is threatened. If you fend that off by pushing your pawn, moving your king back, then the white knight will actually step back, hitting the black rook, kicking it away from the defense of that knight that was sitting on c4. But no, knight check. And now a choice of squares for white. Does he go towards the black knight? Does he defend his own knight? Looks like Firouzja's saving it. The black construction has been broken. He's close with his pawn, but not close enough. Here we go. It's a check. Another check from Hikaru. He's chasing the white king away. The blue arrow appears, though. He's got to keep defending his knight now, Firouzja.
We're backing up because Zhu and Jun has broken through against Pia Cromling. We're going to have to give that game a full breakdown. I know everyone's going to want it. Oh my God, and a eval bar flying up there for Lei Ting-Jie. But a moment ago, the computer was actually announcing a forced mate for Zhu and Jun. I don't know if it's still a forced mate, but either way, I don't think we can get to it. I think we got to stay on the time pressure that is. Oh, it is a resignation, or we don't know what happened there because I didn't see a mate on the board, but Zhu and Jun has defeated Pia Cromling, gets a huge victory in Classical with the white pieces, and puts tons of pressure on Anna Muzichuk and Vaishali Rameshbabu.
We will need to review that game, but we don't have time for it right now because the Armageddon between Liren and Fabiano Caruana has just started. While Alireza is still low on time, but we think he's going to be holding it. Because the material is so limited, very few pieces left on the board, so Hikaru cannot pose enough questions, cannot pose enough problems in this endgame.
Yeah, it looks like Hikaru struggling to keep things alive, his winning chances. Ding Liren against Fabiano, very early days, but Ding already thinking, which isn't a great sign for him. He spent over a minute, Fabiano spent less than 10 seconds, and ultimately he brings out his knight. Still very well-known theoretical waters.
Yeah, note that Fabi did not go back for his crazy opening choice against Ding Liren that could have got him in big trouble if you missed their Classical battle. Fabi chose a pretty dubious opening and got away with it. So, all right, he's playing theoretical stuff now, and Hikaru is trying to figure out whether his knight and rook have the stuff to get that a-pawn across the board. Nice play here from Firouzja. I know we've been applauding the defense, and it just continues. Note the king can't come to f6 because that is a fork on d5. Knight d5 would win the rook. So that means Hikaru has to stay back. Now he's shaking his head because he kind of knows it. He kind of knows he blew it. In fact, king g8 might as well be a draw offer because he's really making it clear that that he doesn't think he has any more. And look at that. Firouzja wants more?
Yeah. Maybe Firouzja getting ambitious now. Black's pieces not supporting their pawn from running forward. Hikaru, he's got to step into reverse gear potentially. He's about to go down a pawn. Firouzja, I was just checking, by the way, he's pretty much played 20 top moves in a row. 20,
wow.
Some of them only moves just to stay in this game.
With like 1 minute on the clock the entire time, living off of the 10-second increment.
Yeah. He's a prodigy turned super grandmaster for a reason, Alireza Firouzja. Hikaru looks devastated. This could have been a turning point in the tournament. He could have taken the lead, become a favorite, but suddenly, as the white knight journeys towards the black a-pawn, it looks like this is going to be a draw. Next few moves.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? Hikaru's instant impulse to play c6 was the best move and the only move back in that position after the pin of the knight on d5. You remember that?
Yes, he was going to play it.
We had an instant. We could probably get an instant replay of it. It was, and there we go. We have a draw, and Hikaru is so frustrated. In fact, he's literally saying that right now. I should have just played c6.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just said I should have just pushed c6.
And Alireza is somewhat confused because he did go for this line on purpose. We thought he missed rook a3, but it did seem like he wanted to go for this. He pushed c5 and then was banking on this pin with the bishop on c4 and bringing the queen to e1. He had that as an idea. But had Hikaru played c6, the story would have been very different. That position didn't have enough power for white's pieces in it.
It's not quite long think, wrong think, David, because he didn't spend a ton of time on rook d8, but the same principle applies. His intuition, he knew exactly what to do. He had already calculated that line, almost played c6. Hikaru then spent several minutes and overthought things and played the blunder rook to d8, which ultimately let Firouzja back in the game, and now we have Armageddon. So free chess for all of us. But all right, now we're focused on this Armageddon battle. Reminder, it's 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black. That's the format. Black gets draw odds. What do you got for us in this position, David?
Yeah, I'm going to say that Ding Liren's position is easier to handle. We have the infamous hanging pawns. Black's pawn structure in the center looks nice and pretty, occupying some key squares, controlling some key squares, but they are targets. And there we go, Ding's knight jumps forward. I associate Ding with these types of positions, actually. When he was world number 2 for several years, Ding was winning these types of positions in his sleep, pretty much, applying pressure, no weaknesses. The white knight's going to jump forward now. There we go. Fabi's center is collapsing. Ding is maneuvering like the world champion he is. But yeah, on the other side of the screen, we see Liren about to take down Hikaru.
By the way,
that is classical chess. That is going to be 3 points if Liren wins.
If she does it, she gets a big win. Remember, Zhu and Jun already beat Pia Cromling in classical chess, but I was just going to say we have another result. Vaishali has drawn on a Muzichuk, so we have another game going to Armageddon. Just giving an update there to anyone not following the games at chess.com/events. We have liftoff. It's Armageddon time.
Armageddon, it means the end of the world, and it will be the end for these players.
That was subtly dark.
Sorry, guys.
Thank
it's
you
that
for
time of night.
Armageddon is not the word of the day, okay? Talk about another Howell there. You're scaring everybody.
I'll quietly sip my water and try not to spill it.
No kidding. That was funny.
Liren's game against Humpy, by the way, is our only remaining classical game. Every other game has already finished in classical, many of them ending in draws and leading to more Armageddons.
Yeah, and we're probably going to be staying in this view for a long time, everyone, because probably right around Liren converting this win against Humpy Canero, Magnus Carlsen will be starting his Armageddon battle versus Pragnanandhaa. So we're not going anywhere for the rest of the day. This is going to be a blast toward the end. Buckle up, grab a snack, tell Mom you're busy, and let's get into the Armageddon action here at Norway Chess.
Let's do just that. The reason, before we talk about the Armageddon, the reason we think Liren is winning, because she can simply push her h-pawn forward. It's 3 versus 2 in terms of pawns, but unlike the Carlsen game, for example, earlier, all about the pass pawns. White is ahead in this race. White can push for glory. I think a simple plan, and that one should be over soon. Ding, meanwhile, his time advantage has dwindled, Anna, but still looks nice for him, the position.
I like the position. I don't like the time situation that much, but 2 minutes is still 2 minutes, and it's now Fabiano who is spending a bit longer than what he perhaps should in a situation where he starts 3 minutes down on the clock. What is the position like here, David, and why is white better?
I think white is better simply because a pawn is falling in the center. If you look in the D file, everyone at home, Ding Liren is ganged up against black's central pawn. I'm not sure whether you can take it now. You probably have to do quite a lot of calculation. Fabi is trying to target the white queen. There's so much tension with rooks facing off against queens on both sides, but yeah, I think you can take on D5. Wow. There's also ideas against the black king on that board. In the meantime, Humpy Canero. Yeah, it looks like it's almost all over for her now.
It should be, but it's also not clear exactly what to do next. You have to back the king up, actually. Liren went forward, but there's nowhere for the white king to actually shield itself from the black rook's checks because the king... Oh, wait. Yeah, because if it goes to f8, then the h7 pawn falls. So that's actually kind of funny. And now both players are under a minute. So certainly it's winning. But remember, we have the luxury of knowing it's winning. Lei Ting-Jie does not have the evaluation bar. And here she goes. She acknowledges her mistake, backs up the king. And after rook e6 check, she would have to go back further again.
Yeah, we're going to see those moves play out. Lei Ting-Jie getting there slowly but surely. In the meantime, the other game, the Armageddon, has exploded. Ding Liren has gone for tactics. He's a piece up, but both queens are hanging. Has he calculated this? Fabi's down to 3 minutes. Everything's dropping. Wow.
Both queens are hanging. What is going on? It's a double Botez gambit. Double Botez.
Double Botez gambit, and the bar is just saying this is equal chill.
The bar is like, yeah, it's equal chill. No double. It's not a double Botez gambit. It's just high-level Grandmaster chess at Norway. Oh, my gosh.
And Fabi takes the queen. That was, I can confirm, the only move for black. Otherwise, he would have lost on the spot. Fabiano Caruana, he takes the queen. When in doubt, accept the Botez gambit. That's the moral of the story. But
and he had to take it with the rook. Taking with the pawn would have been a losing move, apparently.
Yeah, and now the problem for Ding here is that his dark square bishop, the white dark square bishop, will fall in the next couple of moves. It will be level material, and things coming off the board, fizzling out. It looks like Ding has miscalculated potentially in a promising position.
And he's realizing it, I think.
He's realizing it's not as easy as it was earlier. He's missed a few opportunities across the Classical and Armageddon here, Ding Liren. He's been arguably the better player, but Fabi staying in this game. He'll trade a set of rooks now, Fabiano. And, okay, it's still complicated, actually. Maybe options for Fabi for the first time in a while.
Yeah. What a wild mess. By the way, interesting rook e1 there. I thought rook g8 was winning for Lei Ting-Jie. And, in fact, I was right that Lei Ting-Jie may have just blundered the draw. Rook g8 was just winning. Shoot. And I was, the words were coming out of my mouth before the computer confirmed, but I was like, I think she might have just made a huge mistake, and she did. The black king runs up the board, and Humpy Canero, by the way, oh wait, now white's winning again? What's going on here?
Wow, white is suddenly winning.
And double exclamation mark, by the way, Fabi's last move, bishop a3. The bishop can't be captured because black queens with a1.
Oh, by the way, Lei Ting-Jie's winning because in the end, the B and A pawn rush up the board and the black king can't get back in time. Just calculating that line quickly in my head. If e2, you get a queen and take with the king, and then black gets a queen, white takes it. But in the end, and you're going to see it on the board, as soon as Lei Ting-Jie plays b4 at the end of that line, the two pawns march and the black king cannot catch up from the rear. Wow. Okay, I'm sorry. That was just a wild rook ending. A lot harder for humans to play than it is for us to commentate on with an eval bar.
One tempo is all it takes, and Lei Ting-Jie, she must be so glad her pawn is on a4. She's now winning. Ding, though, look at this. His bishop is going to be chased eternally around the board. Black's a2 pawn, Fabiano, that a pawn is priceless right now. It's going to cost white his piece. They're repeating the position.
Oh, and Ding Liren gives in to the draw against Fabiano Caruana, which is giving in to the defeat, meaning black wins in Armageddon on a peaceful result. And so Fabiano gets a 1.5 point score. Ding Liren gets 1. But, wow, okay, that ended peacefully, but not so peacefully. Fabiano Caruana gets the Armageddon dub. What a weird match that was, and we'll have to unpack all the feelings of that later. Looks like Humpy Canero finally throws in the towel against Lei Ting-Jie, who gets a huge win in Classical. It's worth 3 points. Gets her right back in the thick of things. Don't turn your back on Lei Ting-Jie, everybody. She could still win 2024 Norway Chess Women with that victory.
Yeah, she keeps herself in the hunt, and it's non-stop action here in Norway. Magnus Carlsen now starts his game against Pragnanandhaa, and wow, this one is going to be fun. It's the London system, everyone at home. Love it or hate it, Magnus has chosen the London to try and win this game.
He played the Howell attack, he's playing the London now. What is going on here, David?
I promised I had nothing to do with it, Anna.
Are you sure?
I promise.
Fishy, very fishy.
Plays the London here, and Pragg, well prepared though, quickly responding with the bishop d6 variation.
Yeah, it looks like it's transposed almost to just a queen's gambit. Declined here. Except with the black's bishop out of its pawn chain, Magnus goes pawn hunting now. He hits the b7 pawn. That's the downside to developing one's bishop too early. This pawn often undefended. I must admit, I've never seen this exact branch of the London system before. I hope Pragg is well prepared, otherwise he might well be facing some difficult questions.
And he starts thinking, so it certainly was a good choice by Magnus. And just when I thought he started thinking, he immediately makes a move. Pragnanandhaa is very well prepared in this variation too, from what it looks like. But Magnus is keeping his time advantage. There's the extra 3 minutes you get in Armageddon. But draw odds for black, that is the format. So far, very solid from black's perspective.
So far, very solid for black, but so far we haven't had enough to party about here in round A. But it's officially happened, by the way. We have to call out that we have a new Guinness World Record downstairs. Oskar and Uden have crossed the 60-hour mark, and now they're going for more. They're trying to set it at 61 hours, getting up in their chairs. They've done it, and again, the official representative from Guinness is here, so no celebrations or plaques given just yet, partly because they're still going, but they officially have been playing chess consecutively longer than anybody in the history of the world. That's insane, and we're going to come back to it in a little bit because we've got an Armageddon battle between Magnus Carlsen and Pragnanandhaa. Ramesh Babu to talk about, but congratulations, boys, and we're going to unpack so much of it and celebrate later on their stream at the end of the day.
Yeah, 48 minutes, and we will be celebrating for them. Who will be celebrating in this game, though, yet to be seen. Magnus has a small advantage, I would say, just due to his pawn on d4, extra space. He backs up that pawn with a rook. Again, this is a Magnus Carlsen type of position with small but long-term pluses. Here, though, Pragg, again, great tip for everyone at home. Break out. If your opponent occupies the center, challenge that center. Pawn breaks are the key. Almost symmetrical pawn structure, though, now. Pragg's been so impressive today, Anna.
Very impressive, very solid, very pragmatic against the greatest player of our time, who had really so many praises toward Pragg after their match at the World Cup. And also here, it's Pragg, the only player who beat Magnus Carlsen earlier in the event in classical chess.
Indeed. And well, he still has a time advantage, but it's not 3 minutes. It's almost down to 2. Trying to make things happen there. I think rook c1 comes next, tries to take advantage of the black queen on c5 and get the rooks going on those open highways, the c and the d files, respectively.
I have a funny move here for black. You don't move the rook, but play bishop h5 to trade more pieces.
Wow, that is clever. Spicy stuff. The bishop goes to h5, trading off a beautiful white bishop. Okay, slight slip from Pragg. Maybe he should have gone for that, Anna, because now the black rook looks really awkward. It's going to be hit in various lines by the white knight jumping to c6. Maybe not now, because the black rook will simply slide across to attack that knight, but watch out. I like Danny's move. Keep it simple.
I was going to say, but my move rook to c1 is even better now, because now knight c takes b5 is a threat that also attacks the rook. So rook to c1, in fact, it's on the board. Magnus likes it too. All kinds of discovered threats, all kinds of awkwardness for that rook. This is the position where people blunder. The rook is awkward, the queen is attacked with the discovered move by the knight coming, the knight's coming to c6. This is super tough for Pragg.
Ooh, he slides his queen across to the other flank. It looks like that's far from where the action's actually happening. I wonder whether the knight jumps in now for Magnus Carlsen. He does leap in with that knight. And wow, counterattack by Pragg, leaving his rook hanging.
Okay, that is a rook sacrifice.
Magnus needed to take that knight, otherwise the bishop on f3 would have hung, and a huge attack for black. Checkmating attack potentially, so Magnus now, look at that, shaking the head.
And he shakes his head. He missed knight e5, and playing a4 might even be a move he wants back, because the moment he played it, I feel like he had that realization or reminder, hey, this is Armageddon. Like a4, he played it, and I know that grimace was like, oh wait, that may be the best objective move, but it's probably not the right move when I need to keep winning chances on the board. That was not a happy Magnus after his a4 pawn push.
Yeah.
95, what a move it was by Pragg.
Amazing.
Oh my gosh.
We talked about his calculation skills, and that's what gives you the edge sometimes at this top level. Magnus was playing on feel, going in the right direction there with his pieces, but Pragg throwing a spanner in the works. And look at this, he's trying to bully Magnus by offering a trade of queens, giving the black king some luft now, some air to breathe. Looks like Pragg is on the brink of just locking this game down. White still for choice due to a more active bishop, and maybe the black A pawn weaker than the white B pawn. But ultimately, this should be a level position.
Level position, and the party starting soon below our studio. I don't know if our viewers can hear the music, but the Guinness World Record is gonna create so much hype.
It's gonna be
Just
hype.
a few
There's
meters
music
from us.
playing. I don't know if any drinks are coming out. Yeah, they're gonna be taking a victory lap here because every single game from here on out for those guys is just increasing their hold on the Guinness World Record. But all right, Magnus trying to increase his hold over the queen side. The A6 pawn being spied by the sniper on E2. But if you take B6 and just put rooks on B7 and B8, are we just getting a big trade of A for B pawn? If those two pawns come off and we have a 4-on-4 kingside, Magnus is going to lose this Armageddon battle.
Yeah, and it would be his second Armageddon loss in a row after we talked about him being the Armageddon king. The Farmageddon for Magnus Carlsen, just beating everyone at Armageddon. It looks like the tide has turned potentially, but maybe Pragg missed a trick. Not trading the queens. I liked your idea, Danny.
Yeah.
Just get the queens off the board. The comparison here, white's queen much more active than its counterpart. So still alive and still with an almost 2-minute time advantage on the clock. Magnus Carlsen. Okay.
What can Pragg do about this now that the queens are still on the board and his one is the one that's more passive? Is there any way he could activate his pieces and also get the F8 rook into the game?
Yeah, he suddenly has to be careful. I just realized if you play a move like rook to C8, there are tactics. Knight takes E6 would be a winning blow. Threatening checkmate on G7 and tactics in the air with rooks hanging on the A7 square. He brings his queen forward to B6. Ooh, that hangs together by a thread. The black knight defends its queen.
I wonder if he even saw knight takes E6. He's lucky it all works, right? Because knight takes E6 is still tricky here. If you take with the queen, the rook hangs, but you can somehow take with the pawn, and there's no traps there. Does Magnus look to play a move like E4 and try to get that tactic on the board? Bishop F3, but similar idea. If that knight moves from D5, knight takes E6 is back on the agenda.
Yeah, white would win a pawn due to hanging pieces on this diagonal, the black queen, black rook behind it. So I think you have to leave the knight on D5. You might be left with an isolated pawn in the center. Suddenly, chances are alive. Pragg really regretting, surely, leaving the queens on the board. Magnus is great in queen endgames, great in just centralized queen positions in general. And Pragg with tactical dilemmas to solve. That's why he's having to burn the clock now, suddenly, Pragg.
He definitely is regretting the choice of keeping the queens on the board by now, I think.
Yeah, he defends his queen. Wise choice. Magnus will likely take this knight off the board.
Yeah, you don't want to let queen takes B2. Either that or B3. You either keep the pawn protected by the knight on C5, or you take D5. But I kind of like B3 because I want to avoid all kinds of trades. And if you give me a moment, I'd like to play like H4, H5 as white and keep the queen centralized, create pressure on the king side. All types of practical pressure is what to do here, especially with the time pressure coming.
I can tell you've watched Magnus play before, Danny. That's right up his alley, H4, H5.
Yeah, he must have calculated something concrete, though. He decides to take... He might still play for B3, by the way, not allowing a big trade of pawns for pawns here.
Yeah. Keep some tension left. The white B pawn, a potential queen. The more pawns left on the board, the greater your winning chances in any endgame. Anna, what's your prediction? Do you think Pragg's going to be able to hold this with only 2 minutes 50 on his clock?
This is a tough one. I feel like Magnus will win, but at the same time I'm rooting for Pragg to prove me wrong. It's kind of like both. Can I say both, Danny?
You're allowed to say both. That's okay. We know you don't want to be put on the spot with them. You're rooting for everyone. But all right, Magnus is playing for B3 now. The threat of taking D5 is much more real. We expected that move. I like it. And don't give up on the H4, H5 plan. Just because the pieces were traded doesn't mean it's not coming. And just because that game's going doesn't mean we don't have another one. Vaishali taking on Anna. This is a battle where Vaishali, if she can strike, she would slow down the tournament leader, and we would have a leapfrog at the top of the standings. I think it was Wenjun's victory, which, by the way, we still haven't given enough credit to. She beat Pia Cromling in this crazy game. We're going to make sure we give you a full game review and analysis. I may be wrong about the standings and the leapfrogging. I haven't checked it closely, but the point is it's a very, very close race at the top of Norway Chess Women.
Yeah, Vaishali would close the gap on Anna Muzychuk. Meanwhile, fireworks from Magnus Carlsen. Double exclamation point move, I can confirm. Knight e6 landing, forcing a queen trade. And Magnus, it's good knight versus bad bishop. Will it be good knight for Pragg? It's going to be a horrible endgame to defend now. The black bishop, a real bystander to the action right now. This is Magnus's bread and butter, surely.
His territory, he loves it. Knight e6, didn't miss his chance to simplify matters. And now it is super hard to hold. That bishop on g6 is just wishing it could play. You can even move it to c2, but it doesn't matter because you're not actually threatening to take b3. So a really nice transition. We say that when pawns are on both sides of the board, you often do prefer the bishop, but when a knight is centralized, it neutralizes the power of the bishop in most cases, and this is no exception.
Pragg jumping in. He's trying to somehow go after the white pawn. If the queenside pawns disappear, Pragg will likely draw. But Magnus needs to keep the b pawn alive. The world number one picks up a piece to fiddle with. He looks anxious. 3.5 minutes against just under 2 minutes. The Armageddon on the other side of your screens, on the right side of your screens there. Vaishali giving up her bishop pair. It looks like a great start for Anna Muzychuk on that board. Okay, brother, sister, both in action right now in the Armageddons.
Both of them in action and both of them are trying their very best. But can Pragg defend this? He still needs to hold on to that a5 pawn. Rook c5 would be a way to defend the pawn, but it looks a bit suspicious that everything is just hanging in there by a thread.
Yeah, and Pragg drops his bishop back, asking for a trade of one set of rooks. Due to white's weak back rank, you cannot yet go pawn grabbing. You need to give the white king some breathing space. Pragg, yeah, he's such a great defender, but Magnus is the endgame grinder. So hard to see beyond Magnus here with the extra time on the clock.
Pragg really is so tenacious. He's just done it so many times in this event. You really got to give him credit for it. It's the thing that doesn't show up in the scoreboard, even if he loses a game like he did to Hikaru Nakamura, right? What people didn't see if they didn't watch it was just how close Pragg came to stealing a stalemate from the jaws of defeat there. He did lose to Hikaru, but just that's just one example on my brain right now. But yeah, this kid is just so tough to take down. But again, I think Magnus will get this job done. He's bringing the king over to d2, which is going to be a massive help because the king and knight collectively will guard the c2 square, which allows white to be more aggressive when you're not worried about that move any longer.
Wow, Pragg drops his bishop back to f5 where it can be captured, wrecking the black pawn structure. But I think he just needed to keep this bishop on the diagonal. If he'd gone the other way, there would have been tricks with b4, black bishop hanging. Big question now, rook trade. Who does it favor? Can Magnus go for this? Rook's off the board. It's pure knight versus bishop now.
Got to be good for Magnus.
Surely. But the eval bar says no. How frustrating is that? There have been famous examples. I remember Karpov once drawing a game with an isolated queen's pawn like this. Good knight versus bad bishop, where he just sat. He just sat. There was no way forward for white. But Magnus can maneuver around forever now with his knight. I expect this game to go on at least another 50-60 moves as Magnus tries to recircuit his knight and win a black pawn, Anna.
And that's the thing, the time will be a factor too, because even if Pragg's position should be holdable, he will need to hold it with only 46 seconds left on the clock, and the increment is only 1 second. This is just so much time trouble.
Holy bejeezer snaps with that stat.
Wow.
13.5 out of 14
wow.
when he is white in Armageddon games. That shouldn't be legal.
That's against world-class opposition.
Yeah, he's not playing Armageddon games against me on the weekends. You know what I mean? I mean, this is a guy who's taken on the best players in the world and getting it done at a percentage that makes you question what you think is possible. All right, but Pragg making us question what might be possible in terms of defense. Again, I expect he's going to lose this game because of the point Anna made, which was a great one. 1 second increment is not a lot on the clock, and it's going to be super tough in a scramble. The knights are so pesky, David. I said the bishop is preferred when there are pawns on both sides of the board, but the knight is preferred in spots like this. It can switch colors back and forth, poke and prod, and it's going to be really hard to deal with that now that you're under 20 seconds.
Yeah, and Magnus is creating a second front of attack. Black has a weak isolated pawn. And now white's trying to make a pass pawn of his own, but Pragg retreats his king, giving up a pawn. That was the only way to keep the game going.
No way.
Pragnanandhaa, tenacious should be his middle name, because he's defending this like a lion. Magnus can go up a pawn. He does win that pawn But ultimately, 3 versus 2, Magnus running out of material. Can the black bishop hold off the white knight? Still tough.
Still very tough, and as tough as Pragg is defending, it's bound to happen that he cracks under so much time pressure, and the evaluation bar is jumping even further.
Yeah, I think now Magnus can even play g5, put the pawns where they sit, then bring the knight back, and the king and knight should be able to do work advancing on the dark squares specifically. Okay, he plays knight f4 check. Would love to get king e5. Maybe now g5, and then the king enters into e5. But again, it is hard, and you already said his middle name should be tenacious, if that's Pragnanandhaa. I don't know what his middle name is. That is a stat for another day.
Yeah, in the meantime, look at this. He's put the black king on a really safe square where it cannot be checked. And the question is whether Magnus can enter with his own king. The bar shoots up. It's going to be difficult for black to defend now. The white king is coming. And yeah, I think, Danny, as you mentioned, eventually the white knight will check the black king away. The white king will make further inroads into the position. It's going to be a long task, but inevitable now. Looks like Magnus Carlsen is going to extend that incredible run with white in Armageddon. As the other Armageddon, it's a repeat of this exact same opening line. Firouzja against Nakamura. Looks like both players done their homework in the break there.
And the slight change with how the knight placement happened in this Armageddon game, but wow, crazy that it's the exact same opening. The board on our left is about to conclude soon. I feel like Pragg with only 4 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and he does it. Magnus Carlsen gets the job done. It might even have been lower. The DGT has trouble keeping up with the human beings. Every once in a while, humans can do things better than computers can, and that might be someone who might be better at Armageddon than a lot of computers. He now moves to 14.5 out of 15 as white in Armageddon battles. Magnus Carlsen is a bad man in this format.
Yeah, with the white pieces, he is unstoppable in Armageddon. He didn't get that much chance in Classical. Pragnanandhaa has been defending so well in Classical, and he also defended so well in the Armageddon, but time is a key factor. And 1 second increment, very low. It's basically nothing.
Yeah, that's the thing. We saw the eval bar around the middle for a long time, but I think we all expected Magnus Carlsen to win that. It's just his type of position. In terms of the other Armageddons, whose type of position is it? Alireza Firouzja and Nakamura. It's typically wild for them. Hikaru takes a sip of his drink, despite being lower on the clock. Really calm there. Another great Armageddon player. Vaishali against Anna Muzychuk looks in the balance. 2 knights versus 2 bishops. That one, it's a matter of taste. I'm not sure who holds the advantage. White, though, a pawn up.
And if you're just tuning in, these are the last 2 games in progress here in round 8 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We'll give you a rundown of all the results. We got some games to review. We got a ton of exciting stuff ahead in this show, so don't go anywhere. But yeah, we're going to be dialed in, locked in right here with a 2-board view, and very, very different kind of game than we had in Classical between Firouzja and Nakamura. Despite the same opening being played, this position is maybe more what you kind of expect out of that opening. The other game became a Ponziani on steroids and all kinds of weird stuff where Hikaru probably should have won with black and an attack. But this one, David, feels a little more typical.
A little more typical. Black has given up a pawn in order to activate his pieces here. Hikaru pauses. He's only 1.5 minutes down on the clock, so he's eaten away at the time disadvantage. Firouzja looking up at the screen there. But yeah, Black's pieces super active. Can he compensate? On the other board, it looks like Anna Muzychuk taking control. She was a pawn down temporarily. She's regained the material. She has the bishops. She has the queenside pressure. On the red board, it looks like Muzychuk is the big favorite.
Big favorite with the draw odds and better position. As long as she keeps the time under control and starts speeding up with only 2.5 minutes left, I think that's going to be the only big issue for Anna, the time disadvantage.
No, great point. Yeah, and it is real. That's the one thing Vaishali has done, is maintain the time advantage, right? It's not 3 minutes, but it's there because it does slowly go away. So if you still got a 2-minute edge and your opponent is under 2 minutes, that's usually a pretty good benchmark to set. I think despite what the eval bar says, I really like Vaishali's practical chances in this game because of the time, because the knights are so darn tricky in scrambles. The one thing I don't like about Vaishali's position is she consistently gets that H-pawn a little overextended and in trouble. We've seen it happen a lot, and I think that H5 pawn is not long for this world.
That's true. A big pattern in her play, Danny. It seems to happen all the time. In the meantime, it looks like Hikaru in a bit of trouble.
Yes, sorry, David. I started at the same time as you because I was looking at the screen and rook c8 seems to be a mistake by Hikaru.
Yeah, White's pawn is attacked on the left side of your screens there along the c-file, but it can simply step forward. It can be defended. In the break, actually, after their classical game, Firouzja was sat right in front of us with his second, with a laptop, and they were clearly analysing this opening. It's paid off.
Yeah, and they were in great spirits after Alireza has escaped in the classical game. He was in deep trouble against Hikaru.
Yes, the scripts have flipped, I should have said. Pawn to c4.
The flips have flipped, is what you said. And yeah, he does. He flips the script. They checked in with the computer, changed the approach. Now Hikaru has his work cut out for him, and he's also down 2 minutes on the clock, similar to the board on the right, where Vaishali up about 2 minutes against Anna-Muzychuk. So this is it. This is what the people pay for. We love Armageddon.
So much action. Vaishali's position improving every single move. You guys were right. The rook is sliding. Anna-Muzychuk down under 2 minutes. Magnus Carlsen is going to be watching this game with a lot of interest. His lead will grow if Hikaru cannot win this Armageddon. Looks like Firouzja's pawn structure just improving every single move. Wow, all bets are off here, but it does look like Alireza Firouzja maybe with the best position out of anyone in the Armageddon right now.
This could be the biggest comeback of the day. Alireza Firouzja, he was very, very much in a dubious situation.
Pretty much losing. Yeah, he was pretty much losing.
Didn't want to call it that decisively losing, but yeah, like, practically speaking, he was lost in his classical game. He managed to save it. He managed to escape with a draw, also because of Hikaru not playing the move he wanted to instantly play on the board, and now he might be winning in Armageddon.
Yeah, you're right. Huge turnaround. It would definitely be a disappointing swing for Hikaru Nakamura, who was moments away from maybe having a clear lead with a victory as black. But right now is in trouble in Armageddon. And I don't think it's, over yet. There's still a lot ahead here, but feels great to be Firouzja in this spot. Every single piece is objectively better than the black counterpart right now. And the A5 pawn, I'm wondering when its day will come. When can Firouzja just grab it?
Yeah, it might be now, it might be soon. Firouzja, really fascinating and impressive that he gave back his extra pawn for activity. The white rooks look beautiful on that green board. In the meantime, Danny, the prophet, the h5 pawn on the other board has indeed dropped off.
We got to talk to Vaishali about that. I love the Alpha Zero School of Chess. And by the way, Vishy is very big in the big on the Alpha Zero School of Chess, and we know he works with these players and influences their style. I've had really long conversations with him about it, just how much he believes in this approach, having changed the way we can play complex middle games. Just push the A or the H pawn. But jokes aside, Vaishali has overextended her kingside pawns several times in these Norway Chess women games. And anyway, interesting stuff.
Interesting stuff. And tactics, there are actually some nasty knight forks on the board for Vaishali, but she's been forced to trade off her knight. Firouzja offering a trade of queens. He's hoping for an endgame against Hikaru. That's a double-edged strategy, but White has so much control that it feels like Firouzja still should be a favorite. 5 minutes against 3.
He's about to pick up the A5 pawn. Yeah. Hikaru can't really defend it. If you have to play rook A8, I think that's really terrible news. There will be a rook on E7. The other rook is very active as well, and so are all the white pieces.
Yeah, and that A5 pawn just looks even lonelier now that the queens are gone. Really nice decision by Firouzja to make that. You see Hikaru lean in, because whatever tricks existed with the queens, some sort of swindles that could have happened if Hikaru got the queen and knight active on the king side, all hope disappeared. The A5 pawn is going to fall, and I can't even find a good move for black right now. You can't play knight E4, by the way, because rook takes G6. Rook takes G6 is just winning in that position. You get 2 pieces for the rook and maybe more because there's a discovered check on the long diagonal. So this is a really tough spot for black.
Really tough. That's why he's tanked Hikaru. He spent 1 minute on this move. You can't really afford that in Armageddon chess. These two have played so much blitz. We saw it earlier, but this looks like Firouzja striking back and getting revenge for the first half of the tournament where it was Hikaru who won the Armageddon. Okay, bishop c2. Hikaru trying to muddy the waters. Good practical try.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of practical tries, good practical try right there, I think, from Anna to get the pawn going, but I actually think she's in trouble. There's not enough time on the clock right now for her to keep keep this game as it is. She's going to get in a spot where the 1 second increment is not enough. I'm liking Vaishali's chances.
And I'm not liking Firouzja's chances that much anymore. Bishop a2 seems to be a mistake. He could have taken on a5 and guard the bishop on b3.
Yeah.
Could have won a pawn for free, but suddenly it's getting complicated. Hikaru's knight is jumping in. Maybe not the most accurate. I wonder what the tactics were working out. Like if Black had just taken the pawn on
Yeah,
a4.
I'm like, why are both players avoiding taking the a-pawns here? Like Firouzja's been able to take that pawn for so long, and Hikaru could have just taken the pawn. So sorry to interrupt. I'm like, I don't get it. The a-pawns are poisoned, and we didn't get the memo.
Yeah, and Firouzja, he's going for a kingside attack. I think he's just so zoned in, focused on the f7 pawn and at the black king on the long diagonal that he doesn't care about the queenside. It's only pawns. He wants to cause some concrete problems. Hikaru shaking his head. 1 minute. This is the greatest time disadvantage that Hikaru has faced in any Armageddon so far. Firouzja, he looks locked in, looks zoned in. I think he's still a favorite to get it. In the meantime, it's going to be 3 versus 2. Vaishali against Anna Muzychuk. Rook endgame. Winning chances still in the, on that board. Okay.
Time situation. Both of them are down to 7 seconds. Anna Muzychuk and Vaishali.
Wow, and Hikaru's knight has jumped in on the other board. The rook endgame between Vaishali and Anna Muzychuk will go on a long, long time. But Firouzja against Nakamura is just pure tactics.
I don't know if it's going to go a long time. I want to get a zoom in there. I want to see the clock. Let's bring it up. Vaishali and Anna Muzychuk, they're living on the increment. Someone's going to flag.
Yeah, one of them is bound to flag.
This is, okay, they just gained time, but
I forgot about the clock.
The clock they can't even keep up on the clock, and it just went to 0 on the DGT relay, but that's probably just because the tech does get a little wonky
3 seconds
at these
for
times.
Vaishali.
Ooh,
she has to make progress. Here she goes.
Anna Muzychuk just putting her king back and forth.
2, 1, and the flags!
Oh my gosh! Vaishali the Destroyer has done it again. She gets another victory, and her success over Anna Muzychuk continues. It started in Toronto where she got 1.5 out of 2 at the FIDE candidates. It has rolled over here with her second Armageddon victory over Anna. And that is huge for the Norway Chess women's standings because that means the leader has lost. We're going to break that down later on. Right now, we got to dive back in. No rest for the weary. Alireza Firouzja trying to convert against Hikaru Nakamura. But what's going on here?
Hikaru in huge trouble on board and clock. White's B pawn is super strong here. It's a rook versus 2 pieces, but White has so many pawns, and it feels like the B pawn will eventually cost Black a piece. Look at the Black king as well. Anna, we might see some lawnmower checkmates.
Yeah, the rook will swing over to a6 or h6. Both of them are threatening checkmate on the back rank. You keep the other rook on the 7th rank. Hikaru is in deep trouble, and he's also running really low on time. I think even without the time, though, this is unsavable.
Yeah, I don't think he can save it. He's shaking his head. It's hard to find a move that doesn't just lose on the spot.
Yeah, the Black Knight drops back to try and defend its king, but Hikaru looks despondent right now. Again, White can just start taking pawns. White actually hits the Black Knight, kicks it away first of all, and still checkmating motifs all over the place.
He's going to lose on the clock. And, okay, apparently he made that move with just enough time, but I think Hikaru is going to flag here. In fact, he just resigns. He doesn't want any more of it. Definitely a frustrating end to a day that at one point looked so promising for Hikaru Nakamura. He was in a fantastic position as Black. It got away from him. Alireza Firouzja successfully held and then got the job done in the tiebreaker. Firouzja wins in Armageddon. And, wow, so much just happened.
I know. That's just like, there's so much to unpack. Let's start with the one we've just witnessed, because I guess we need to go through the other games as well. But what you mentioned, I think that was the biggest storyline of the day, that Hikaru had winning chances, if not a winning position, in Classical against Firouzja. Had he won that game and played the move he was gonna, he had his hand reaching for the pawn, that was the right move. He was gonna play c6. Had he played that, the story could have been very different. He probably would have won the game. He had a really good chance on the board, and time-wise too. Alireza was really low on time in a very tough position.
Yep.
If he wins that game in Classical, he would be leading the tournament now, ahead of Magnus Carlsen. Instead, Alireza saves the game and then beats Hikaru in an Armageddon, so the gap between Magnus and Hikaru is even bigger now.
You said it. You broke it down. It was an absolutely shocking turn of events. Successful result in that turn of events for Alireza Firouzja, flipping the script. Really a tough end of the day for Hikaru Nakamura, but we want to quickly get into some of the games that we missed. We're not going to take any breaks right now. We're going to dive right into unpacking all the amazing action that this round 8 has given us. David, I want to go back to the game that I've been just dying to get to. I have no idea how it ended. Tell us what Zhu Wenjun did to break through here and ultimately successfully get the win in Classical.
Yeah, we left the position a while ago. It all exploded within the space of a dozen moves. We left it here. Pia had found this incredible knight sacrifice just a few moves earlier. Zhu Wenjun has stabilized in really nice fashion. It's all about this diagonal. If black can break through, open up the light squared bishop, Pia Kramling would have won this game against the women's world champion. Unfortunately, however, for her, she was a bit slow with her attack, and after the move rook c8, it was white to first start stepping forward. It's the black king that ended up getting attacked. As we see, queen to d7, maybe, again, a bit of an automatic move, not necessarily improving the black position. White plays bishop b3, and after a few exchanges, we can see Pia Kramling's idea here. She has her bishops, these snipers from afar, on the long diagonals. So many checkmating motifs, but there's no way in. And after a few maneuvering moves, bishops traded, suddenly f6. This is where the decisive mistake arose. Knight in, allowing white to open up the black king. First, pawn takes pawn. And again, sometimes you need to use your opponent's pawns as shields. A bit of a double agent here. The white pawn actually keeps the black king safe. As soon as it was captured by Pia Kramling, the black king had nowhere to hide. A big, decisive blunder. Rook f1, and white has the magic number 3 attackers, the queen, the rook, and the bishop. And just too many tactics. Bishop takes h6 menaced. Queen takes f7, the first threat. Queen f6 also in the air, and Pia had nothing to do about these. Knight dropped back to f8. First to check, the king dropped back. Checkmate in 1, suddenly threatened. Yes, Pia Kramling finally opened up the diagonal with e3. Finally a check here, but the white king safe enough. And Pia actually resigned as she played the move knight to e6, realizing that the f7 pawn was dropping. Queen takes f7 would have ended this game. Zhu Wenjun takes an important win.
She takes a huge win, and with that, we have a huge shakeup in the Norway Chess women's standings, which we're going to jump into right now. Because with a little bit of help that she also got from the youngest player in the field, Vaishali Rameshbabu, taking down Anna Muzychuk in Armageddon, this is where they now sit. Zhu Wenjun, not only in first, but 3 points. Oh my gosh, that helps a lot. A point and a half ahead of Anna Muzychuk, who entered this round leading the tournament, and Vaishali and Lei Ting-jae, who again got the win earlier. You've been with us. We know you have been, because you're making this show a priority. She took down Humpy Canero in Classical, so she also got 3 points. So it is truly anyone's race right now in the Norway Chess women's section. I want to get into where the Norway Chess Open section stands too. So let's actually bring up those standings now that the smoke has cleared and we know that we have the order that it will be heading into round 9. Magnus Carlsen increases his lead slightly over Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru loses in Armageddon, Magnus wins in Armageddon, so the lead goes from a half a point to a full one. It's still, I think, either of those two guys could get this done. We will debate and talk about the pairings, who maybe has a slightly easier run at it for the last 2 rounds. But don't turn your back on Pragg or Firouzja either. Stranger things have happened than a leapfrog there. So, yeah, anything can happen here. What to say? I mean, let's just take in where these two sections sit before we look at the pairings for tomorrow. Anna, you get to go first. Biggest takeaway in the Norway Chess women's section?
Norway Chess women, Zhu Wenjun's win over Pia Kramling. And Pia found some fantastic moves. The double piece sacrifice with knight c5 was mind-blowing. And she fought so well in a crazy complex position. So it's a heartbreak for her that she ends up losing the game. But it was a really, really incredible fight. And that's what she says always in a confessional. I'm going back to fight.
Speaking of confessional, I would love to get Zhu Wenjun and Lei Ting-jae in the confessional. We run into them at breakfast, lunch, dinner. We see them around the hotel. I'm gonna say something. We'll say anyway. Go ahead. Just because we'd love to hear from them.
Yeah, we would.
Yeah, I agree. We want all the players by the end of the tournament in the confessional at least once, but ultimately, yeah, in the women's, Zhu Wenjun, I really like how she defended. We gave credit to Pia Kramling, that knight c5 explosion on the board, but Zhu Wenjun, as all world champions, as all great players do, they were able to kind of curl up, defend, bide their time, and strike when given the opportunity. Killer instinct was the difference today.
All right, so biggest takeaways in Norway Chess Women. We just talked about him. I think, Anna, you already touched on the biggest takeaway of the day, probably overall, was the surprising turnaround that was Hikaru Nakamura's story. It was going so well. We were also being entertained with 5 visits to the confessional booth, and Firouzja was down on the clock, but it gets away. But let's talk about some of the other storylines here. Pragg almost holds against Magnus Carlsen. That's a matchup for the future that you love seeing right there, although Magnus does get it done in Armageddon. And what can you say about a 14.5 out of 15 score for Magnus Carlsen when he is white in Armageddon?
Absolute madness. You don't want to play in Armageddon when Magnus says the white pieces. The stats are terrifying. But it's also terrifying, I think, from the other perspective, because Pragg almost manages to hold even the Armageddon. If we only look at the Classical, Pragg has won their mini match. He won in Classical earlier, and today he drew. So great news also from that perspective, because the future of Indian chess is bright, and it's a very near future.
Yeah, the future of chess is bright in general. Alireza Firouzja showed that today as well. And it's still a 4-horse race. Still, Pragg will get his shot at Hikaru later in the tournament. Firouzja plays Carlsen. I mean, anything's possible. Yeah.
Well, it's a great point. I'm glad you're mentioning those matchups, because that's a cue to jump into the pairings and let everybody know, when do those matchups happen. Let's talk about round 9 and preview what is in store mañana, because right at the top, Alireza Firouzja does get another chance at Magnus Carlsen in Classical. He's yet to get his first Classical victory over Magnus or Hikaru, for that matter. Can Firouzja do it with white? No time would be better. And no time would be better for Firouzja to visit the confessional booth. He also hasn't done it yet. Hikaru takes on Liren. I think this is the matchup where, if you're Hikaru, you got to be a little cautious not to overpress and over-expect to get something, but you have to believe he wants to get a victory there. And then Fabiano versus Pragg as well. For Pragg, he's facing a bit of a struggling Fabiano Caruana, but he does have the black pieces. Leitinjay and Vaishali Rameshbabu are now tied in the standings after the Classical win by Leitinjay and the Armageddon dub for Vaishali. So what a matchup that will be. They are both chasing Zhu Wenjun and Anna Muzichuk, who take on Humpy Canero and Pia Cromling, respectively, with the black pieces. So round 9 will deliver, if I had to guess, because round 8 delivered. Every round here at Norway Chess tends to deliver. Get to ask you to do the thing. Your one matchup you're looking forward to tomorrow. You only get one?
Firouzja Carlsen, because Firouzja goes at every opponent. Yeah, easy choice. And also Magnus. There's a lot at stake. He might not take too many risks, but it's going to be a fun one. Always is between those two.
You know,
I'm picking Leitinjay Vaishali.
Yeah,
that's going to be a crazy game, and they both want to win.
I love that. I love that pick. I'm actually going to take Hikaru's game over Ding Liren, because Ding has found his form. No, he has not gotten a Classical win yet, but he's playing much better. And in these games, we're now being puzzled by the fact that he's not continuing to push, right? But he's got good positions, and I think that's an interesting game, because Hikaru's been playing so well, and you think he should be able to get the win, but that could be a trap affair, right? So you got to be a little careful with that one. But all right, well, we got to be careful with what we're doing here for the final couple minutes of the show, because it's time for us to roll out and actually join the party downstairs. So here's what's about to happen, fans. We're going to raid if you're on Twitch and send all of you over to twitch.tv/chess so you can celebrate alongside us. I'm actually going to run downstairs and switch to being involved in the final moments of that. We're going to celebrate. We're probably going to get interviews with both Oscar and Uden. David and Anna will be with me, along with a bunch of other people as well. Round 8 delivered. Round 9 and 10 are ahead after the last rest day. I hope that everybody enjoys themselves tonight safely and responsibly, and that you have a great rest day. If you are here in Norway, maybe you'll be at the Norway Summit. So much stuff going on in what feels like a festival, the place to be for the chess world. All eyes on Stavanger. 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues after the rest day on June 6th. Be there, and we will see you then.
chat. One game after this game, that's true. And on the left, shoot on tide. No. Guy on the left, shoot on tide. Skriver i chatten.
Alright, this is the second to last game?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, last chance. Okay, last game. Jeg vant natta. Or might not be last game.
Might not be last game.
We'll see.
Gutta, slapp helt av. Det er lenge igjen. Det er bare å gi gass.
Almost 61 hours later.
Okay. If it lasts 7 minutes, it's the last game.
Yep.
For et langt parti nå, eller skal vi et parti til?
Vi prøver å time det etter partiet. Det hadde vært det beste.
Det er noe.
Det er Odin som boyser.
Det er jeg som spiller.
Odin som
tuller litt grann med chatten.
Odin som skriver.
Okay.
Right now.
Nå tykker du at det blir ikke Might not be.
This is it. I know that guy.
Det må være over.
Det må vi.
Det går.
Kjempa på nå.
Ja, jeg gjør det. Nei, det er ikke. Dette er ikke siste partiet. Det går ikke dette. Det skal ikke være lenger enn Jeg tror vi må ta etter. Okay, this will be the last game. We need to play until it's over 2200.
Jeg vant lasset.
So we'll play one last game.
Yeah, one last.
En elefant da.
Crazy idea. You guys want to go for 60 more hours? Throwing it out there. Shoot it down if it's crazy.
Okay, let's go.
Last game. Last game.
I can't play that one. I can't.
Give us a Grand Prix to end it. Give us a Grand Prix to end it.
Let's go.
Hva sa du nå, Erik? Ja. Kan du spille for det? Det ikke sikkert vi fullfører det, Erik.
Raska på, gutter.
Det smeller jo sånn. Ja, det smeller. Du må si fra. Du må si fra. Si fra til ham.
Chat will get the wish. One last.
Nice touch.
Vil jeg gå? Nei, skal vi gå? Det smeller noe fattige, så kan jeg nå, sant? Ikke støkk for meg. Men du går kjapt opp etter at jeg så jeg mottok det.
Hei. Inte klar.
Ja, full kontroll, det får vi se, men det er I hvert fall veldig tett på at ting skjer her. Det er klokka, den ser jeg tikke, de er I ferd med å bikke over. De spiller race hver sitt aller siste parti, og der ser det ut som vi faktisk tikket over det som en ny verdensrekord for disse gutta. Spiller fortsatt, det betyr det, at rekorden pågår fortsatt. De spiller det som det siste partiet akkurat nå. Det står ved siden av her, Carl Saville, som Guinness sin representant. This is quite spectacular ending to a Guinness World Record, isn't it?
Absolutely. What these two players have been through in the last 60 plus hours is nothing short of fantastic and incredible. Now this final little piece, the last game for them. I'm looking forward to seeing how it finishes and seeing how they celebrate.
Det I hvert fall siste innspurt, men samtidig til Magnus her også som står bak. Men Magnus, selv om det var en av de gutta ut.
Ja, altså, jeg har spilt 3 klassiske partier, og de har holdt på å spille hele tiden, så jeg er veldig imponert over at de fortsatt sitter og konsentrerer seg, gjør sitt beste, og det står det veldig spennende på.
Jeg kan jo nevne at jeg var her nede klokka 4 natt i dag, og da så begge gutta ut som tilnærmet zombier, egentlig. At de i det hele tatt sitter våkne på denne 62. timen som de nå offisielt er inne i, er litt sagt spektakulært. Ingen har noensinne spilt lengre sjakk. Og da tar vi med absolutt alt som er regnet med offisielt. Jeg tviler på at noen har gjort dette uten Guinness til stede, i hvert fall. For å gjøre det tror jeg er mildt masochistisk. Det som er helt sikkert, er at det blir en stund til neste gang Askild Bryn og Odin Bikravea spiller et sjakkparti. Så det er bare å nyte dette vi ser akkurat nå. Det blir det siste for ganske så lang tid fremover. Det er klart, dette er siste partiet. Og de har sittet så lenge, og så klart de er litt ekstra prestisje. Det skal være litt pinasje. Det er nå stappfullt av media rundt som følger dette. Jeg vet ikke om det er mulig å egentlig få sett hvordan det ser ut rundt oss, men det er medier fra alle verdens medier som egentlig har tatt del av denne rekorden. Jeg står ved siden av her sammen med Danny Rench som kommer til å ta over showet veldig snart. And Danny, you're a chess enthusiast. How crazy would you have to feel to go through with something like this?
How crazy would I have to go through with something like this? I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty crazy, but I'm not just crazy. This is incredible. It's amazing to see these guys do this, and just such an awesome achievement, and so amazing to see all the support here. This is literally history in the making.
Og det er historie, for dette kommer jo da til å være den fysiske boken som vi kanskje husker best fra oppveksten, eller Guinness verdensrekordboken, som fortsatt lages og fortsatt selges i flere millioner eksemplarer. Der skal det stå i neste utgave. Odin Bikravea, Askild Bryn, som har sittet over et sjakkbrett lengre enn det noen mennesker egentlig har lyst til å gjøre. Det er like fullt et spennende avslutningsparti mellom disse gutta. De prøver å holde det gående her hvis de skal finne veien av partiet. Det bekreftes fra siden at de straks er der, og der! Jeg skal prøve å legge mikrofonen slik dere får hørt den offisielle representanten.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Carl Saville, and I'm your Guinness World Records adjudicator for today's attempt. The record title today was for the longest chess marathon. And here are some of the key guidelines to note. All the equipment must be standard within the rules of the World Chess Federation. When one game ends, another one must be set up and played straight away. The game must be played in the spirit of the rules of the sport, and there must be no prolonged periods of time with discussions with umpires to gain any advantage on rest. And most importantly, the same two players must play continuous throughout the entire attempt. Now, the current official record for this stands at 56 hours, 9 minutes and 37 seconds. After reviewing all of the information provided, I can now verify the time that Askild and Odin have managed today. The time they've achieved is 61 hours and 3 minutes and 34 seconds, making this a new Guinness World Records title. Congratulations. I'd just like to take this opportunity to congratulate Asklid and Odin on a fantastic performance, a really impressive form of endurance, both mentally and physically, over the 61 hours. And also to the chess.com team for all of their preparation, the build-up to this successful record attempt. So I can now announce you are officially amazing. Congratulations.
Amazing. All right. We're going to try to make some of these interviews very, very quick because these guys have earned more rest than any of us maybe ever will in a lifetime. But I'm going to ask Magnus one question before talking to our heroes here, Asklid and Odin. Magnus, I know it was a joke, but you tweeted that if you can't be great at chess, you got to do something great. You were teasing, but how great is this and how proud are you of your two boys here?
I'm really proud. I honestly had my doubts if they were going to make it, but they were always very serious about the whole thing. And they did great preparation. Not so much chess-wise, it seems, but for everything else. And I would like to say one thing is that I'm really impressed also with the effort in trying to play well. I know this was the last game, but the last game was pretty good. So I think it was overall extremely impressive.
Amazing. Extremely impressive it was. Magnus admitted he had his doubts. I think a lot of people looked at this as, oh my gosh, can you guys pull this off? I have to ask you, Asklid and Odin, did you ever have doubts in the middle of this? At any point were you like, OMG, can we pull this off? I don't know how to get to you in this environment, so I'm going to reach over.
Yeah, no, we didn't have serious doubt, but we kind of struggled. But our motivation was top-notch, but it wasn't easy.
Yeah, I mean, we've been planning this for months. As Magnus said, serious preparation. And we trust each other 100%. And I was never in doubt that Odin would suddenly say, I give up, I don't want to do this any longer. And I think he felt the same about me. So that helped us from the very first hour. And although we struggled a bit during the nighttime and early mornings, yeah, last night was really tough, especially. Yeah. But we always said we got to take one game at a time, 1 hour at a time, and one break at a time. And suddenly we're here 61 hours later, and we managed to do it. So I'm really proud of myself and Odin, and I think we cooperated well throughout the match, and we didn't have any big arguments or disputes, so that's good.
When you made it through last night, and I know you shared a little bit when I came back this morning, that it felt like kind of the darkest hour a little bit. It got crazy. At what point today, though, or was it last night, did you start to kind of see the light? When did the momentum kind of get back inside of you guys really feel like this was imminent and you knew you were going to get it done?
Yeah, I think after the morning, when we had our last small power nap, yeah, then we just knew that, okay, this is the last day. It was a lot harder than we thought, but if we're coming to the last day, we know we're not going to stop. So.
Yeah, same here. I was struggling maybe 90 minutes after the power nap, and we still had, I don't know, 15 hours to go. But we looked at each other, and we just knew that we were gonna make it in the end. So that was great.
It's incredible. I don't even know what more questions to ask because you did it, you made it. I just have one, probably the most important question is, Odin, I know you just achieved a Guinness World Record, but are you disappointed in what happened with the match score? And will there be a revenge 60-hour match against your boy here?
It has to be in classical chess if that's the case. But no, I'm disappointed with myself, actually. I like to win, but I'm also glad for Asklid.
Yeah. Well, jokes aside, you guys played incredible chess, and I second Magnus's point. I was talking about it with someone else. The physical effort to keep playing real chess and to think about what you were doing never ceased to amaze everyone. I just want to say congratulations on behalf of everyone. One more applause for me while I'm here and everyone. This has been incredible. Thank you for letting all of us be a part of this with you. When you first told me about this idea, whatever it was like you had me at hello, stop talking, let's go. And I'm just so proud and so happy for you guys. So thank you both for letting chess.com be a part of this. And I got nothing else. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much. But I'm actually going to, and I'm sorry, I'm going to do this in Norwegian because we're live on TV to everyone. But, gutta, jeg var inne hos dere klokka 4 i natt. Jeg har vist bildet til de som har fulgt med sendingen vår. Hva husker dere?